Well, I'm just sending that to the. No, I'm not muted. I just didn't have anything to say. I was just thinking. I would have to get on a Zoom call with Andrew Paquette to explain anything further, but this is what his paper describes, and he doesn't even realize it. Okay, is is anybody here real quick? I don't want to talk to the wall. Evan Kesley, Crispy Tendy, Shadow, are you guys here? Otherwise, I'm gonna talk to. I don't want to talk to the wall. Hello. All right, Shadow's here. Anybody else here? Uh, I see. Well, the idea, if we look at this thing here, you can see that these numbers are growing exponentially. These index numbers in base 10. So it's like these straight lines here, they correspond to the straight lines that I'm drawing off of this spiral. These black vertical lines. Every black vertical line is some offshoot of the spiral within the spiral. So for instance, when you see a new spiral being generated, these are the new lines. You get what I'm saying? That's what we're actually seeing. So this is, I'm taking a one-dimensional picture here and I'm turning it into a two-dimensional picture so it's easier to see the structure of the rig. Does that make sense? So what we can do is just make a quick trash spreadsheet real quick. So Google Sheets. And what we're going to do is just really put in the best illustration that we can here. Okay. So I think I see. Let's do one more by hand before because I don't even understand what I'm writing yet. But I understand it, but I don't. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Cosine of this, sine of this. Okay. Now, what I have to do here is put in IM product complex, this unit vector, times the original spiral. So we're rotating the original spiral. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to add to that we're going to put I am real here. Okay, then we're going to put imaginary here. And then we're going to offset this rotated spiral from the origin. So we're going to write this number with $ plus, and this number with $ plus, I think. Okay. Pretty sure that's what we do. Okay. This should work. Alright, let's go ahead and drop this down. Go 800 slots. Oh, maybe, huh? Oh. I gotta put $ on this. Hold on. Alright, so we're gonna go 800 slots in front of us. So we're gonna get like wherever it ends, man. Wherever it ends. I guess I gotta go further. Hold on. Is it even recognizing it? What the fuck, man? Oh, we'll add a few more and see what happens. It's like not even picking up the coordinates. Maybe I put the wrong formula in. Okay, this is fucking weird. Come on, man. I have the unit vector, right? Yeah. Cosine and sine, H and I, times E2, F2, yeah. Then we're adding to it negative 15 million, negative 47 million, which on this chart is 100. No, it should be showing up. It should be showing up down here. This is about negative. If this is 50 million. Oh, maybe it's off the chart? Oh, let me fucking see, man. Come on. Alright, this is registration number 100 million. So 50 million is here. That's where I got the numbers from. Registration number 50 million. So what's going on? Why are we having this problem? I have the arctan. Oh, I have the arctan of the wrong fucking number. Excuse me. Okay, it should be on the chart now. Still not on the chart. Anyway, thing is, I still have the arc. I now have the arctan of the correct number. So I have arctan, this, and this. Okay, it's about a 30-degree angle. I can see that here. Whoa. 210-degree angle. You know what I mean? So I have the sine of it. I have the cosine of it. There's no reason I should be having an issue here. So now it's cosine and sine times the original spiral, which is here. I know that's correct. Okay. And now what we're going to do is take that real part and add this offset of negative 15 million, yeah, and negative 47 million, yeah. So what's wrong? Let's find out. Why isn't it showing up? Negative 50. Should be around here, no? Three 7197. Two 825. I'm seeing it, but it's not very big. I see it, though. I actually have to go further for some reason. I don't understand that, but okay. We'll go out to like 3,000 or something. And then, like, that way you can't keep hitting me over the head. Okay, there it is. Alright, so I did do it right. It was just confusing. Okay. Sure.
Mutation complete. Mutation complete. Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete. more minerals. We require more minerals. We require... Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Got a new queen leading the pack. Hive cluster just popped out a queen. These Zerg just mutated again. just mutated again.
All right, let's put on Timcast last week. We're going to be putting in a lot of state laws today. I guess we listened to a lot of Timcast last week. Perhaps we should put in Dr. Steve Turley.
We really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah, first of all, thank you both for being here. And yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
The train wreck tour continues, and not even Oprah could save her. Gang, I hate to do this to you, but we're going to see, I promise, just a couple of highlights from what many are calling Kamala's most disastrous interview yet. We're going to contrast it with Trump's epic appearance on the Greg Gutfeld show, which broke ratings records. And we're going to see how Vivek in Springfield, Ohio, is part of a political realignment that may doom the Democrats for generations. You are not going to want to miss this. Greetings, everyone. It is Live Stream Friday. I am your host, Dr. Steve, your patron professor, here to help you stay sane in these insane times. So you know what to do. Make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. Make sure to share this video far and wide as well. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, you name it. If you're on Rumble, go on over to YouTube and subscribe there. If you're on YouTube, head on over to the channel on Rumble and subscribe there. We need these videos to get into the hands of as many people as possible over the next 50 days to see the biggest blowout election imaginable. Speaking of, we're doing it, gang. We're doing it. My brand new book, Fight: How Trump and the MAGA Movement Are Changing the World, has just hit number 4 on Amazon, and we're climbing the charts. It's my brand new book. It just came out on Tuesday, and it's how we, the MAGA movement, are changing much more than America, gang. We are changing the world. And in 150 pages, I show you exactly how you are changing the world. You are changing the world. And this book was written for you. So before you do anything else, make sure to click on that link in the description below or scan the QR code. That's what I love. I love scanning that QR code on the screen and order your copy right now. Get one for yourself. Get one for the patriots in your life. Let's together make this book that's all about us, you and me, and of course, number 47 himself, soon to be, number 1 on Amazon. It's going to be absolutely epic. And of course, just a quick reminder, if you want to ask me your questions, because YouTube has suspended our super chats, they have completely demonetized us. Just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com. That's fight.turleytalks.com. Join any level of support that you like. You'll have instant access to our very own virtual platform where you can ask me all your questions, and I'll be happy to answer them right here on this live stream. So just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com. Sign up for any level of support that you like, and I will be happy to answer your questions on this live stream. I have a proposal. After sitting through and listening to Kamala Harris so that you don't have to, I believe that we should rename the Democrat Party. Clearly, this is no longer a party that believes in democracy, so they can't be called the Democrats. I mean, obviously, they don't believe in democracy. Their nominee never received, ever in her entire political career, she never got a single primary vote. She is and she always will be an appointee. She was appointed this nominee by an unelected establishment. She was selected, not elected. Clearly, they have no interest in democracy. So I think we should rename the Democrat Party the Nirvana Party. Now, hear me out on this. Those of you who have a little Buddhist knowledge background here. This is a political party that now officially believes in nothing. This is a party that revels in nothing. And it's a party that literally stands for nothing. Example number one, this is their party's leader. And after listening to this, please tell me what this party believes and stands for.
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans, understanding we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let's come together with the character that we are so proud of about who we are, which is we are an optimistic people. We are an optimistic people. Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being, because the people before us understood that one of the greatest expressions for the love of our country, one of the greatest expressions of patriotism, is to fight for the ideals of who we are.
I don't even know what to say. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep a straight face here. I'm honestly trying to keep a straight face through all that, because I still think of that Billy Madison game show host. Not one word even came close to a rational thought. I'm beginning to notice something here, and it's rather ironic, because Cackles, she loves the verb to be. Have you noticed that? For some reason, she loves saying things like, what can be, unburdened by the things that were, becoming what we are and what we will be. And we believe in fighting for that. Fighting for what, you may ask? Obviously, it's anyone's guess. But it does appear that we now have a Democrat Party that revels in nothingness. That audience, that star-studded audience, supposedly, obviously that's an indictment about the state of our celebrities. That audience, Oprah, they all appeared at least somewhat captivated, maybe a little disillusioned by literally nothing. Example number 2.
When you become president, what would be your specific steps? Yeah, of course. What would be your specific steps to strengthening the border?
So it's a wonderful and important question. You know, my background was as a prosecutor, and I was also the elected attorney general for 2 terms of a border state. So this is not a theoretical issue for me. This is something I've actually worked on. Okay. I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I take very seriously the importance of having a secure border and ensuring the safety of the American people.
I just want to stop there for a minute. I want to bring your attention to something. We're nearly a minute into that answer, her so-called answer. And can you recall what that question was that she was supposedly answering? It was a very simple, straightforward question. What will be your specific steps to securing the border when you become, God forbid, president? Sorry, I ad-libbed that last part in there. We're now nearly a minute in to that answer, and she hasn't even remotely come close to providing a single specific step she would take to securing the border. Keep going.
Sadly, where we are now can be traced most recently back to the fact that when the United States Congress, members of the Congress, including some of the most conservative Republicans, came up with a border security bill. And here's what that border security bill would have done. It would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border.
Stop.
Let me tell you, those border agents are working around.
You have to stop. I'm sorry. Seriously. Think about it now. We're now, what, a minute and a half, almost 2 minutes into it? She's talking, think about it. She's talking about the mess at the border. She's talking about, that's what the question presupposed. We know that. We know the border's a mess. He wants to know specifically how she, not a Bill, not Biden, not Trump, what she is going to do specifically to secure the border. And instead of answering him, she starts rambling about the border. And to make it even worse, she starts casting blame for the mess at the border. She's blaming, I can't even believe it. She's desperately trying to blame Trump and the Republicans for the mess at the border that everyone in the nation knows she's responsible for. Everyone knows it. The only difference is that the Democrats, the party of nothing, they don't care. They don't care. They have no problem with an open border. They don't care because, again, they're a party of nothing. And all the polls show that what she's doing there is a complete and total exercise in futility. Everyone knows. We're talking like by 2-1. Everybody knows that Kamala is responsible for the mess at the southern border. Everyone. It's just 45% of the country doesn't care. It comes down, when all's said and done, it just comes down to who cares about it and who doesn't. And the latter would be Democrats. They believe in and care about literally nothing. Keep going.
Understand, even in the intervening months, what that bill would have done to give support to folks who care about this issue. And this again gets to the point about what does leadership really look like? And is it about you or is it about the people?
Right.
Is it about running on problems or fixing problems? My work and my career has always been about saying, let's fix problems. Let's address the needs, because we know it's within our capacity to do that.
So to answer Justin's question, now that that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely, and when I am elected President of the United States, I will make sure that bill gets to my desk.
Oprah had to jump into her rescue. Did you see that? Her non-answer was so obvious. It was so meandering. It was so nonsensical. It was so nothing. Oprah had to come to the rescue and basically said, so to answer his question, so if I'm getting this right, if we were to actually answer the question, would you just sign that bill? Oh yeah, that's what I'd make sure that bill got to my desk. Yeah, right. Oh, a bill, by the way, that would give mass amnesty to millions upon millions of illegals. It gives Homeland Security Secretary that authority. But again, so in the end, you would sign that bill. You would sign a bill. You don't need a bill. This is about enforcing the laws that are already on the freaking books. You don't need a bill. Everybody in the, yeah. I mean, I'm literally dumbfounded. Like we heard at the beginning, we are literally all the dumber for having listened to that. Now, obviously, this live stream event with Oprah, like the ABC ambush, was designed, it was choreographed to be a cakewalk for Kamala. Everything was put in place to make Kamala look stellar and in command and in control. And it ended up being, frankly, a train wreck. It was, in the words of one commentator I was reading, it was a word salad extravaganza and a painful one at that. She gave answers that were incoherent. They were rambling. They were trite. It was rhetorically absurd. In a word, she remained burdened. Kamala appeared burdened in that. And freaking Oprah. I mean, talk about a downfall. I mean, wow. But even freaking Oprah, you could see her exhibiting body language that hardly displayed confidence in this person. Again, someone said, one of the shocked commentators on this interview said it looked like Oprah didn't know it. You could see Oprah's face several times in the interview, not knowing what Harris was even trying to say. She didn't know what Harris was talking about half the time. Now, ironically, this wasn't the first interview disaster of the week for Cackles. It's the train wreck tour. And she sat down for a live interview with the National Association of Black Journalists. And needless to say, it was just another bumbling and stumbling cliche disaster. And as you saw her basically running off the stage when it was done, take a look. Take a look at the faces of the interviewers. They're kind of looking at each other going like, what the heck did we just witness there? I mean, seriously, look at them. They're like, what the hell did we just sit through? Townhall.com had a whole article on just how very noticeable the expressions of incredulity were on the part of those interviewers. I mean, they clearly recognize this lady is not ready for prime time. Now, what is so redeeming about all this is it actually brings to the fore, it throws into relief, as you would say, across the pond, how starkly Cackles compares to number 45, soon to be number 47 himself. Trump gave an epic interview the other night that shattered the ratings on Fox of all places. And the contrast between these two could not possibly have been more stark. But first, gang, if you are just joining us, remember, if you want to ask me your questions, because YouTube has unfortunately suspended our super chats, just click on that link below, join any one of our levels of support, and you have instant access to our own virtual platform where you can ask me all of your questions. I'll be happy to answer them right here on this live stream. Just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com/join. Also, I want everyone to know that if you're finding yourself in the painful position of owing back taxes, ouch, we've got some awesome patriots here that are ready to help you. As I'm sure you know, the IRS is currently on its way to making everyone pay up. They've hired thousands of new agents and sent over, I believe, 5 million pay-up letters in 2024 alone. But if you're dealing with this mess, I want to connect you with a real, tangible solution. Don't give up your rights or deal with them alone. The IRS are not your friends. You know that. Let Tax Network USA, a trusted tax relief firm, save you the time and money you deserve to keep. They've saved Americans, get this, over $1 billion in back taxes, and they have the skills needed to secure you the best possible deal. From a few $1,000s to over 10 million, business to personal taxes, let Tax Network USA restore your good standing so you can strengthen your financial situation. When your situation is secure, you become the pillar of strength our nation needs. So click on that link below or go to 1-800-245-6000 for a private free consultation, or visit them at tnusa.com/Turley. Now, I'm sure many of you know that Trump was on Greg Gutfeld's show the other night, and it really was nothing short of epic. It was a grand slam. I mean, it was a ratings extravaganza. It was an absolute ratings blowout. Gutfeld saw his biggest ratings ever by far. It actually blew away every single show on television during that time slot. Every single one, cable or network. Talk about a poll. Right? That's your real poll right there. And just look at the contrast between Trump and Cackles. Here's Trump talking about showing Gutfeld his shot wound.
That's unusual.
Remember when you showed it to me?
I showed it.
Yeah, you showed it to me. You said, I know people aren't going to believe this, so Gutfeld, take a look at my ear.
That's right. You know, we met at the convention.
Yeah.
And I said, who am I going to show it to? You know, we have a lot of guys. You know, they'll say it didn't exist. And I actually did have such confidence in him, and he's really a very special guy, talented guy, good guy, great guy. And I said, you know, if I'm going to show it, let's do it with Gutfeld.
Yes.
And
that's amazing. It's amazing.
Because it happened right after.
Yeah, how did you get him to see the top of your ear?
Well, I sat in a low chair.
Okay, thank you.
But you know what? It was true. And I took the bandages off very carefully. Yeah. And I showed him. He said, "That's nasty."
Yes.
That was nasty. But
I kind of wanted to touch it, but I knew I would have been tackled. And I would have enjoyed it.
No, I love Greg Gutfeld. He's just so hilarious. Now, I show you that because I think that's just a perfect example of the fundamental difference between Trump and Harris. And you could see it for anyone could see it. Anyone with any shred of honesty could see it. Trump owned that stage. Trump owned that stage. Whereas Cackles Kamala, she was owned. Trump commanded that stage. Kamala is commanded. Nobody needed to come to Trump's rescue on that show. He didn't need anybody debating on his behalf. Kamala was in constant need of rescuing all throughout that silly, pathetic live stream. Said differently, one is a leader. The other is very clearly and sadly led. And while Trump was absolutely crushing it on Gutfeld, actually answering the audience's questions, one of his major campaign operatives, Vivek Ramaswamy, was taking questions as well. And you want to guess where? Where was Vivek the other day? I know some of you, I know probably most of you know. Where was Vivek the other day? I believe he's still there. He was in none other than Springfield, Ohio. Want to take a guess at who won the debate in the eyes of the vast majority of the nation? How ironic is that? They are doubling down on what the legacy media is doing, everything they possibly can to try to shame the Trump campaign of. But no, that's right. Vivek was in Springfield speaking directly, not by way of public officials like the borderline illiterates at ABC do. No, he's there on the ground speaking directly with the people who are actually living there. Listen to this exchange. Again, if this doesn't faithfully and concisely summarize this campaign, nothing does. Check this out.
Question. My name is Chrissy. You came here from your hometown. We have city officials that live right here in Springfield and have not set up a meeting like this for Springfield. You said your tickets were free, right?
Yes, they are. We're not making money tonight.
Okay, listen to me. But why can't the city officials, I'm serious, why can't the city officials do this? Go to the north, south, east, and west of Springfield, maybe get people that want to come, and find out what they're really living circumstances. And here's why. We're paying for those, right? I've been in Springfield for 66 years. I know a lot about Springfield, okay? So my take is, if you don't talk to people, even Haitians, I have Haitian friends too. I know all of them are over here illegal too. But what I'm saying is, this is a community. If you want to be open about things, talk to the people. Don't just make it seem like President Trump did, like everyone's lying. They don't really know, if they're not living on that side of town, what really goes on. So how will you know about a city if you're not bringing the people together, right, and talking to them? It's called Communication
What's your name?
101.
What's your name?
My name is Chrissy.
Chrissy, I appreciate you being here. So, I'll tell you what I think is actually going on, okay? The first thing I'm going to say may not be very popular in this room, but I'll tell you the truth, okay? This is what I truly believe, so I'm going to share it anyway. Actually, before I came here, I was in City Hall. I met with a number of the city officials. I invited them to be here tonight, actually. I thought it'd be productive, because I don't have the power other than through philanthropy or through public advocacy to change something here. And we'll try to use the power of, my platform voice to cause positive change here. But I invited them to be here because they're in a position to run the city. And I'll tell you what I believe. I know many of you may feel like your leadership doesn't care. I met with them. I don't think that's true. I think I sat there for an hour with them after we met with the Haitian group. I think they actually really do care, at least the subset I met with. And I know that's not a popular view maybe in this room. But I will tell you what I do see happening in the country. I think there's a culture of fear, actually. I think the reason they're not here tonight is not because they don't care about this. It's because they're scared, actually. And I think that culture of fear has spread like an epidemic across our country, where actually what you really need is just transparency. You report to the people. If you work in a company, how many of you, anybody in here work in a company, okay? Your CEO is the boss of your company. But people mix this up. When you're in government and you're a city official, or you're a mayor or whatever, your boss is actually the people who are in this room today. And it's not just the people in the city who mess that up, that's the federal government as well. And so what I hope to do today is to show that actually talking to the people of Springfield isn't that scary. The way the town council meeting, somebody came up, will be demonized for speaking about their own experience. We're live streaming this for the world to see that actually these are just good, patriotic Americans who love their country and love their city, who are struggling because the people who they elected to run their federal government all the way down have let them down. And you don't have to be scared of actually being face-to-face with your fellow citizens. So I did my best. I can't control what they do, but I did do my best to highlight this today.
Now, that's the definition of a brilliant answer. Vivek answered her specifically as to why their public officials are hiding from them in Springfield. And it wasn't a popular answer. He wasn't pandering to them. They all said when she said, why aren't we having things like this? Why aren't they doing it for it? And you heard the audience go, because they don't care. They don't care about us, right? That's that vertical divide that we talk about all the time. The new realignment is not a horizontal political divide, left versus right. It's more and more a vertical divide, people versus an aloof political class that rule for their own gain at the expense of the values, interests, concerns of the people. Vivek answered somewhat unpopularly. He thinks they do care. He's met with the Springfield officials. He thinks they do care. He thinks they really are concerned about 20,000 immigrants being dumped by Kamala Harris in a city of 60,000. And the social pathologies that inevitably result from a culture shock as devastating as that. He thinks they do care. But they are scared. They're scared. And they're scared because we have an epidemic of cowardice and fear in our nation. And that cowardice and fear has not only been imposed by the woke ideological lunatics that run our government, but ironically, even those woke ideological lunatics are themselves purveyors of this fear. In fact, I could think of no better word to describe Cackle's Kamala than sheer cowardice. Both her and Tim Walz are the epitome of cowardice. Now, that was a brilliant answer because it answered the question directly in such a way that was specific to their situation, to what was happening in Springfield. But then, as Vivek always does, he couched that specificity in a wider context of a national epidemic of fear. And it's so fascinating because back in 1979, in his Harvard address, the great Russian literary Nobel laureate, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, he spent an hour basically critiquing Western society, what had happened with Western liberal society. And he brutally critiqued the permutations that had taken place since particularly the 1960s. And the first fault he had with our modern secular liberal society was that we had lost the classical virtue of courage. We no longer had the capacity to stand up for what is good, true, and beautiful. Because in the classical virtues, there's 4 virtues: wisdom, moderation, justice, and courage. And it's going all the way back to classical Athens and the like. And of those 4 virtues, the number one virtue that was most important was courage, because without courage, you didn't have the fortitude to fight for the other 3. You didn't have the fortitude to pursue the other 3. And what Solzhenitsyn noticed is that in our rotting society, it's rotting precisely because good people were not standing up to evil anymore. And they weren't standing up to evil, he believed, because we were too afraid. And he clearly understood, being a Soviet dissident, being exiled from the Soviet Union, he clearly understood that a population that loses courage is ultimately a population that can be manipulated and controlled. Because the single greatest bulwark against control and manipulation is courage. And so what's so awesome in all of this is that while the Democrats are actually embracing cowardice, they're embracing nothingness. What's so awesome is as they're coddling their candidates, giving them fabricated debates, fabricated polls, fabricated interviews, as all of that's happening, what's Trump getting? What's the whole MAGA movement getting? Lawfare, arrest, indictments, a media apparatus aligned against him, 2 assassination attempts. Literally everything imaginable being thrown at him. And yet, what's he doing? Right? Trump is still standing with fists raised up, calling all of us to join with him in the fight. 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 He is the very emblem of courage. Cackles is cowardice. Trump is courage. And speaking of, gang, if you haven't seen it, if you're just trying to check out the cover of my brand new book, Fight, How Trump and the MAGA Movement Are Changing the World. Look at that cover. I love it. Okay, this is a book about what we are fighting for. We're fighting for nothing less than to change our nation and to change the world for faith, family, and freedom. And it's happening. It's happening in 150 pages. I show you exactly how you, along with, this guy named Trump, but all of us together are changing the world. It's Trump and the MAGA movement itself. So before you do anything, gang, make sure to click on that link below or scan the QR code. That's what I like to do. I love that QR code. Scan the QR code on the screen and order your copy right now. Don't just order one, order a bunch. Make it Christmas early. Get a bunch of copies for all the patriots in your life. Let's together make this book that's about us, about you and me, and of course, soon to be number 47 himself, #1 on Amazon. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic. All right. Now, we talked about this yesterday, but this was so huge in terms of the political realignment that's happening in our nation today. And I think it really does piggyback on what happened there in Springfield the other day with the working class realigning around Trump and the MAGA movement. Indeed, they're fast becoming the very base, the very heart of the MAGA movement. Most of you know by now that the Teamsters Union, which is the single largest labor union in the nation, 1.2 million members, historically a guaranteed faithful arm of the Democrat Party. Every single Democrat presidential candidate over the last 30 plus years has been publicly and enthusiastically endorsed by them. They announced the other day that they were refusing to endorse Kamala. Now, of course, rather than report on what a bombshell announcement that was, what an unprecedented bombshell, think about it. One of the major wings of the Democrat machine is refusing to endorse the Democrat nominee that, of course, nobody voted for in any single primary. You would think that was newsworthy, would you not? I mean, can you imagine how the media would have covered it had the NRA refused to endorse Trump? Can you imagine how the media would have covered it if 60% of NRA membership were voting for Kamala? But instead, the lying legacy media, the shamelessly lying legacy media, desperately tried to spin this by saying that the Teamsters refused to endorse either presidential candidate. Oh, looky here. Oh, the Teamsters aren't endorsing anyone this election cycle, Harriet. Oh, look. Oh, well, let's move on. In other news. I'm sorry. Did you just say that the Teamsters, the largest labor union on the planet just refuse to do what they've been doing every single presidential election cycle for the last 30 years, which is endorse the Democrat? And then you're spinning that as, oh, they didn't endorse either candidate. Let's move on. I want to move on now. I mean, that's equivalent to like saying that the ultra woke teachers union decided they're not going to endorse any candidate. There's only one candidate that these institutionalized unions endorse. They're part of the establishment power structure. So they always fulfill that role of being part of the establishment structure. They always, like the media, they always endorse the Democrat. That's what you do when you're part of the establishment. But we don't have to look very far to see why the legacy media is reporting the story the way they are, because not only did the Teamsters refuse to endorse Kamala, but they at the same time released their poll, their own internal poll of their 1.2 million members that showed Trump absolutely crushing Kamala 2-1. Labor union members, historically one of the most loyal Democrat constituencies, are supporting Trump by nearly 30 freaking points, 59 to 33. And as it turns out, it's not just the Teamsters. Here's what Bob Bartles, president of the largest steam fitters union in the nation, had to say about his membership and President Trump.
Tell you on my end, the steam fitters have voted in the poll. We have a 70% return in favor of President Trump. Why? Well, everything that's gone on the last 4 years, an open border, inflation, gas prices, oil, mortgage rates. I mean, I can go on and on. The immigrants just getting into neighborhoods like the neighborhood I grew up in, which I mentioned last night. I have a daughter down there. She's afraid to walk around. And this is a neighborhood I grew up in. These are where people worked hard all their life to buy a house in a nice neighborhood, and now it's destroyed by illegal immigrants. And like I said last night, too, to David Muir and Lindsey Davis, those two hacks from the moderators from the debate, they don't have to go to Springfield, Ohio to look at mutilated animals. They could go to right in Queens in a federal park, and you'll see them all over the beach. It's disgusting. It's bringing the property value down. It's just ridiculous.
That was freaking brilliant. That was so well said. Rhetorically, that was I mean, he speaks better than a presidential nominee right now who believes in nothing. People spend years saving up to buy a home in a nice neighborhood, and then that neighborhood gets absolutely wrecked overnight precisely and solely because of Kamala's open border policies, because of her blatant dereliction of her law enforcement responsibilities. 70%, according to his poll, 70% of union members are going Trump. Now, again, we talked about this the other day, but I love Mike Cernovich's observation. I want to show it to you again because I think he's spot on. The Teamsters' tacit endorsement, make no mistake, that's what it was when they released that poll. It was a tacit endorsement of Trump. It proves that Trump won that debate last week. Cernovich noted that Kamala destroyed herself among these voters, where they're supporting fracking bans and gun bans. And he walked away. Trump walked away from the debate as the champion of the working class, the champion of the people of Springfield. And the working class voter is the one who will decide this election, particularly in the 3 swing states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So if Trump walked away as the champion of the working class voter, and the working class voter is the one that's going to decide this election ultimately, Trump walked away the winner of the debate, hands down. And this endorsement, this tacit endorsement from these a major endorsement from one and a tacit from the other proves it. And he went on to point out, quote, I don't even know how to process the data anymore. We've never had such massive new support for a candidate. Nobody can tell you what's happening, not even me. It's so big. And we could see that enormity in real time with that Teamsters poll. I mean, if we compare that poll to the one that was taken in July when Biden was still the Democrat nominee or presumed nominee, union workers were actually supporting Biden at the time by 8 points in July. I mean, let that hit you. Biden was beating Trump among labor union workers by 8 points. That support is now plus 27 for Trump. It's a 35-point swing to Trump. Labor union is not supporting Cackle's Kamala. And I would argue that that swing represents an equally stunning political realignment happening in the nation right before our very eyes that I think the legacy media is purposely trying to cover up, to be honest with you. I mean, we'll be vindicated on November 5th by God's grace. Keep it all in prayer and do everything we need to do because they'll try to pull all the shenanigans they can. But we are seeing a political realignment that promises to sink not just Kamala, but any potential Democrat presidential candidate for the foreseeable future. And when all is said and done, that's because of the inextricable link between the working class vote, the so-called the working class vote with the so-called blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The political realignment that we're seeing in towns like Springfield, Ohio, the political realignment we're seeing in Iowa that used to be reliably blue, that is now solidly red. Those realignments are clearly translating and extending in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. You'll definitely want to check out the interview that I did. Just had it with Cliff Maloney. Some of you may know him if you guys are on Twitter. If you've been watching Charlie Kirk's program, Charlie's been talking with Cliff a lot. He's in charge of a lot of the early mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, and he's absolutely crushing it. And he has real-time data, real-time numbers that are coming in for the amount of Republicans that are voting by mail this time around as compared to the Democrats and as both as compared to 2020. It's so exciting. You want to make sure you see that video. I'll tease you with that. I think we're going to have it up. We're going to upload it. I don't know, Josh, Mikey, you guys might know. I think we're going to upload it later on today or sometime over the weekend. But there clearly does appear to be a massive swing over to Trump among working class voters, particularly in those three so-called blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that may in fact be the death knell for the Democrats moving forward. We're not just talking about November. If Democrats, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, one of those three, they're dead. They can't, because of the Electoral College, they can't win the White House. It's so interesting because with Biden, at least they were doing okay. Not great, but they were doing okay. Biden had established his, again, for right or for wrong, it's irrelevant. I'm just being descriptive here, not prescriptive. But Biden had established his bona fides with the working class vote, and they tended to be in his corner. I see it all the time here in Delaware. They tend to be in his corner. Now with California Kamala, right? Because at least Joe was old Scranton Joe, but with California Kamala, she has proved to be an absolute disaster for the working class vote. And if she's a disaster for the working class vote, and if they are determinative for the 3 states she needs to win the White House, then I can assure you, even a star-studded train wreck with Oprah ain't going to save her. Over to you guys. Over to you as Josh and Micah set up your questions. Do you get stressed because of your monthly income? It just doesn't seem to cover the bills, as it were. Well, you need to know you're not alone. Most Americans feel the exact same way you feel. You heard them over in Springfield. Everything is just ridiculously expensive. We're all reaching more and more for our credit cards and cover the basics like childcare and insurance and power and food. I mean, it's tough. There's just no way around it. It's tough. And if you're feeling the stress and anxiety, you need to call my friends over at American Financing. Gang, they are helping hard-working Americans just like you tap into their home's equity to pay off their high-interest debt and even create some additional savings to be ready for whatever life throws your way. My, is it throwing tons of stuff at us right now. Right? When it rains, it pours. With interest rates dropping, a company like American Financing that never charges any upfront or hidden fees is the perfect partner to help you get into a better financial position. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are saving homeowners, get this, over $800 a month on average. Gang, you heard that right, $800 a month. Don't wait. Give them a call, 866-889-1776. That's 866-889-1776, or click on that link below and visit them at americanfinancing.net/Turley. All right, guys, what do you got? What do you got for me as we start off this week? I think I feel a little pixelated here. Is the stream a little pixelated? I feel like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Johnny the Whiz Kid, my biggest concern is still about the illegals being allowed to vote. The SAVE Act bill failed to pass thanks to 15 rhinos. Are they not absolutely pathetic? Josh is saying everything looks good on his end. All right, so maybe just my feed here. But yes, the SAVE Act failed thanks to Republicans. They are no longer fit for purpose. If God forbid Trump loses, we really have to talk about a third party at this point. A Kennedy-Trump realigned MAGA third party and just throw the Republicans to the wolves. And another spending bill. And Johnson's proceeding with another spending bill. Of course, that's what he always does. What else is new? But if they can't, you and I are tracking the exact same way. But if they can't proceed to shut the government down, what does that mean? Do we still have a shot with the election on making it too big to rig? Great question, Johnny. Yeah. So from what I'm seeing in terms of the swing states, we're getting very good. Not I would include Florida in this as well. Florida's not a swing state anymore. It's solid red. But we're getting the numbers in terms of the voter registration numbers, but most importantly, the absentee ballot requests. And bottom line, we're not seeing the illegals showing up. If they're already in there, they're either getting caught and expunged, like we just saw in Arizona, like we just saw in Oklahoma. We've seen it in Tennessee. We've seen it in Texas. They're either getting caught and expunged, or they're not making a difference in the overall numbers, in the overall pattern or trends. So the trends right now are that the request for so this isn't 2020 anymore. People aren't just automatically getting mail-in ballots. Not everybody automatically got it. Generally, you had to request them, but right now in 2020, and particularly in the swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, you have to request an absentee mail-in ballot. And then in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Florida, we not only get the number of absentee ballots that are getting requested, we also have the breakdown by party. And what we're finding right now is two things. There are two trends. The requests for mail-in ballots are down dramatically, which means there's far less shenanigans that can happen, because the shenanigans that happened in 2020, when all is said and done, were due to the mail-in ballots. Okay, Democrats ran around and took all the mail-in ballots that had gotten sent out, not all, but, and then found nursing homes and change of address situations where voter registration had not been removed from the previous state the person. They found all these loopholes, as it were, and they were brilliant. Unlike to try. He did not do this, and I'm still very upset that Trump and the RNC should have been on top of this, but Ronna McDaniel wasn't the brightest bulb on the planet when she was the head of the RNC. But the Democrats exploited the chaos and the ambiguity of mail-in ballots. So with less mail-in ballots, there's less of a chance and less of a margin for cheating. Mail-in ballots are down 90% in Georgia right now. They were, 1.2 million or so in 2020. Now they're barely 100,000, I think. So they're down 90%. They're down dramatically in Florida, down dramatically in North Carolina, down dramatically in Pennsylvania. And at the same time, the margin that the Democrats had over Republicans in 2020 are down dramatically as well in terms of early vote ballot requests. So the Republicans are killing it in voter registration, right? We're out registering Democrats even in California, and we're crushing it in terms of early vote by mail requests. So what does all of that mean? It means is if there are all of these illegal aliens voting, where are they in the system? Where are they? They have to be traced. There is something called ballot canvassing. We can trace back every vote. That's what we're supposed to do, which we were able to do in 2020, and that's how we found all these shenanigans. So granted, you might say, oh, but that was with all the shenanigans going on. That's with 70% of all votes being cast in 2020 being cast as mail-in ballots. We don't have that chaos going on. So now we could just go to raw numbers of who's requesting the ballots. And what we're finding is less people requesting them, and the margin, because Democrats always lead Republicans in requested ballots for vote by mail. But the margin of Democrat requests is far smaller now than it was in 2020. So and even in 2022. So I fail to see any actual evidence of how illegal migrants have made it into the system. If they're going to vote, they have to make it. And you can't just show up and vote. You have to be a registered voter. The question is whether you can show up without ID and so forth. Granted, but I mean, in terms of just the way the system, the data that's coming in the system now, it's more right now. It seems to be more of a phantom fear than an actual fear. If we were seeing Democrats running away with it with voter registration, running away with it with even higher numbers of vote by mail requests, and then a larger margin between Democrats and Republicans in terms of who are making that request, then all bets are off. You're right. They've found a whole influx of new voters, and they're just sticking them in there. Granted, gotcha. And if we're seeing them crushing it on voter registration, beating Republicans 2-1. Okay, they're registering illegals, but they're not. We don't see it. We see the exact opposite. Republicans are crushing it. So again, they're going to try to do something, but the very fact that they've been engaging in the very horrific couple of events that we've seen in the last 60 days or so tells me they don't think they can cheat their way out of this. Vlad the Impaler, has the long-anticipated Middle East war started? The IDF wiped out a decent number of Hezbollah's command and communication systems. It's a good question. We're going to have to see. It is extremely, it's extremely concerning. Things are escalating. They're just, the escalation ladder keeps going up in the Middle East. I'm very worried that Netanyahu wants to drag the United States into this conflict, particularly with Iran. While the IDF, he thinks, could maybe take on Lebanon. John Mearsheimer, there's a number of analysts who don't think the IDF can do it. They think right now, in many respects, that Netanyahu's gotten them into a quagmire. They've gone about as far as they can go with Hamas. They're not eradicating them. If anything, they're making them stronger, particularly in support among Palestinians. If there were 10% of Palestinians that still love the Israelis, they're gone. 100% of Palestinians consider them their mortal enemy, based on what's happened in Gaza. Again, for right or for wrong, I'm just being descriptive, not prescriptive. And now they're trying to push this into a wider war with Hezbollah, to try to, I see it as a proxy to try to lure Iran into the conflict, because Iran's the number one backer of Hezbollah. And then if Iran gets in the conflict, they believe that the United States will use that as a justification for taking out Iran. It's scary. I hope it doesn't happen. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it plays out. But those are, as I understand, that's the geopolitical chessboard that's playing. As we speak, I think Netanyahu is finding himself in a position, in a no-win situation, because the hard right in Israel that are only growing. Israel's basically now it's a constitutional theocracy. The hard right they're only growing because it's the Haredi Jews that are having the children. So demographically, the right is only going to continue to grow and intensify in Israel, and so Netanyahu has enormous pressures to basically, end the Palestinian problem, and but they can't. I don't see how they can. I don't see how the IDF has the capacity to do it. So they need to get the United States in if they're going to be able to keep going up this escalation ladder. But the only way they do that is to escalate with Lebanon, that sucks in Iran, that would eventually suck in the United States. So it seems to me it's just a mess all the way around. And I don't see peace coming from this anytime soon, not with the actors involved. Benton, Dr. Turley, do you know your book launch is the same date as Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year for the Jewish year? I did not know that. 5785. The letter Hey, 5. Yeah. Elif Bet Kimel Dalet Hey. Huh? Not bad. I remember I took 2 semesters of Hebrew in seminary, and even have my own Tanakh, which I've been able to read through good portions of, but I have not in a while. It means grace. Grace. Is it chesed, I believe? Yeah. It also is the breath of God, Ruach HaKodesh. I'm trying to impress you, Benton. The Holy Spirit is thought by some to make a visitation. I think this is significant since your message is to spread the good news. Thank you, Benton. That's beautiful. Thank you for that. I did not know any of all of that, and I am so excited about that. So yes, it just came out. I hope you guys grab the book. I think you'll love it. I wrote it with you in mind, and there you go. I wrote it with all of us in mind. I wrote it because I think I wrote it for 2 reasons. When Trump said fight, 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 a lot of people, they took inspiration from that, but also you had many in the legacy media saying, well, I think that was unnecessarily provocative. I know. I'm not even going to try. I mean, you could think about that for 100 years and it'll never make sense. But one thing nobody was asking was, well, what is he calling all of us to fight for? What are we fighting for? And that's what this book is fundamentally about. It's about what we're fighting for. We're fighting for, just like Samwise Gamgee said, there's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for. So what is that good that we're fighting for? Well, it's something that's actually igniting the entire world. It's not something that's just happening here in the States. It's happening all over the world. So that's the sort of subtext of what I wrote about. A lot of people talk about the MAGA movement and how it's affecting American politics. I wanted to talk about how the MAGA movement is actually affecting world politics. And so that's what Fight is about. It's about what's happening here at home, but how it's resonating all over the world. So I think you guys are going to love it. It's right there with what we do at Turley Talks each and every day. Thanks, Benton, for that. It's beautiful. Franz Paul, with mass deportation getting almost 60% approval from independent voters, is that an indication of how they feel about the SAVE Act? I think so. I think so. Absolutely. Look, I mean, again, Franz, the jig is up. They can only do this for so long. You can only rule against the will of the people for so long. Just ask Marie Antoinette how it turns out. Just ask the Berlin Wall how it turns out. Just ask the Soviet Union how it turns out, or Eastern Germany how it turns out. I mean, I don't know why I picked on Germany, Eastern Europe how it turns out. We are in a vertical divide. That's why I always tell people, stop worrying about Tulsi Gabbard and Robert Kennedy and, Nicole Shanahan. They're leftists. We don't want to work with it's not a left-right divide. That's not populism. Populism is not left-right divide. It is up-down, right? It's vertical. It's the people versus the political class that despises and disdains us and our values, interests, and concerns, and that want to reconstruct the world in such a way where they own everything and we are serfs. Once we take them down, we can have a wonderful time. We can spend the next 20 years talking about our political differences. But forget about the wedge issues. They matter nothing. So you're absolutely right, Franz. This is 60% approval, and freaking 15 Republicans vote against it. The Republican, remember, Washington is owned by the Democrats. It's rented by the Republicans. And those are Republicans that wanted to keep their rent in good standing with the Democrats. Washington is owned by the Democrats. It's rented by Republicans. That's why it's always the Republicans. Always. Every single literal time. Reverse that. Literally every single time, it's always the Republicans that will betray their voters. Democrats never do. Never, because they own the town. Republicans merely rent. Terry, Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida reveals from a source inside DHS that five assassination teams actively are after Trump. And three of them include one each from Iran, Ukraine, and Pakistan. Has Trump really got this, or do we need to begin now to form the great MAGA unauthorized presidential security force? I love that, Terry. I love that. Yeah, the only thing I got a little nervous with that, with Gaetz, is once again we're blaming foreign lesions. We're trying to find the enemy from outside when the enemy is on the inside. The enemy is here. The enemy is our deep state. The enemy is not Ukraine. The enemy is not Iran. The enemy is not why Pakistan would want to take Trump out. I have no clue. I mean, they've got their own deep state that works in accordance with our State Department. That's how they got rid of Imran Khan. Imran Khan was the single most popular president they've ever had. And he was a thoroughgoing populist, and he wanted nothing to do with the Ukrainian war. And so our State Department arranged a coup and jailed him. So I don't see any of that. I don't even see Iran caring. They're recalibrating themselves around the emerging civilizationalist state world of BRICS Plus, having just joined there. They don't want to pick a fight with the United States. They're not interested in that. So I see the nefarious forces from within. So that's the one thing I don't buy. That I just think our leaders are way too prone to think that the enemy is outside. And it goes back to resentment politics. Resentment politics were first practiced. I think we saw them back in the Athenian world, or just the ancient Greek world, where political leaders knew that resentment was a very, very powerful force among the people. And if it was ever aimed at them, they were toast. Right? You would just have a revolution, you'd have a coup, whatever, what you want to call it, an insurrection, and they would get Marie Antoinette id. And so they became masters at redirecting resentment, deflecting it away from themselves and onto a foreign enemy. So for the Romans, it was the Carthaginians, right? For the Athenians, it was the Spartans, and you name it. And but studies in resentment politics found that in the 1960s, politicians found that if they divided the American public, if they deflected resentment onto a demographic inside the American Republic, they could divide the people. They could create wedge issues that divided us, and they could conquer. They would make sure that there was always, 30, 40, 45% of the population that doesn't go along with the others that are livid over what the permanent political class is doing. So I just think we'll still avail ourselves to that classical use of resentment deflection and start blaming the Russians or start blaming some other foreign power. But in the end, we always have to remember the legitimate object of resentment right now is our own permanent political class. And good morning, Dr. Steve. What is your take on the mysterious symptoms experienced by the Arizona rallygoers? Do you think there's something more nefarious agent at work? Is there a bad apple in Trump's organization? It's something to which Dan Bongino alluded. Yeah, I'm going to have to defer to Dan on that. I saw it, and I just have not done any critical study on it. So, yeah, I'm just going to have to defer to Dan on it. It does look very creepy and very, very mysterious and inexplicable from my angle. So hopefully Dan has a little more in-depth understanding of what's happening there. Johnny, what can you tell us about Laura Trump's plan on having thousands of poll watchers and lawyers during the election? Will it have any impact? Well, I mean, so far it looks like they've done a great job with the early vote mail-in ballot requests and mail-in ballot drives. So we're seeing the fruit of that. Again, Republican requests are up everywhere, and such that the margin between Republicans and Democrats has shrunk dramatically. I mean, in Pennsylvania, it's almost been halved. It's really very impressive. Almost been halved, as I understand, from even 2022 when Fetterman got away with having, I think it was a 800,000 vote lead. It was just huge, astronomical in 2022. So they've delivered there, and they've delivered on voter registration drives, which is a very important indicator for how the election is going to go. We have data in Iowa that finds that whenever Republicans have a point or two voter registration advantage, they tend to win Iowa. If it goes the other way around, if Democrats have a 1 or 2 point voter registration advantage, tends to go Democrat. By the way, in Iowa, in Iowa, when Trump won in 2016, 2024, if I recall, it was about a 1 point Republican advantage in Iowa. I don't know if you guys know it, but right now Republicans have a 10-point advantage. They've literally 10x'd their advantage that they had in both times they won Iowa by 7-8 points. So Trump looks like he's on course to win Iowa by 11, 12, 13 points. And if he does, he should take Wisconsin with him, because Wisconsin never votes below, if I recall, 9 points of whatever the margin of victory is for whatever party in Iowa, because they tend to share very similar demographics. So that said, they're proving their worth there in those two things, and then they're saying they're putting in equal, if not more, effort into making sure we're getting hundreds of thousands of poll watchers and lawyers. I don't have any direct knowledge of how they're actually doing on that, other than their word. They said they were putting tremendous efforts in voter registration drives and tremendous efforts in early vote by mail requests. Both have panned out. So hopefully this will pan out comparably. Rock Dog, Dr. Steve, the more she opens her mouth, spewing her pearls of stupidity, the more votes she loses. With that, I saw a video show a few polls that New York was in the margin of error. Do you think Trump can win New York? I saw that as well, Rock Dog. So there is a poll out there. Just came out, I thought, yesterday or the day before. That what it did is it took the latest polls in New York, and then it weighted them for the, I think for the electorate that came out in 2020. And was that how they did it? Or the electorate that's coming out now, I think. I forgot. But they wait. So this is part of the art and science of polling is you have to wait. You get all your responses, but then you have to weight the responses in such a way. All right, how many men are going to come out? How many Republican men? How many Republican women? How many blacks are coming out? How many Republican blacks, Democrat black? How many rural votes are coming out? How many rural votes in Wisconsin versus rural votes in Virginia? So it's very complicated stuff. But anyway, they did the weighting, and they found Trump and Kamala literally neck and neck. They were tied. If anything, I thought one had Trump like 0.2 over Kamala, something like that, or maybe the other way around. It is suggestive of why he held that rally in Long Island the other day, which is huge, at Nassau Coliseum. He's getting a lot of love. He did the rally in Brooklyn. He's getting a lot of love in New York. I don't think he can win in the end, but I love the fact that he's, there's an old saying, always make sure that your reach extends beyond your grasp. Always make sure your reach extends beyond your grasp. Always, a sculptor always has to use more marble than he needs. So if he's going to pull off an epic win, he needs to be reaching out to New York and New Hampshire and Minnesota and New Mexico and maybe even pot-infused Colorado, although I think Colorado's gone. Or that's my wife's favorite state. She loves Colorado. And our Vice President John Bennett is he's right now in Colorado. He lives in Colorado. So anyway, I jest. But yeah, I think so. Maine is definitely on the table right now. So absolutely, I think he has a chance of making New York as close as what stalked Hochul with Lee Zeldin when he came within 5 points of taking New York. Franz, Hillary Clinton recently called for the indictment of those involved with foreign interference in our elections. I know. The hypocrisy knows no ends. Since migrants are foreigners, wouldn't them voting be considered election interference? And what about all those involved in the chain of custody? Does everybody get an indictment? Oh, Franz, you know how the game is played. Yeah. So indictments, weaponized legalism, lawfare. I mean, it's all part of the Democrats' attempt at increasing their control. It's got nothing to do with foreign election interference. They'll be happy to have foreign election interference if it increases their control, right? It's got nothing to do with chain of custody protocols being broken. If they break, then by all and it leads to their increasing their control, by all means, bring it in there. It only matters when it stands up to and frustrates and resists their attempt to increase their control. Well, then election interference is really bad. Well, then burning down buildings is really bad. So, well, then, being found on a porno site, well, now that's really bad, right? So it always has to do with control. if and the state always uses fear and the risk to our safety as their justification to rob us of our freedoms so as to expand their control. So it's always, Putin trying to interfere in our, trying to take over our democracy. Putin has a stooge in the White House doing his bidding, endangering us all, or whatever it is. It's always this rhetoric is Trump's rhetoric is causing all these people in Springfield to be harassed and intimidated. Like your rhetoric about Trump being Hitler incarnate didn't just almost get him killed? Oh, no, because that's true. But that's true, you say. So everything, rhetoric, election interference, everything, the law, everything is used by these people. Everything is exploited by these people for them to gain control. And the only time the law actually applies is against those who try to stand opposed and resist and dissent from that control. Then they'll throw the entire law at you. So it's called anarcho-tyranny. Laws for thee, not for me. Catherine, what states will allow votes to be counted after midnight on Election Day? How can we stop the trucks from delivering votes as they did in 2022? It's a great question, Catherine. I don't know which states are going to be. I'm assuming the old purveyors of that will be as guilty as they were back then, but it will not be. I don't think it will be like 2020. We will see. So what we're worried about with the trucks showing up at 3 a.m. is we're worried about mail-in ballot votes. But in order for you to get a mail-in ballot, you have to request it, and those requests are on record. We've got them on record. Again, we know this from both 2020 and 2022. We know of how many, like in, I think it was in 2022. There were 2020, there were 100,000 Republican requested votes, mail-in ballot votes, ballots, I should say. Mail-in ballots, sorry, 100 requested Republican, 100,000, I'll do this, guys, 100,000, I feel I'm having my Kamala moment. I will be burdened by what is not, 100,000 Republican requested mail-in ballots that never got returned. Biden won by 80,000. They never got returned. This is part of the ballot harvesting operation that we have to make sure we've got. Every one of those Republican ballots need to get returned. My point is that we can trace back the ballots. The ballots, certainly this year, have to be requested. And right now, as we speak, there is no data in the system that shows that ballots of that number are being requested. Remember, 70% of all ballots cast in 2020, as it were, on that night, on that day, 70% of ballots cast were cast by mail. So that's a lot of trucks that can show up. But now the mail-in ballot numbers are down dramatically. The Democrat margin, because they always have a lead, they always tended to lead in vote by Republicans. It's our civic duty. We tend to come out on Election Day. I still do to this day. The margin of the Democrat lead is smaller than it's been. It's significantly smaller than it was from 2020 and 2022. And the amount of Republican requests have risen. If that's the case, where are all these ballots that are going to suddenly show up in the middle of the night? Where are they? They're not there. So they're not in the system. So that's, again, there is the fear of it happening, but then there is the rational surmising of whether it can happen. Are the structures in place, are comparable structures in place in 2024 that were placed in 2020 so that a comparable outcome can happen? We're not seeing it. In 2020, 70% of the voting population was, including in Georgia, we're voting by mail. So there's a lot of trucks that can show up. Whereas now it's only 10% of Georgia, for example, or significantly smaller. Now, I just have Georgia's number in my head because it was such a shocking shrink. In North Carolina, if I recall, it's 80% now. There's no numbers, or there's no trucks. They just don't have, it's not in the data. Richard, Dr. Steve, why should I vote early if there have been so many attempts on Trump's life? Good question. Yeah, very good question. I mean, that would be very interesting, right? Do the votes automatic? I don't know how they would do it. God forbid. I don't even want to think about it. But yeah, it's insane. Lex, a recent article on Blaze revealed that the deep state is planning to use illegal aliens to swing the election away from Trump. How likely is it that they try it, and can they get away with it? Lex, I just think it's the same. It's the same. So we're all concerned, and we should be concerned. And there's data to justify those concerns. We are seeing Arizona just talking about 100,000 people, I'm assuming there's illegal immigrants, but 100,000 ineligible voters on their rolls. Texas had just expunged since 2021, over 1 million people on their rolls. But again, that was for a whole host of things. And I think it was a very small number that were actually illegal immigrants. We're seeing the same thing in Oklahoma. There is no question a concern, but is it the great danger that we're facing? I don't think so. I'm not seeing it in the system. You would have to see it in the system. Again, Lex, if in the voter registration drives, if we saw the Democrats crushing us 2-1 or 3-1, where they were out registering us, and again, this is data that you can get. If they were out registering us 3-1, 2-1, or just significantly more, we could all say, you see, they don't have any more of their own voters anymore. They're recruiting illegals. Gotcha there. But it's the opposite. That's not what we're seeing. Republicans are out registering Democrats sometimes 2-1. We're seeing that even in California. We've been seeing it. Thank God for people like Scott Pressler, who we just interviewed today, by the way. We'll have a wonderful video on Scott on the ground in Harrisburg. We have been crushing it in Pennsylvania registration. In Pennsylvania, Democrats used to outnumber Republicans by over 1 million. Now it's barely 300,000. We have crushed that margin by 70%. So that's an indicator. If they are registering illegals, where is it? Where is it in the voter registration numbers? So you've got that's an objective indicator. Don't give me, oh, well, maybe. Don't give me the, oh, well, maybe. Where is the actual objective data? Where is it? I hear you say, well, we caught them. Well, where is it? Where is it in the numbers? So that's number one. And then number two, we have the early vote by mail request numbers, the early vote by mail data. And what do you know? It's showing the same thing that we're seeing with the voter registrations. The number of vote by mail requests is down dramatically, which you would expect it to be up dramatically if illegals are being recruited. And then the amount of Democrats is down across the board while the amount of Republicans requesting is up. So where is it in the data? Where is it in the system? That's what I want to see. Until then, I'm sorry. I just think this is a little bit Chicken Little. I may be proven totally wrong on Election Day, and I may get sideswiped and just totally broadsided by it. I don't know. We'll see. But show me where I'm going wrong on this, because I just don't see it. Rock Dog, Dr. Steve, after the disaster with the human trafficking okra windbag. Oh, Rock Dog, you're the best. Dang. Do you think the puppet masters hide Harris until election day? Yeah. Well, the very fact that she's being forced out to do all these interviews, and again, these fabricated puff interviews to boot because she's a coward, the very fact that's happening shows that they have internal polling that shows she's losing. And so she's doing everything she can to try to gain voters either back into her camp or for the first time in her camp. It's not working, clearly. Yeah. No, I think she's being forced to go out there. I don't know what they're going to do. They'll still try to do some puff interviews because everything about the establishment right now is fake. Everything about it. And so they're just going to double down on the fakery. And that's it, gang. All right. Have a wonderful weekend. I love each and every one of you, and I will see you on Monday. Make sure you check out all the interviews we have over the weekend. Got a lot of great stuff. What's going on the ground in my old backyard here in Pennsylvania. Gonna love it. God bless.
Hello. This video is brought to you by a subscriber who requested this as a grand tier patron. Welcome back to the Space Gulag, otherwise known as PPSW, your favorite hangout place, and today we're back with the largest story I've ever done. Today we'll be telling the story of Anakin Skywalker, and no, I'm not talking about the Chosen One meant to bring balance to the Force, nor the Sith Lord known as Darth Vader. I'm talking about the slave boy born from Tatooine who wanted to see every star across the galaxy, escape the Dust Bowl that was his homeworld, and free every slave from their shackles. This Anakin Skywalker isn't discovered by the evil-driven Sith, or the self-righteous motivated Jedi. This is the life and journey of Anakin Skywalker, the human boy from Tatooine, born of the Force, who lived life not as a Jedi or Sith, but as an individual. Before we begin the story, let's smash that like button and shoot for 2,000 likes in the first 24 hours, and I will release... This is a video you definitely don't want to miss. We are also getting for 50,000 subscribers, so join the Space Gulag if you've been part of our incredible journey together. If you have ideas for videos, leave them down below. I do read all your comments, but I don't do crossovers. And one last thing, if you want to support the channel, check out the Patreon, Twitch, and community Discord. Special shout out to George Story, Benjamin Wells for being Grand Tier supporters, and Jade Hoffman, Icy Raptor, Derek Williams, and Warpigman 308 as Massive Tier supporters on our Patreon. Thank you all for supporting the channel. That is helping me fund videos like this, so it's greatly appreciated. And if you want to learn how to win a free lightsaber, watch to the end of the video and I will tell you how. Our story begins 9 years after the birth of Anakin Skywalker, 32 BBY. The galaxy itself is closer than ever to crumbling under the ineffective rule of Supreme Chancellor Valorum. The Galactic Republic stands upon pillars of salt as the Sith scheme their grand return. The Jedi, on the other hand, have lost their way, and the Jedi have driven themselves into a dogmatic way of life as an understanding of their code, though none of this really mattered. The life of a 9-year-old beset to slavery wasn't exactly a fun task. Rather, it was mostly tantalizing, doing the boring and brutal work that his slave owner wanted him to do. Sometimes Watto was nice, but he was quite the brute for young Anakin to grow up alongside. Not like Tatooine was much better anyhow. He never really understood why people came to the planet. It was dreadful. Sandstorms blew rough-coated sand into every pore of your body. The Tuscans out in the desert were an intolerant people. The pirates and greed were everywhere. And that all alongside the slavery and the criminal empires made Tatooine the worst place in the galaxy to grow up, especially one with Anakin's talents. That's how his friends described it. Anakin was extremely talented. He could repair any pod racer and he could build anything. Anakin was most excited about a project he'd been working on some spare parts that he gathered from Watto's shop. The name of this project was C-3PO Human-Cyborg Relations. He was being built to assist his mother, who also was a slave. Times were tough for Anakin, but his mother was always there for him. She supported him, and even against her better judgment, supported his creation of his very own pod racer. This pod racer was the biggest and most important material in Anakin's life. This was not going to just set him and his mother free, but it would also set all the slaves of the galaxy free someday. Pod racers were seen as idols on backwater worlds such as Tatooine. Anakin didn't have an idol. He
least 33 separate bomb threats, each one of which has been responded to, and each one of whom has been found as a hoax. So 33 threats, 33 hoax. I want to make that very, very clear. None of these had any validity at all. We know that people are very, very concerned, and we have taken some actions, and in a moment I'll let Andy Wilson go into more detail. But we've moved resources into Springfield. So I want to say to the parents in Springfield, these hoaxes, these threats have all been hoaxes. None of them have panned out. We have people, unfortunately, overseas who are taking these actions. Some of them are coming from one particular country. We think that this is, one more opportunity to mess with the United States, and they're continuing to do that. So we cannot let the bad guys win. Our schools must remain open.
That's right. We cannot allow the bad guys to win. We cannot allow the Democrats to win. It is now official. The horrible series of bomb threats that the...
All right, guys, I just got back. I had to go out and buy groceries. So I'm back. Sorry about that. Just going to kill some noobs real quick. And then we'll get started. The problem is that, like, I went and looked at Arizona state law, and it's like, it's so many pages, man. Like where would you even start with Arizona state law? You know what I mean? Let's just try again. Maybe I was just being lazy, but I mean, it looked really bad, guys. Like, it looked fucking terrible. But, like, I can't even find the definition of a fucking ballot.
Mutation complete. minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require We require We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require... We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis We require more minerals. 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 Not enough energy. copy. minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete.
citizens of Springfield, Ohio have had to endure because of the former president's irresponsible, racist, xenophobic, unsubstantiated claims that they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that are living there. Those angry, vile, racist bomb threats inspired by that equally angry, vile, racist rhetoric are all one big, giant, fat hoax. All 33 bomb threats are as fraudulent as Kamala's polls. In fact, as you heard from Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, the threats weren't even coming from inside the country. All of the threats came from overseas. Once again, the legacy media has egg all over their faces. The very media that told us that Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 election from Hillary, the rightful winner of that election. The same media that told us that Jussie Smollett was the victim of a race crime. The same media that told us that Brett Kavanaugh was a rapist, that the COVID lab leak theory was nothing but a conspiracy theory, that border agents on horseback ran around whipping migrants at the southern border, that the Covenant Catholic school kids mocked and ridiculed and maligned a poor, peaceful Native American simply minding his own business, banging on his drum, that Trump built cages for migrant kids and recommended that people drink bleach to cure COVID, that he called white supremacists very fine people, that Kyle Rittenhouse was himself a white supremacist, and of course, the granddaddy of them all, that the Hunter Biden laptop was nothing more than Russian disinformation. Yes, that same legacy media can now put yet another trophy in their growing hall of shame. They're reporting that President Trump inspired domestic terrorism is itself one big sham. Greetings, everyone. I'm already getting on fire here, dang. It is live stream Monday night. As always, I am your host, Dr. Steve. You're a Patriot Professor here to help you stay sane in these insane times. So make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button as we do every Monday night. We've got our exclusive backstage private Q&A tonight. If you'd like to join our private virtual platform and ask me your questions, any question you like, it is a censor-free platform. Just click on that link below or go to fight.turleytalks.com. As you see there, fight.turleytalks.com. Join any level of support that you like, whatever works for you, and you will be given your own backstage pass to ask me anything you like, as well as fellowship online with some of the coolest patriots on the planet. So just click on that link below, become a supporter at any level, and we will transition to our private virtual platform in mere moments from now, where we will have the most wonderful Patriot fellowship together. You absolutely love it. So just click on that link below to sign up. Also, I want to bring in our producer, Micah, here for a moment. Micah's got a couple of awesome announcements he wants to make. Micah, you want to go?
Yeah,
for it?
gang.
By the way, are you wearing, is that a, oh, that's right, they're playing tonight. The
They are.
Eagles
I have to wear the
playing
colors.
tonight.
That's right.
That's right. So Mike and I are both in the Philly region, the greater Philly area. Well, you were, but you still are in heart. So anyway, there you go, Micah. What do you got for us tonight?
Yeah, go Birds to all, 2,000 of the people. Go Birds. Yes, we wanted to update you guys. I just want to drop in here and give you a quick update. Last Monday, we did a little announcement that Dr. Steve is releasing a new book, and we are so happy to be able to share that with you guys and give you some more updates on the progress of that book. So without further ado, I'd like to proudly announce that pre-orders for Dr. Turley's new book, Fight, will be available tomorrow. So go to Amazon or anywhere you buy books. You will be able to pre-order Dr. Turley's new book. We also have a special announcement as well, that we have a book launch event on October 2nd. You can sign up by scanning that QR code or clicking that link in the description below. You will be able to join our live event that we will be having. You'll be able to reserve your seat. Dr. Turley is scanning that QR code as we speak.
I think this thing is too cool.
So this is an RSVP website, and it's live for our October 2nd live event. We are also wanted to let you know that you will all receive a special invitation if you sign up to join a behind-the-scenes call with Dr. Steve, where he will share his thoughts on writing the book. You will also get a bonus when you sign up for this event. You will get to get the intro completely free PDF when you sign up for an RSVP for this live event. So make sure you just scan that QR code and join us on October 2nd, where we launch officially Dr. Steve's new book. So we cannot wait to do that with you all. It's going to be a great time where Dr. Steve gets to talk about his book and the importance of it, as you know, we just saw with Donald Trump's another assassination attempt, and you know, we might have something about that in the book, or maybe the cover.
Oh yeah, you're not showing.
tease.
Well, they have to go. They can see the cover if they
exactly
in that QR code. That's
Yep,
right.
so
You'll love it. That's a beautiful cover. It's
Yep.
awesome cover.
I'll give you guys 5 more seconds. Make sure you just take a quick picture, or just go to the description and click on that link. So here you go.
Love it. Absolutely.
And you can pause the video. There you go. You just scan
Awesome.
that QR code, and we'll see you on October 2nd, guys. And you'll get all those free bonuses as well if you do that. So you can come to, you can buy the book, or you can read it with us, or we'll unveil it for you. All right.
That's right.
All right.
Awesome.
All right,
Mike.
Dr. Steve.
Great.
Back at it.
All right, gang. Yeah, I'd love to see you guys on October 2nd. It'd be awesome. All right. So as I was saying, the Democrats and legacy media are once again wiping egg off their collective faces tonight. Their latest hoax, the notion that Trump is a domestic terrorist, just ironically blew up in their faces. If you don't know what I'm talking about here, let's let one of the most articulate, profound spokespersons for the modern day Democrat Party explain it all for us. Micah, would you roll it?
Fields is going through hell, but they're going through hell because the guy that says that he wants to be the commander-in-chief is actually bringing that hell to their footsteps. He decided to amplify a lie on a national debate stage, and that is harming American citizens. That is a problem. When I talk about MAGA, I talk about the fact that when we swore in finally in January, that we swore to defend against those that are coming against us, whether they are domestic or international. And right now, I feel like MAGA in general, they are threats to us domestically. And we see it time and time again. Listen, the problem isn't the people coming in. The problem is this guy and his people here that are doing the bomb threats throughout our country. Domestic terrorism is a real thing, and he is the guy that stokes it.
You heard it yourself, gang. I played that earlier today in one of our previous videos. Trump, in drawing attention to the claim apparently made by residents of Springfield, Ohio, that Haitian migrants are eating pets. In bringing attention to that, Trump is officially stoking domestic terrorism. You heard it yourself. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people who live there is now code, according to this Democrat. That is now code for bomb the schools, bomb the hospitals, bomb the town hall. How dare they eat the dogs and eat the cats and eat the pets of the people who live there? We'll show them. We'll bomb the entire town. That's how we'll get even with them. Yes, that was Democrat Representative Jasmine Crockett. You know, I got to tell you, just as an aside, I would love to meet, I don't know if I'd want to meet them personally, but I'd love to just see the people that put a borderline illiterate like that into office. Our politicians are reflections of the people who put them there. Anyway, unfortunately for Miss Crockett, the bomb threats that she was referring to there is that we needed to defend ourselves from in terms of this domestic threat. Those bomb threats have now all been exposed as complete and total hoaxes, like the Democratic Party itself, like the legacy media, like MSNBC, like ABC. And to make it even more embarrassing for her, they're hoaxes from overseas. Yep. They're not even domestic. I mean, remember what she said, right? It's not the people who are on the outside that are a problem. It's not the people who are overseas that are a problem. It's the people who are inside, the people who are already in this country, right? Threats, both foreign and domestic. Domestic terrorism is a major problem in our nation, and President Trump stokes that very domestic terrorism. You heard her yourself. I'm not really adding anything substantively to what she just said. How deliciously ironic that these latest reports found that it is precisely those who are on the outside that are the problem. I mean, seriously. Seriously, every single word that you heard spewed from that flapping mouth was an out and out lie. Every word. Now, will the legacy media hold her accountable? Will the legacy media start fact-checking her? Will Jen Circleback Psaki demand her back on her show and reprimand her for spreading disinformation? Of course not, because Jen Psaki's show is disinformation. MSNBC is the embodiment of disinformation. We talked about this earlier today. The fact is that the legacy media gang, when all is said and done, the legacy media is absolutely panicking. They are so they are scared to death. And they're scared to death over the fact that Kamala got no real substantive bump from that debate, even though that was precisely what the debate was choreographed to do. The entire point of the debate, the conditions, everything, were blatantly fabricated to give her a bump going into September and October, and she blew it. And they're pissed at her. They can't believe she blew what ABC News had fabricated for her. And to make it even worse, the only thing anybody remembers from that debate is what? It's the supposed eating of pets by Haitian immigrants, which only further draws more attention to the single most important issue, or one of the single most important issues for voters in this election. And that, of course, is security, or the lack thereof, at the southern border and immigration as a whole. Even Rich Lowry of National Review, God bless this guy, even Rich is on board with this, gang, in terms of just the genius of Trump in this dog and cat and pet motif. This is amazing. Rich Lowry's from National Review, okay? And National Review, these guys are the elitist, cosmopolitan conservatives who generally just hate Trump. Back in 2016, they dedicated an entire issue of their magazine to the case against Trump. They're usually the first, obviously, to criticize Trump. But even Rich Lowry is seeing the brilliance of this eating the dogs and cats motif. Here he is he's talking in particular about J.D. Vance's confrontations with the lying legacy media, and he's talking about that with Megyn Kelly. Check this out.
He said something to the effect of, look, if we have to create stories in order to bring attention to what's happening, the media, he admits they made it up, right? As opposed to, and if you listen to the full clip, he says, by drawing attention to what's happening on the ground, it's just,
right.
As the
like
line goes online, you don't hate the media enough. Go ahead.
You remember Alternative Facts with Kellyanne? They did the same thing. She wasn't saying you make up fictions and pretend they're facts. You bring other facts to bear in the debate that are being ignored. And that's what he was saying. And I think it was in that interview where Dana Bash says, the police have gone through 11 months of recordings of calls, and they've only found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking geese from ponds. Only 2 calls. And I think one lesson of this whole story, people don't care about geese. People really hate geese. They all things considered, I think people would prefer Haitian migrants to come and take the geese off the golf course, right? So it's pets, it's the cats and dogs has become the standard. Geese clearly don't matter.
I mean, I read online they're protected in Ohio. So
now, again, he gets it. Rich Lowry gets it. And God bless him for it. The dogs and cats motif has expertly revealed for all to see the massive gap that exists between the aloof elite of the cosmopolitan class on the one side and rural America on the other. The elites are more offended and more outraged over the violation of politically correct norms, over Trump's supposedly engaging in racist and xenophobic language, than they are over the social, cultural, and economic crisis that the residents of Springfield are facing because of the relocation of 20,000 Haitians that they did not invite into their small community. Kamala Harris forced them on the residents of Springfield. And now they're experiencing social, cultural, and economic upheaval that is totally and completely dismissed by the aloof cosmopolitan class who are too busy denouncing the transgressions of their woke, politically correct norms. That is what makes the eating of the pets motif so incredibly powerful. Let them eat cats, as one meme so ably put it. It starkly and viscerally reveals the radical gulf between the people and the elite permanent political class. It's absolutely fascinating. Make no mistake here. The legacy media is so incredibly frustrated over all this. You can tell. You can absolutely tell. They're slowly recognizing they simply cannot catch a break here. Every time they think they've got Trump on something, he's able to turn it around and turn it to his advantage. I mean, literally everyone is now talking about the migrant insanity that has overrun a small rural town in Ohio. And the ultimate irony in all of this is that the media's attempt to try to divert that attention away from the issue of immigration to instead Trump's supposed stoking of domestic terrorism has itself turned out to be the real verifiable hoax. How's that for irony? The legacy media has been lecturing us for nearly a week that what Trump said about Haitian migrants was a hoax, when it turns out that it was the legacy media, in claiming that all these bomb threats were right-wing domestic terrorists inspired by Trump. It was the legacy media perpetuating a hoax, a verifiable hoax, all the while demonstrating their total indifference and dismissiveness and, frankly, disdain for the plight of the residents of Springfield. And by the way, I mean, I think that it's all interconnected. I think that's why they're doing everything they possibly can right now to blame Trump for his own assassination attempt. I mean, this just brings absurdity to levels hitherto not even imagined. I mean, you can literally not make this stuff up. If this were fiction, you'd be laughed out of the room, say, no, nobody will believe it. The legacy media over the last 24 hours, what is it now, 36 hours, has been doing everything they possibly can to blame the assassination attempt, the second assassination attempt on Trump's life on Trump. And of course, it's because, gang, it's because they know the real polling that's out there. They know it. Just look at the polls they were pushing in September of 2016. Just look, you can look at on Real Clear Politics polling average. You can see them all. Hillary +7, Hillary +10, Hillary +15. Look at what they were pushing in 2020. Look at what they were doing when Biden eventually won by 40,000 votes. Second closest election in American history. They know the internal polling that's out there. They know it. They know Kamala's campaign is a train wreck. They know it. She can't even capitalize on a rigged debate. They see that Trump is poised to stomp her more than he stomped Hillary Clinton. And this latest assassination attempt risks seeing the polls move beyond anything they can possibly recover from. That's why they're doing everything they possibly can to blame Trump for his own assassination attempt. I know. I mean, you could you could try to make sense. You could think about that claim nonstop for 100 years, and its reasoning will still remain totally elusive, especially after it's been a mantra among Democrats, particularly what we've been hearing coming out of Springfield. Well, they don't step foot in Springfield, but regarding Springfield, it's been a mantra among Democrats and legacy media platforms to instill in us the undeniable truth that violent rhetoric always breeds violent acts, right? We learned that from the legacy media. Violent rhetoric breeds violent acts. The rhetoric of Trump on J6 fostered the single greatest attack on our democracy since the Civil Wars. Kamala lied to the American people last week. Trump's rhetoric about they're eating dogs, they're eating cats, they're eating the pets that live there inspires violence against those accused pet eaters in the form of threats of blowing up the entire town. And yet when a Texas representative blatantly refers to Trump as an enabler of domestic terrorism, as something that as a threat that constitutionally they are obligated to fight, just as if they were being invaded by a foreign enemy. When the Democrats and their fellow legacy media ilk refer to him as Hitler incarnate, as the primary purveyor of fascism, as a threat to everything our nation stands for, as the end of our nation as we know it, were he to win, well, suddenly such rhetoric appears to be completely and totally and magically immune from that otherwise inviolable law of the universe. Violent rhetoric breeds violent acts, except when enunciated by anointed left. What gives? Well, what gives is their palpable sense of panic that this is all slipping through their fingers. They gave Kamala a very, very big present last Tuesday night with a lovely bow wrapped around it, and she squandered it. She blew it. The only thing people remember coming out of that debate is how much the media class hates the residents of Springfield. And now with Trump thwarting yet the latest assassination attempt, they're realizing this race may already be over. Over to you, Micah. I know we have, you wanted to announce our cool book launch coming up. And then,
Yes,
of course, everybody, make sure you sign up on fight.turleytalks.com, any level, and come on over and join us for our live Q&A.
Yeah, we have this nice little new banner we have for our Courageous Conservative Club, fight.turleytalks.com/join. And that will give you basically unlimited access to Dr. Steve. You can, call him on the phone whenever you want. He'll pick up. He won't, there's no delay, nothing. He's always just waiting for you to talk to him. It's great. But yeah, no, you'll get a ton of bonuses with that. Some great workshops that we've done with several key figures who talk about election security, how to get involved with your local government. Guys, the Courageous Conservative Club is great. Very affordable and very much worth it. We got a lot of benefits for you packed into that. But also on a more pressing matter, we do have the book launch coming up, and that is going to be awesome. I cannot wait for October 2nd. Mark your calendars, October 2nd, and we have a QR code, which I will pull up here. It's lost in there we go. And just scan that QR code or click that link in the description, and you will be able to sign up RSVP for our October 2nd book launch. Here, Dr. Turley will unveil live his book, and if you RSVP for this event right now, you will be able to get access to the introduction of the book, and you can read that and see what the book has in store for you, all the things Dr. Turley wants to cover. And Dr. Turley, remind me, what's the interview. The interview. Dr. Steve does a nice interview about the motivations he had for writing the book and all the events that led him there as he saw this 2024 election unfold. So we can't wait to join you guys and have you guys join us on October 2nd, where we unveil this new book, Fight, with Dr. Turley.
That's right.
All right.
and if you QR that code, or if you scan that QR code right now, you can actually see the cover. The cover is so cool. I love it.
That's right.
It's my favorite cover so far.
So you lose nothing. Just scan that code. It's totally free. Sign up to RSVP, and then you'll save your seat, and you'll be able to join us on October 2nd. All right. Well, let's do a couple questions now.
Sure. Yeah.
Giving you guys a little taste of what a Q&A, what you guys can get with the Courageous Conservative Club if you sign up by clicking that other link in the description, the fight.turleytalks.com/join. All right, we got a question from one of our insiders, our Courageous Conservative Franz Paul.
Yeah,
as the network society grows with participation, would it be fair to say that using alternative media platforms for fact-checking will become more commonplace and therefore pose an existential threat to legacy outlets like ABC?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Franz. I mean, we saw that in real time on J13, and I think it was Tucker who was talking about this, where he thought, and Tucker worked for the legacy media for what, 20, 30 years, but he thought that Trump's the first attempted assassination on J13 was the last day of the legacy media. The legacy media officially died on that day because remember, you had the headlines in CNN, Secret Service rush to Trump after he fell at a rally, or another headline was Secret Service rushed Trump off stage after loud popping noises. And it was like they were these frozen Jurassic headlines that couldn't even remotely compete with X, and the second by second updates we were getting on X. I remember it like yesterday. I remember just I actually write about it a little bit in the book Fight, scrolling nervously and frantically through the tweets to find out what was happening. And what was so interesting is, I forget when was he shot? Was it 6/11, 6/12? I think in the evening, something like that, because it was a scripture verse, if I recall, that put on the full armor of God. But I mean, we were getting updates at 6:15, 6:16, 6:17, 6:18. The media can't compete with that. A legacy media cannot compete with that, with this bombardment of sources from all over, first-person sources from all over, from all over the internet space. They just can't compete with that. And so I think the fact-checking there, which was obvious, CNN's, and I think it was I forget who, I shouldn't implicate anyone, but the original headlines were all frauds. They were not true. And that fact-checking was immediately revealed and in real time to users all over the world. So I think that we talk about it a lot. What the Network Society does is it takes digital information that is immediately accessed by the user and bypasses that digital information around the gatekeeping function of the legacy media in a way comparable to how texting and email and instant messaging bypasses the post office. You still got the post office, you still use it, there's still a function for it. Probably there's more of a function of the post office than the legacy media at this point. But now media has become totally decentralized, and so has fact-checking. So is fact-checking. Now that presents its own problems. We need to know, okay, well, what are the facts in that? And that's where I think the community notes in Twitter are very good, because again, it's fellow accounts, fellow community members who are fact-checking their fellow community members. So, and then when you get enough verification and corroboration is the key, then it seems like we found something that's happening there. But we don't need these aloof, arrogant, elitist comments like, well, we contacted the supervisor in Springfield, or and they told us that there's no evidence whatsoever. Who cares what they say? Who cares? How do we even know you contacted them? How do I know that wasn't an email that somebody sent? How do you verify that? So we just don't trust these people anymore. And the more hyper-connected we become with instantaneously accessed digital information, the less plausible their so-called fact-checking is going to be.
All right. Anne has a question. What strategy should President Trump adopt to keep himself safe from harm? I don't think the Secret Service is up to the task.
Yeah, as I understand it, world leaders like Vladimir Putin hire their own security. It's his own private security. It's not even something the state runs. It's something that he is executive over, and he has full control over. I think Trump needs that. I mean, obviously he can afford it. So I think he needs his own private security. He cannot rely on Secret Service. Now, of course, there's going to be crossover there, but he needs top-notch private, state-of-the-art security, drones, you name it. I mean, Dan Bongino's talked about just how broken the Secret Service is right now. It's the agents are great. It's just the bureaucracy. It's the institution. All our institutions are rotting right now. All our institutions are experiencing a horrific neo-feudalist rot, and we're seeing that in real time. We're seeing that on our airplanes. We're seeing that in you name it. We're seeing it everywhere, and we're seeing it at the southern border. We're seeing it with security detail. So I think that he needs something private. I think he needs state of the art, and because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop, especially with the media blaming him. I mean, my gosh, if you think it through, now they're giving would-be assassins, carte blanche to go and take him out because he deserves it. That's in effect what they're saying. They're sick. They're disgusting. But it's because they recognize he can win. They recognize that, and they're scared to death. They knew he would win with Biden. I think that's why they were very complacent, and they were pretending to be our friends. The CNN debate and so forth, they pretended to be our Jake Tapper and all. But the moment they sensed, oh, maybe we can win with Kamala, you see what Javier Milei says this: you can't give Marxists and socialists an inch. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile immediately. You can never give them an inch. Well, the moment they thought, oh, maybe we can actually pull this off, that's when we saw their real inclination, which is vile. vile stuff. They hate us, and they'll do anything they can to crush and destroy our movement. And now they're finding they got caught in that, and it looks like Trump is going to win, and they're starting to really just melt. And they're just weeping and gnashing teeth at this point. It's really ugly stuff.
It's amazing we live in a world, in a news cycle where twice in 8 weeks the sitting or the former president can be a Republican candidate for president can be targeted twice, and half of the country will forget about it by tomorrow.
Right. And the same half avails themselves of a media that said, well, and he deserved it anyway. That's what you get when you start talking about eating dogs and cats.
Yep. All right. Franz has a very interesting question. Good evening, Dr. Steve. Do you see an internal-external connection with the escalation in Ukraine and the assassination attempt at Mar-a-Lago? Do you think that this, Dr. Steve, would be a good one to transition over?
Yeah, this would probably be a good one to transition. Absolutely.
YouTube
whenever we're talking about Russia and Ukraine, yes, this is fodder for censorship. So yes, let's go to our censorship-free virtual platform.
And gang, if you want to see Dr. Steve answer these types of questions, or if you want to ask these pressing types of questions, again, you can join the Courageous Conservative Club by clicking the link in the description. This will give you access to any Q&A that we have on Monday nights and Friday mornings. And so we want to give that to you guys as a gift, as just more access to Steve. But that's not all you get with the Courageous Conservative Club. You get a bunch of bonus workshops, and you get continual content from Dr. Steve, exclusive content, and just a more fellowship-driven aspect to this channel than just hitting the like and subscribe, which we encourage you to do. Please hit the like, please subscribe. But this Courageous Conservative Club is really where we connect with you and are able to go on this journey together as Dr. Steve kind of leads part of this movement, this growing movement of conservatives, and taking us from being cowardly conservatives, just watching Fox News and shaking our fist at the TV, to really showing the positive side, the Stockdale principle of the reality of what is, but the optimism of what can be. as Kamala Harris would like to say, I feel like she would like to say it that well. But become unburdened by what has been is what I'm trying to say.
Become unburdened by what has been.
Yep. All right, so just click that link below, join the Courageous Conservative Club. We will see you over there in 30 seconds.
Do you think men can give birth?
I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they
Assigned
can give birth.
male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells. It's not about... No, I'm speaking. 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 No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal. All right.
Can I maybe go?
Okay, hello, what's your name?
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can
you.
we get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. Do we agree that's what abortion is?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death. So murder would be the with intent taking another life. Do we agree with that?
Okay.
Okay, and then we agree that murder in general in society should be illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
So I think one really important thing that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic, I think there's a big difference between, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being. And while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right? I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians to judge.
Should we prevent murder in society?
For sure, yeah.
Then it should be illegal.
But I think that it's really different, right? Because, you know, these people aren't.
Sorry, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Okay, what's your name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just ask, at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do you think
at about
a fetus
20
is viable?
weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
Well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego, not far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable
For
as
sure.
a form
so
of
let,
life.
let's go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat, its own DNA, fingerprint, brain waves, that is less moral worth than an 88-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street? That person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that the 6-week baby is of less moral worth?
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f? I'm sorry, is this
It means little human being.
Ooh, his smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy.
No, your smile specifically.
Got it.
But let's go back to
so-
we're losing track here.
No, but what species is the fetus?
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified as a parasite
no.
until it is
wow.
viable.
So,
now, I want to talk
hold
to you
on.
about something very quickly.
I can't let you get past that. Are you
I'm
saying
sorry.
saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite
parasite-
is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive outside of a woman's womb.
Got it. So let's
Therefore,
extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's and dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So
They're not going to be able to survive.
4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can
it
eat
hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not what qualifies something as being a
okay, so
living
let's-
organism.
then
Being
let's
a
get
living
back to
organism
terms.
simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life,
Got it. So what is something
while
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive
Yes.
without the baby in her,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not
Yeah,
her
I
DNA,
know.
so it's not her choice. So it's
It actually is directly her DNA.
it's
It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
half her DNA. He's gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
Do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first of
Okay,
all,
got
I
it.
would like to refine our terms. I
Got
have
it.
2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very poor way to define murder because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So self-defense is
Right.
very warranted.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, you know, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, if you take Plan B, again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when you have an IUD.
Okay, yeah,
Do you?
so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some cases, correct.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not. They're not murderers. We do not know for a case. That's like saying that.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder, of course.
Okay, so do you think all murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all murderers should go to jail? I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail, because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then being dead on the operating table.
Okay.
That is who should go to jail.
Oh.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
We'll have to talk
I know.
about it.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy on if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even so, I mean, I don't want to say murder is justified. Guys, wait. Let me just get this one point, and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second. Say the mother gets pregnant, and she knows that if she gives birth, she's going to die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that
Cesarean
case?
section.
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section. They do an insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. Just give me one second.
They go right below the belly button, and they deliver the baby. And after she doesn't have to give birth, it's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an abortion procedure. Sorry, Lily. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
What's your name?
Deedon.
Nice to meet you.
I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance. There's women who are being forced to travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that. And I think, a lot of people who are pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth, because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like abortion, while yeah, it is, I can definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to get into the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life, that it should be illegal, since we don't allow murder in our society?
Well, that's where I have an issue, because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is always.
How many abortions do you think we have every day in America? Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So
4,000.
it is kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6. Sorry. Hello.
Hi. I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right? That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually, it's also a protection of those that can't protect themselves. But yes, and that's why after the reversal of Roe versus Wade, we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well, that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
it's not true, because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
That's a nice talking point. In Texas, the numbers show differently. The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of whatever data you're showing.
That's not true, but let's just say, so. So, well, if you
40?
if you want to, well, first of all, if you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a chemical abortion and surgical abortion are different things. And I'm not debating. I'm not debating you. I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this. So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering of anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred in the womb. And so that's not a women's rights issue, that's not a men's rights issue, that's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education. Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
So what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education in the last 30 years.
Our sex education is so bad in America.
Well, by bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and we've seen all the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that. Let me ask just one more thing. You say that if we make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because?
No, I'm
people
saying
still
if you
do it?
actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all of these
Does
other
that logic
things.
apply to stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually, it does, because those are results of different
Okay,
societal
so-
issues
so-
that you should be
Got it.
educating
So we
yourself
should
on, rather than making it
so we
illegal
should
on
make-
the front.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal because they're symptoms of something else?
We should be helping society heal from
No,
those
you got to
things.
answer the question. We want less of those things. Should we just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
You know, actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
Thank you very much. Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy here.
So, like, pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Should pedophiles?
Like,
go
if
to
you could go
prison?
back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children because it was normalized? They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You got to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get the death penalty.
No, so you'd go back in the past, you'd give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay. But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't go
Hold
to
on a
prison.
second, but it's not currently illegal.
Okay,
But
regardless.
pedophilia
At that
is
time,
current-
at that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively enforce laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout the early 1900s, and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible. Right?
Well, hold on a second. So, where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Well, I can't name the verse, but the particular conditions that are listed in the Bible are that you have to be physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse, but let's kind of go.
Okay,
back.
so when is
let's
the
go back
age of
to
consent
abortion.
under your view?
Let's go back to generally agreed upon it's 18 years old. But let me ask you.
But you, because you don't go based on what's generally agreed. You go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Where's that in the Bible?
When does life begin?
Conception.
Like conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not
Sentient.
cellular
So
life.
when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual
Hold
in
on,
the family that's brain
you
dead?
got to answer the question. When do brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain dead
agree, yeah.
individual there are brainwaves as well. So the
Got it.
brainwaves necessary to produce a
What-
subjective experience
so
are
don't-
met until
can-
around
can you
18
see it
through
from
26
my
weeks in the
Can you
womb.
see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks, those brain waves will actually increase, not decrease, if allowed the process of development to continue?
Did you know those same EEG scans exist in brain dead people that you
Well,
don't think are
no,
sentient?
but the difference with the brain dead people is that the likelihood of those brain waves actually increasing is very low at 6 to 8 weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the
It's
mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain
Well,
death is. I
hold on,
apparently didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back
No,
to
it's
6.
not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the topic and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually I'm saying.
You mean a reductio ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become a sentient being in the
Got
future.
it.
The
So
same way
that-
that if I keep engaging in sex with my girlfriend, there'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But
Oh, I'm
so
not.
let's see the process of development, right? Why
Do you wanna answer my question yet?
Why do you have the ability or the right?
Should those child P3os go to prison?
The process of
Should the
development
pedophiles go to prison?
from 1904. How many pedophiles are alive from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past,
Oh, that's just-
hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison. Would you put them in
Well,
prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive. Back
Okay, so
then.
then you don't apply
but-
it based upon what people are deceived to believe.
but
You apply it
yes,
based
I
upon
do.
what you consider to be
That-
moral.
it's a
So the
separate
women who had
issue.
abortions, you think they should go to prison.
No,
so why should
no,
women
I-
who get abortions go to
I've
prison,
never- I've
but
never
someone
said
like
that.
my mom who
This
told
is
me that
not-
Santa Claus
this
exists
is
shouldn't go to
not
prison
going
because
be
they're
a
both sent?
constructive debate if you keep on talking over me.
Well,
right?
I was finishing my statement. You were talking over me.
But
Go for it.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like, are the abortions prior to sentience?
Yes.
Because I think
all abortions.
No, it would not be necessarily
are
better
you against
unless it is
late-term
the case of the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health medically speaking.
Are you against
'Cause I think
late-term
women,
abortion?
After sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's a
my
more
bad.
reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
It's similar to Trump's. 15
Yeah,
weeks?
Yeah, so why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
Well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult. Like they're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand
for sure.
their positions on it.
So
But I think people
you
have.
are where most
You're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you. How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's, like, in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do
where-
think
hold
that
on
a
one
couple
second.
cases
Hold
it
on.
is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs,
Okay.
that is the only case where abortion should be
Do you
allowed.
think there should-
But people say that it is a growing consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was
Well,
going to
I-
give birth
I
and
do
she
have
would,
a
no,
daughter.
wait, oh, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her
Well,
rapist
that's
baby?
awfully graphic. The answer
It's
to-
no, but it's a real life
Okay,
scenario
well,
that happens
calm
to
down.
many
The
people.
answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's 2 ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in rape. One is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was
which
probably
person here was
hopefully
which person
conceived
here,
by a
which
somewhat
person here
loving
was
couple.
conceived by rape? Tell me which one was conceived by rape.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights
But
and it's all
that
human
doesn't
beings.
matter.
So
It's about your daughter who has to give birth to it and is going to be tortured by that
Hold
for
on
the
a second.
rest of her
You-
life.
you are
That's
not-
going to take away every
Hold on a
freedom
second.
she's ever going to have.
Hold on.
That's going to
Every
ruin
freedom.
her life. She's going
You
to
know
grow
what?
up and she's going to
Abortion
be
is not a
attached to another
victimless
thing.
crime. The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant to what human rights you get.
But
hold on one second. If a person conceived in walks down the side of the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's
or
not
Fourth
about
Amendment
that
rights.
person.
The worst thing to do to the daughter is to then say, "Hey, we're going to go murder the being inside of you."
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know.
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something evil happened and we do something good in the face of
No.
evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're going to pander to the evil? No. What makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells.
No,
It's not about. No. I'm
I know.
speaking.
We're-
I'm speaking.
we're both-
No, I'm
we're both
speaking.
clumps
No,
of
I'm
cells.
speaking. No,
We're
I'm
both
speaking.
clumps
No,
of
I'm
cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Got it.
Thank you. So it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
No,
about
I
the
know you
person.
don't care about them.
No. I'm talking about the person who is dealing with the pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't
the
care.
cells.
No, listen. The fetus, the whatever. I don't care about that right now until it is formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in
5-year-olds
utero,
can't get pregnant.
actually they have, and they have given birth. There is
5-year-olds have given pregnant.
There
I
is
stand
one.
corrected.
There is one recorded case of a
Okay, I
5-year-old
stand
girl who
corrected.
gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, it's common. 5-year-olds get sometimes, and
Okay,
if they get pregnant,
5-year-olds
I
get
think they should be
pregnant,
able to have medical access to something that could save not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many, I'm curious. How
I
many,
hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay, so that is really nasty. And so her belief system, just so we're clear, is that
The time's up.
yeah, no, I got it. It's fine. I mean, it's insanely nasty, and we'll talk again. My next claim is that college is a scam. Hello.
Hello,
I'm Charlie.
hello.
What's your name?
I'm Maddox. How are you
Nice to
doing?
meet you. Good.
So, college is a scam.
Well, let's define our terms. College being traditional four-year college.
Of course.
University, not community college or technical college.
Of course.
A scam, if we can agree on a definition, is where a majority of people who will go through the institution or business, they're not getting their money's worth, their time's worth, and they're being deceived when they sign up. So do we agree on those terms?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Well, what would further definitions, what do you think is the purpose of going to college?
The purpose of college should be a traditional liberal arts education, the pursuit of what is good, true, and beautiful.
Okay.
That's not what it is. It should be the betterment of yourself and your soul, nurturing your character and becoming a better citizen, understanding the deeper things in life. At the very least, though, it should be preparing one for the job market. Do you think college does those things?
I think it does, but I would add on to your point that I think not only is it for the betterment of yourself, but it's for the betterment of society. We need historians. We need certain majors that may not make as much money. I think those are for the betterment of society. Would you agree that there's some majors that may not make money, but are still essential to society?
It depends. Do you think that getting a degree in gender studies is good for society?
I would agree, yeah. Why would studying gender not be good for society?
Well, learning that men can give birth is not exactly a good use of time, is it?
Is that what they're teaching in college right
now? A
now?
lot of colleges, yeah. According to the Center for Disease Control, they no longer say women can give birth. They say birthing persons.
Okay.
Do you think men can give birth?
Do I think men can give birth? I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can give birth.
Assigned male at birth? So people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
College is a scam?
You're lacking in a lot of wisdom.
Well, here, we can continue right now. So, gender studies, do you think that studying gender is not essential? Should we not deepen our understanding
well, first of all,
of gender?
I don't think gender... We're going to get there later. I don't think gender exists. I think that there are two sexes, infinite personalities, and no genders. However, let's get back to the core contention.
Well, can I ask my question again real quick?
Well,
why do you think...
I'm going to get back to my core contention. A scam. So the majority of kids that go to college, if they end up getting a job at all, they end up getting a job that does not require a college degree.
Do you think that certain jobs that may not associate with a direct major can incorporate skills that you learn from a major? I think I'm an econ major, and depending on what job I do in the future, I can still use the skills learned from that.
So tell me about Milton Friedman.
Tell me about Milton Friedman. He is an economist from...
How about Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell.
Ludwig von Mises.
Ludwig... Well, I will say that I'm a first year.
How about...
I'd love to see you answer the gender studies question.
We will get there later. That's what psychedelics are for. Who's next?
Well, I think it's difficult to think about just one major, thinking about just gender studies. Like, sure, like not everyone should be a gender studies major. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need everything. However, why does it matter if 10 people want to be a gender studies major and it matters to them? Like, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a doctor. There needs to be some people, and you know what? Yeah, it sucks that some people do go to college and get a degree and then they end up not in a workforce for that. But I don't think that has to do with like college was a scam. It's more like maybe that just wasn't the path for them, or that life choice was just too hard to get for them. But some people are able to go to college and get a degree and use it, and that is super important, because imagine if no doctors went to college, they're just like, I think I can do it.
Well, of course, doctors and lawyers need credentialing, right? But
college.
Well, less than 5% of all people that go to college end up studying medicine or in legal. The vast majority go into soft social sciences, communications, or the humanities. So you're in college, or have been, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you forced to take classes that you think are a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm forced.
Okay,
You know what?
Hold on. So they're taking your money and they're forcing you that they're a waste of time. That's kind of scammy, right?
Oh, I think that some classes.
Ooh, some. So you have to probably go in debt, right?
Depends.
Okay. Are you going into debt?
No.
Okay, well, that's good.
I picked a school that actually offered me a scholarship.
Oh,
and
so
I
someone
picked a
else is
school
paying
that
for your
was good.
college.
Oh, I don't know. Depends on me. I mean, that's a school that wanted to give me an opportunity. But that's not what we're talking about.
Well, we're talking about the scam element, right? So you said that there are some classes that if students had to go into debt or had to pay for, would not be a good use of their time. So it's not representing students well.
Well, do you think like high school is a scam then? Because I had to pay for high school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
Well, I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time, knowing about your country and your history. And
but I'm not going to use that
Madison.
in my career. That's what we're talking about in the career path for college.
Let's go back to what I said, right? We said traditional college, right? Four-year college. And what a scam is, we're a majority of the people that will go through the enterprise, the business, or the institution are not getting their time worth or their money worth. So therefore, I go back to my core contention, which is a majority of kids that exit college will not use their degree at all when they go to find a job.
But if you ask them, do you think college was a scam? I don't think majority of them are going to say yes. Some of them will. Some of them are going to be...
Not everyone who's being scammed actively knows they're being scammed. People still buy erectile dysfunction drugs off the internet and they get
Okay,
scammed.
that's their own
People
like personal choice, though.
Of course, people have choices to be scammed. I'm not saying they don't have a choice. I'm making an observation analysis of the institution. For example, flying Spirit Airlines, kind of a scam.
Okay.
Should be shut down. There is some, yeah, you kind of agree. There are some things in life we have to take a step back and like, oh, the consumer is not
But
being well served.
you want to
And
shut down a bunch of majors
I'm
in
not shutting- I've
colleges
never
that
said
you
that.
think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would your proposal be to
There's-
fix the scam
There
of
is no-
college?
There is no proposal. I'm simply, the contention is college is a scam
So then what's the point of that statement?
to get you to agree.
But like, what would that do? Like, what do you want to fix in college
no,
that's
I-
going to
I-
help it not be a scam?
We can get to step interval 2 as long as you can agree that college is a scam.
No, because not for everyone. For me,
Well,
I'm
but a
using a
majority-
degree that's going to help me help people make better.
What are
help
you studying?
Psychology and criminal justice.
Okay, so, and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine, that's good. So psychology and criminal justice, do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to get into this? You do?
Yeah, I mean, like, I could, I guess, study it all on my own, but it's just like makes more sense to go and have all these experience. I'm getting like wonderful experiences, internships all through my college.
So the
that's
only
helping
people that
me
get
go through it.
internships
No,
go to
it's
college?
just that this is a pathway that's really
Got it.
helping me.
So you know there's 11 million jobs open in the country right now that don't require a college degree? Do
Okay,
you
then
think-
the people
let me
who
ask you a
want those
question.
jobs can go get those jobs.
Do you
I'm not
think
one
we
of those
push
people.
too many kids into college?
No.
Okay, so the national graduation rate is 59%. If I ask the room, everyone would agree that they know some people that went to college that did not graduate,
Yeah.
right? So we're probably sending too many kids into this institution.
But if they might have been able to do it, then like, why is it not worth it to try and
Well,
to
because
push
you-
yourself to
they-
get a better
they might-
education and
well,
go further
leaving
in your
with debt's
life?
a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like
Of course
an
some people are.
opportunity
But
thing.
when
It's
an
like a-
institution is multi-trillion dollars in scale, involves 23 million of our citizens every 4 years, and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. We'd see more people able to own homes. Kids wouldn't. I'm telling you, this is so ableist what you're doing, by the way. I'm telling you, right? Hello, what's your name?
Alize.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me start by saying, well, first of all, you said we're sending too many kids to college. Who's sending them? Who's forcing them?
Guidance counselors, parents, community.
Are they forcing them? Are they
Well,
signing them up
Hold on,
themselves?
forcing, I never said forcing, but you can have nudging and
Okay.
forcing are two different things. We also subsidize college through the federal government. So you guys get subsidized interest rates,
Right.
scholarships, and loans. So the taxpayer is nudging students and gently and sometimes forcefully pushing them into college. And you would agree it is an expectation if you grow up in a upper middle class home to go to college. You would agree with that. So
I-
there's a societal cultural push.
I didn't grow up in an upper middle class, so.
Okay, well, but would you see it from there? Would you see how that argument is correct?
I guess there might be a pressure, but no one's sending them. You're sending yourself.
Well, of course.
Or we're
it's-
all over the age of 18, right? To be
Right,
in-
but
when you're in college, so you're
let's-
sending yourself.
Right.
But that's besides the
But
point.
let's
That's
be
a different
honest.
point.
I mean, that's a silly argument. Yes, they're technically sending themselves. I was just at Arizona State University move-in. Everyone had their parents there. They were co-signing on loans. They were there helping pay for stuff. Parents, the ones that are still checking in. They're the ones that largely subsidize their lifestyle. Hey, mom, can you Venmo me $3,000 so that I can go out an extra night? Yes, of course, when you're 18 years old, you're the one signing on the dotted line. But there's enormous pressure and nudging and cultural expectation that students go to college.
Right. Okay. I think the problem here is that it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in. You have to make connections. And some people might think college is just 4 years of partying and drinking and making friends, whatever. But you have to actually put the work in. And if you put the work in, you make connections, and you can find a job right outside of college.
Well, no, not doubting that you can't find a job. It's just that 52% of them get a job that doesn't require them to get the degree.
But most jobs offer incentive pay if you have a degree. And
But then if that's the case, then
86% of
if-
people
if-
with a
if
degree
that is
get
true-
paid more than people with
Well,
just a
hold
high
on.
school diploma.
That's only if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count humanities, not if you count people that study in the social sciences. If you count medicine or you count law, that's absolutely correct. However, the vast majority of kids that go to college are not studying medicine, law, engineering, business, finance. They're studying communications, social sciences, or humanities, which are on the lower income ladder. So as I mentioned, we have 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree. I'm guessing in this room that within 4 to 5 years, you guys would kill to be able to earn $80 to $100,000 a year, yes? Do you know that in states across the country and in cities, they're offering apprenticeships to become plumbers and welders, electricians. That doesn't require for your college
Right.
degree. Entrance salary, $80,000 a year.
But again, 86% of people with a bachelor's degree earn more
No, I've already
than
told you-
people with a
I've
high school
already
diploma.
told you.
No, 86% of all people with a
I got
bachelor's
that,
degree.
But if you take out the top 10%, it's actually lower than those that don't go to college. So the reason that number, that average goes up is because the doctors and the engineers and the lawyers are the ones that bring that average so significantly up. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's any waste at all in the current college model?
Do I think there's any waste? I don't think we need all of it.
Okay, good. What part?
Well, you have to start with your core classes. And it's like high school. You're taking the same classes in
So do you
in high
think,
school.
like, for example, do you think that... It's okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine, law, and engineering, was it?
Let me clarify.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
as far as they're going to be able to get postgraduate degrees. So they will go all the way up and get their Juris Master, or they will end up passing the bar or becoming a doctor, right?
Okay.
So it's easy to say doctors, lawyers,
Yeah.
but healthcare professionals, if you count nurses or people that work in healthcare, that number is closer to 20-25%.
Okay, so 5%. Who here has a doctor? Can you like raise your hand if you have a doctor?
Like a medical
A doctor, yeah. Like a medical
yes, I do,
doctor.
yeah.
Yeah, you do. Okay. 5% is still a lot of people, right?
Of course, but
Yeah.
that means 95% might not need to exist at the institution.
I don't think that's the takeaway. Just because 5%, which is still millions of Americans
Wait,
all
hold on a
across the
second.
board.
But if you were to say, hey, we only have medical schools, only have legal, we can get rid
Oh,
of
no,
gender
no, no.
studies, get
Yeah.
rid of... So what's the contention?
Well, gender studies is actually, if you look on like the pre-law track, gender studies is a pre-law track. If
Got
you're
it.
going to be a lawyer, you have to study gender studies and other social
That proves
cultural
my
studies.
point that college is a scam.
Why?
Why would a lawyer need to study gender studies? Shouldn't a lawyer
it's
know the law?
It's a social science. The law, you think the law isn't inadvertently affected by social, cultural, and gender norms?
Of course it is, but shouldn't they first know the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Federalist Papers?
We learned that in high
Marbury-
school.
Okay, so what is Marbury versus Madison?
I haven't been in high school for a really long time. I'm not trying to be a lawyer. Yeah.
So
I mean, high schools are like, it's public high
What was
school.
Brown versus the Board of Education?
That's for desegregating schools.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which Project 2025 wants to like defund the
Right.
Department of
So who
Education.
wrote the
So
Consti-
like
who wrote the Constitution?
founding fathers, 1778. I don't know.
It wasn't 1778.
I don't know.
Close, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Well, this is the point: is that you don't learn it in high school. You don't even learn it in undergraduate, and our law school's not learning it. So maybe.
Well, I'm not in law school.
No, the point is that you were saying they already learned it, and they don't. I don't want this to be a pop quiz or trivia. I didn't go to college, and I'm asking you very basic civic questions, and
Mhm.
you're paying to go to college, and you can't answer them.
That's so fair, but I think
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a question. Is church a scam?
No, because church is honoring the divine and the internal and the good and the true and the beautiful. Is college?
But it deceives people because you give a promise of
Well, hold on.
everlasting life, which you don't actually get because Christianity is contradictory
Well,
logically speaking.
Do you want to get into a theological
Mhm.
debate, or are we going to talk
Absolutely.
about college? Because I completely disagree. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and we will have eternal life.
Okay, so how, if there is a perfect being that created the world, how could we exist in an imperfect world?
I'm
an
happy to
imperfect
have
creation?
this discussion. Can we go back to college, though? Because do you think, because that's a little bit of a red herring and a little bit of a rabbit hole. Tell me what that has to do with college being a scam.
Well, I do think college can be a scam for certain people. I don't think it's a
Okay,
scam
so
for
we
everyone.
agree.
though.
So-
for people like me, college was very beneficial for me.
For sure.
I'm
But who is
asking
it a
I'm
scam,
asking
though?
you, based upon your definition of a scam, do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life and teaches them
Wait,
goodness.
but if
and-
Christianity is false, then that's a deception.
Okay, but you think it's false. I don't. We can agree to disagree. Also,
I'm not agreeing to disagree on that.
But we're not talking about the church. We're talking about college, right? So again, also people are not paying to go to church, are
But
they?
it's a reductio ad absurdum. Do you know
Ask,
what that is?
ask the question.
What's a reductio ad absurdum?
That's a Latin term that means reducing down to the lowest common belief, correct?
Yeah, so I'm taking
Am
your
I right? I didn't
particular-
go to college. I knew that.
I'm
But
taking your
le-
particular position.
Let
that
me
it-
let me ask you a question without you interrupting me. Do you pay to go to church?
No, I don't.
Do you-
Some people
hold
do.
on, let me-
They're forced to pay based upon
Hold
their
on.
particular denomination.
And today, do you pay to go to church?
Depending on the church.
No, you don't. Do you have to go to debt to go to church?
In some circumstances, people do because they have to give
What?
up 10% of
Which-
their income to
well,
be able
hold
to
on.
do that, which people
Which
can't afford.
circumstance?
Well, they're LDS. You understand that a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah,
That's
they don't
Christian.
require it. And what you're
They
talking
do
about
in plenty of places.
Well, you're asking mainline Christian.
Isn't there stigmatization
belief.
if you don't do that?
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well,
So
you haven't
just-
answered any of my questions
Well,
yet.
I did say no. Church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College is a scam, and college is people are going into debt. They're paying a lot of money. But I want to ask you a question. You said it's a scam for some people. Who's it a scam for?
Yeah, for people who specifically aren't ever going to use it, never use any of the knowledge
So
that they retain from
52%.
it. Well, you say 52%. I don't think you can qualify 52% of people don't do that.
What number would you say?
For example, my job, that's not going to be recommended as an economics degree. Most economics majors are going to go into TikTok debating online. But I use the information that I learned in college in my job on a daily basis. I still use relevant qualities that are then used in my job later on.
What percentage of kids that go to college are being scammed? Can you
I don't think anyone knows that.
Can you
Because it's
guess?
dependent upon an individual. I have no clue.
Shouldn't we try to find out?
Oh, if you'd like to find some empirics on that, I'd love to see it.
I just did. So
Well,
41%.
that's not a source.
Well, the Department of Education is a source.
No, the Department of Education doesn't say 41% of people it was a scam for,
Hold
or
on.
that they didn't use any of the information they learned in college.
You are using.
So are you saying none of them used any of the
Can
information?
Can I say 3 words without you interrupting me?
Do any of them
How
use
about
the information
4?
later on?
Can I say 5 words without interrupting
Well, you've
me?
interrupted me multiple times.
So since you say college is a scam for some people, it's a ballpark. For the kids that do not graduate, 41% that ended up going and not graduating, were they scammed?
No, just because you go and pay for a particular thing, but then you don't follow through with it, doesn't mean you were scammed.
Maybe they were
You
misled.
decided to pay for it. Oh, you could say some people are misled.
Do you
Some
think
people are
that every-
stigmatizing to these things.
do you think
but
that every-
some people are misled in the church?
Do you
and
think-
you never answered my question on that because you're trying to
I did.
take that time down so that you don't have to answer the question
Well,
about
hold on.
Christianity because you know your worldview looks terrible.
Well, what about Christianity do you want me to answer? We're talking
Well, I
about
think it's
college,
false. Or because I was saying,
Okay.
is church a scam? If church is a scam, that'd be predicated off of the idea that you're deceived into believing that there's everlasting life,
Okay, but you
specifically from
believe that-
Christianity.
again,
so
this-
Christianity has to be true. So can you grant that? What's the argument?
Christianity is true. Did the
What's
resurrection?
the argument?
You're going to let me finish 3 words in a row?
Appreciate it.
Okay. Did the resurrection happen?
I don't think the resurrection occurred.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A perfect creator, is it possible for them to not desire something imperfect?
Is a perfect creator, I'm sorry, what? Well,
There's a perfect creator that desires everything that's just perfect. How can they desire something imperfect, flawed?
Well, because maybe they want to get to know themselves. Maybe they want to see their own creation. Maybe they love
They
their
want to get to know them? He's
finish-
all-knowing.
Can I finish? Can I finish talking here? Okay, maybe because God loved the world so much that his creation, which rebelled against him, given agency and free will, rebelled against them, then got eternal life, what we actually deserve, and then sent his son on a rescue mission to save us from that. The church is the bride of Christ, will save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the bride of America. It's currently scamming the youth of this country and sending them into oblivion.
Didn't answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't say how they could desire something imperfect.
Well, God can
We'll
do
talk
anything.
about that later. Don't
God
worry.
can do anything, so.
Oh, even something logically contradictory?
No, it's not logically contradictory.
To desire something imperfect?
Can an unstoppable object hit a immovable force?
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is an app and website that is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Their team of journalists believe that unbiased news should be the standard and not just the exception, so they report down the middle with facts, delivering news without bias, filter, or spin. Plus, their media mist tool allows you to discover news that's being underreported or not even reported at all by different sides of mainstream media. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. The work they're doing gives us a complete picture of the news straight from our phones and tablets with their app. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you're also supporting a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and focusing on serving you unbiased, straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
Yeah, my next claim is that trans women are not women. Okay. What's your name?
Sam.
Nice to meet you. Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of
No,
how...
it's not. A table is an object.
Well,
A table can't identify as anything. It doesn't have
but
choice.
You have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but
you
right
said-
now I'm a man, right? So if
Yeah,
that
but you have
happened
to
right
tell
now,
me
I'd be a
what that
woman. So
thing is.
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
Got it. No,
they're a woman.
that's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have how do you know that they are that thing?
How do I don't need to know what they.
No,
I can ask them if
not
I
that
want
they
to
need
know.
But there needs to be. You need to tell me what that thing is, though.
Somebody who. Okay.
You need
Sorry,
to
we're
give
not
me-
getting anywhere. We're
you
not
need
getting
to,
anywhere.
Well, no,
We're not
it's
getting
important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No. You said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition. That's simply.
What would you consider a definition then?
An adult female with XX
No.
chromosomes.
I mean, like, what makes that a definition?
Hello.
Hi.
Juliana?
Juliana,
I remember,
yeah.
okay.
I don't necessarily think that you can define a woman just by her chromosomes. Women are so much more than that. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors. And I
You
don't
know what it
necessarily think
is?
that you can count out somebody.
It's really hard to get on shows like Turley or Timcast. Like, you have to know somebody so deep in the know. Like, you know what I mean? Background? You know what? I think Timcast is on right now, guys. Yeah, exactly. Like, background, like, you're nailing it, but it's just so hard to get on these shows, man. I have no idea how to get on them. Like, zero clue. Zero clue. Zero clue. I don't know. You know what? Let me make a phone call back on. Let me see if I can get on Dr. Steve Turley. It might actually be possible. I might know people that know how to get me on. I never asked them. Let's find out. I'll be right back. All right, so background. I think I might be able to get through to him. Whether or not he accepts me on the show is a different story. Okay. I think Timcast is on now, so I'm going to put that on. What?
Been more consistent, like we must support Ukraine. I've met with Zelensky.
What?
The Trump would-be assassin put a bounty on Donald Trump for $150K from a letter. He had planned this thing months in advance, left a box with some guy who says he didn't look in it until just now. And now the FBI has denied him bail, and they're seeking attempted assassination charges. This stuff's serious. Bill Maher actually came out and defended Donald Trump. It was a great opening bit. He basically told people, stop laughing. It's not funny. This is happening too much.
I am laughing.
To kill this
what?
Man.
I am laughing.
Like
Can I hear that again?
So, here is Bill Maher actually came out. It's left a box with some guy. Assassin put a bounty on Donald Trump for $150K from a letter. He had planned this thing months in advance, left a box with some guy who says he didn't look in it until just now. And now the FBI has denied him bail, and they're seeking attempted assassination
they denied him
charges.
bail. Thank God they did. I thought he said the FBI gave him bail. That's what I was laughing at. Okay, at least they denied him bail. Thank God.
This stuff's serious. Bill Maher actually came out and defended Donald Trump. It was a great opening bit. He basically told people, stop laughing. It's not funny. This is happening too much. They're trying to kill this man. We can't function like this, not as a nation. So, of course, we will talk about that. And then we've got a lot of news that Israel's bombing Lebanon. So there's some big news there. And Trump is winning in the top battleground states. We'll get into all of that. That's very good news. If you're looking at the standard bias from the past polling cycles of the 2016-2020 election, Donald Trump is way up right now in the battleground states. So we'll get into that. And then we have this very hilarious story where this reporter was spamming RFK Jr. inappropriate pictures of herself. I mean, it's actually a hilarious story because according to one report, RFK Jr. blocks this corporate press reporter. So she emails him being like, you've got to unblock me. There's a hit piece coming out about you. So he unblocks her. And then she immediately sends him more like, pics of herself, if you know what I mean. And he blocks her again. Like, what is she doing? This is a wild story. A little gossipy, but we'll talk about it. Before we get started, my friends, I want to give a shout out to today's sponsor, Preserve Gold. Head over to preservegold.com/Tim Pool. They're supporting the show. We're supporting them. Look, financial experts, they're urging Americans to prepare now. With inflation soaring, a border crisis affecting cities and small towns, and warnings of a recession, my friends, we are living in insane and unpredictable times. To protect your retirement accounts and 401ks, you should strongly consider physical gold and silver. Right now, Preserve Gold has an exclusive offer for my viewers where you can get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase, as well as a free guide. Text TIM to 50505 to learn more or visit preservegold.com/TimPool. Preserve Gold has hundreds of 5-star reviews and millions of dollars in trusted transactions with happy clients. So really do appreciate the support and the sponsorship. Preserve Gold. Head over to preservegold.com/TimPool. Also, don't forget, Coming Home pre-orders out now. You can go to getcominghome.com. You need to have the iTunes player installed, but you can pre-order. This song will be coming out on Friday. We'll have more for you then, but also don't forget to go to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member, support our work directly, because you're going to enjoy this members-only, uncensored call-in show coming up at 10 p.m. tonight. You as members in the Discord, you get to call in and talk to us and join the show. So if you like the work we do, you think it's important, it needs to keep going, well, then we need your support. But don't worry, we're going to bring you into the show yourselves to actually challenge us, ask us those questions. So don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to this channel. Share the show right now with all of your friends. If every single person watching shared it, we'd be the biggest news show in the world, no question. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Morgan McMichael.
Hey everyone, I'm Morgan. I'm a Turning Point USA contributor, Gen Z culture and political commentator, and thank you for having me back. Excited.
Right on. We got a lot hanging out.
Hey, what's up, Tim? Thanks for having me, guys. My name is Alad Eliyahu. I'm a field reporter and Jewish affairs correspondent here at Timcast News.
You made that up.
That's not a real
Hannah
thing.
Claire.
I'm Hannah Claire Brimble. I'm not going to bring up race or religion, unlike some people. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
To
Hannah
be
Claire
British
Brimble.
Affairs correspondent.
Maybe I am. I'm co-hosting tonight. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. Scanner News. Again, like Alad said, you can find all of our work at Timcast News on the internet. Let's get started.
Here's the big story from the Post-Millennial. Ryan Routh denied bail. FBI seeks charge of attempted assassination. You know, at first, they were saying it was going to be some kind of gun-related charge, but then they discovered the letter. The letter in which the dude says this was his plan and is offering $150,000 for someone to go after Donald Trump. I'm going to keep the language a little light. Now, I want to stress, ain't nobody got that money and ain't no way anybody's paying it. So it's not a serious thing. And they're only showing the first letter. This came from a DOJ filing. They're now saying that they're going after him for these charges. The U.S. DOJ plans to charge the man accused of hiding with a gun at former President Trump's Florida golf course with attempting to assassinate a major political candidate. McCabe said prosecutors had documented Ruth's effort to stalk Trump during a roughly month-long period in South Florida in an apparent attempt to assassinate him. Prosecutor Mark Despoto said the Justice Department will ask a grand jury to bring more serious attempted assassination charges against Routh, who was handcuffed and shackled at the waist during a hearing before McCabe in which prosecutors detailed some of the evidence collected against him. Now, apparently, this would-be assassin dropped a box off with some guy. That guy didn't touch it until he learned that Routh was, in fact, the suspect in this attempted assassination. So he opened it up, found the letter, and immediately contacted the authorities. I got to wonder, though, because the box had a bunch of stuff in it. I'm wondering if, if this guy, what did he know, if he knew anything? Could it be that Routh was like, hey, if anything happens to me, check the box? Or could he have been like, hey, I'm going to leave a box at your house, don't touch it, which seems kind of odd. Like, Elad, if I came to your house and I was like, hey, Elad, here's a box, don't open it.
It's like a kill switch type thing.
You'd be like, why are you bringing a box to my house?
I'd look in the box, by the way. Don't trust me. If you tell me, wait for my death to look into this box, I'm going to take a peek prior to.
People have weird friends, though, that he's like this guy who lives in Hawaii. He suddenly shows up. He's like, I'm here for a month. Hold on to this box. And you're like, okay, I guess.
I feel like you should still look in the box, though. Like, what's in it?
Unless you feel like he's sketchy and you don't want to be implicated, right?
So don't let him leave the box there.
Look, it's weird. I'm just saying, not everyone has the backbone to stand up to their whack friends.
I'd open the box.
There's something deeply unsettling now with how we're seeing copycat attempts from the original Butler attempt. Now we're seeing this follow-up attempt, and despite how honorless and immoral and dumb and wrong political assassination attempts are, we're seeing it become more normalized in our political process, and it's very dangerous as we're seeing rhetoric get more heated and attempts actually be made against politicians running for the highest office is very nerve-wracking. And obviously all the politicians came out widely condemning this. Kamala Harris, I think Joe Biden released a statement condemning all this stuff, but it is unsettling. President Joe Biden.
No, the other one you said?
Kamala Harris.
Who?
Kamala Harris.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand with that weird pronunciation,
I might even say you're being a little bit hateful.
I wasn't even doing it on purpose there, but no, it's unsettling, and we're seeing this across the globe with what happened, unfortunately, in Japan, and it's just unsettling the direction that our political climate's in.
I think turbulence is unsettling. What I think we should be asking is, when is the mainstream media going to drop the word presumptive assault, assassination attempt, right? They're using any kind of modifier to not call this what it is. This guy wrote a note saying this was an assassination attempt. At what point does the mainstream media have culpability here that they are stoking all of these fears that people have about turbulence in this country by not willing to be honest about what happened? I mean, in this case, too, they could even come out on the side of praising Secret Service for having caught the guy. I personally think it's sort of strange he was allowed to get that close to the perimeter, but they could spin this in a way that is pro-big government, just like I'm sure they want to. Instead, they are still trying to say, like, well, we don't really know. He could have just been hanging out. Some people sit in bushes near the president with guns. Like, it doesn't make any sense, and until they are honest about what happened, especially in light of this new court filing, they are responsible for encouraging the instability.
Well, even last week when they were reporting on it, shots fired near Trump's golf course, and they never want to legitimize the story. But Alad, you said something interesting talking about the Democrats who came and condemned what was going on against Trump. There was a journalist, I can't remember who, actually went to House Democrats and said, okay, well then will you stop saying that Trump is a threat to democracy? And every single one of them said, no, well he is a threat to democracy, point blank. And I think that that's really interesting interesting because the same people like Kamala Harris who are all saying he's a threat to democracy and then saying, but we don't want to see political violence. And it just contradicts itself because I think we're going to see more of this. You know, we're less than 50 days out from the election. We've now had 2 attempts and all of these stories keep happening. How many more Americans have been radicalized by the rhetoric that is pushed by the left that they're going to continue to do something until they harm President Trump?
Right.
So long as it's, we obviously need to balance our First Amendment rights to free speech and calls for violence. While I disagree that Trump is a threat to democracy, I believe in their right to say it. And so long as it isn't a direct call for violence, I think it's relatively kosher.
Yeah, but we're talking about decorum, right? I don't think the idea is you're not allowed to say that and we will use the weight of law against you. We're saying, dude, please just chill out for now, right?
The silver lining here
reasonable.
was I think there was both Democrats and Republicans were agreeing to fund more Secret Service for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and RFK Jr., who might need more Secret Service help after these journalists are after him. Well, not anymore, but the bill was supposed to include him.
Really?
And he'll need it with these journalists chasing him and
I know
all these texts.
Right.
I mean,
dangerous women.
The biggest issue for me is that we've had 2 assassination attempts. One, obviously, more dramatic on stage. Trump was hit by the bullet. One, thankfully, shooter didn't get off any rounds. But that was 2 months apart. Yeah. I mean, I understand. I agree with you. They are, if you don't like Donald Trump, you have the right to say he's a threat to democracy. But in reality, political violence in this country is actually coming from one side of the aisle. And I think that the idea that, or the reality that the Harris-Walz campaign is just sort of ignoring it, that they're not addressing it. They're the ones who, at the DNC, made a huge deal out of gun violence, and they're still not acknowledging that they also play a huge role in provoking violence among people who especially are maybe not super stable and prone to irrational and dangerous actions. To me, that shows a disregard for this thing that they are claiming is important. I mean, I was listening to this report from NBC News today where they're saying, how there was Walz calling Trump weird, and that was the big rhetoric war for a minute. The next one is going to be, they're going to call him chicken and have a staffer go to one of his events dressed as a chicken, because I think that's how they'll goad him into going to the CNN debate that Kamala Harris wants to take part in. I mean, so much of this is just Trump is the bad guy no matter what, and will ignore the fact that he is actually the most in danger out of anyone on the political campaign right now.
One of the big talking points this morning was that the DOJ had no reason to release the letter. All they're doing is telling everyone that there's a bounty on Trump's head, which could only inflame things. I completely disagree with that sentiment, though I do respect to a certain degree. So I got this tweet from Matt Walsh. He said, they didn't release the Covenant Shooter Manifesto because they were allegedly afraid it would inspire more shootings. And yet within a week, they release a letter from Trump's would-be assassin where he openly encourages more shootings and offers to pay for them. Now, I think Matt brings up a good point about the fake, we're scared of, it could inspire people. However, I think this benefits Trump. And I don't think there needs to be a knee-jerk reaction of like, how dare the DOJ do this? This shines a spotlight that is very difficult for the corporate press and the woke media industrial complex to deny that Trump is the target of extremists. Whoopi Goldberg went on The View and she was like, stop saying both sides. It's only one side. It's them. Yeah, well, now we got a letter. This guy planned this months in advance. You can't keep trying to play this game where you blame the right for what the left is doing. By putting this letter out, I think it shows right now. This guy, first of all, everyone should know this. This man was attempting to assassinate Trump. It's undeniable. He wrote a letter explaining as such, and they have proven it to the people by publishing at least the first page of it. So now they can't try and brush that off. Trump is, and still, and currently is facing a threat of assassination, and it's not going to stop with this guy. I think just bigger picture, releasing this allows us to prove the point and say, guys, tone it down. Stop blaming the right for what the left is actually doing. And now the next time someone sits down with Whoopi Goldberg, they can be like, well, I mean, you say it's the other side, but who was it who published a letter months in advance with a bounty on Donald Trump? It is not conservatives going around threatening Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. We don't want any of it. Nobody should be doing any of that stuff. Okay, but at least now we can once again be like, there it is. Here's your narrative. It's garbage.
And I think it's good for the American people. I mean, remember after the Butler rally, everyone wanted information, and the Secret Service and the FBI immediately clammed up and basically said very little, and then would kind of, refute themselves. He has no social media presence. Well, actually, he might have some. It's not political at all. Actually, he's been researching both campaigns. I think Americans want a level of transparency, and I'm grateful that there is a way to give it to people without it being a betrayal of trust. A court document is a totally legitimate reason to say, here is why we know this is an assassination attempt, especially since I think a lot of Americans were completely confused as to why he only faced gun-related charges and not attempted murder or something more serious.
It's unsettling how these were two supposed lone wolves without any assistance from any intelligence agency. It really makes you wonder what China or Iran would be able to accomplish with a seasoned spy who is making a serious attempt with a team behind them.
But it could be something like this. And the reason is, if we do know from, I think it was Matt Gaetz, right? That there are 5 assassination teams that they know about targeting Donald Trump. They're going to go through proxies to create plausible deniability so they don't start an international incident or create a casus belli for war. Of course, the U.S. could always just claim, we know that this was actually driven by this group. But if you actually had like a known Iranian operative caught in the act, I mean, you're going to get a declaration of war or something. I'll tell you what's scary.
Well, they do have plans.
Right.
Tentatively kill Mike Pompeo, John Bolton.
Let me tell you this point, and I think we should be protecting all of these people. I am not fans of those guys, but this is America, and we don't want foreign actors coming in here and disrupting our politics. We disagree. We should be allowed to disagree. But the concern is, I forgot where I was going to go. I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry. I think the Iranians had plans to...
The FBI came out and they were like, we have foiled a plan to assassinate Donald Trump from the Iranians.
Here's what I was going to say.
But that guy had received a visa through the U.S.
And
government.
so the issue we've brought up on the show before with a bunch of anti-interventionist conservatives is that were Donald Trump to be assassinated or Joe Biden by a foreign government, we must declare war against them. Even if you were the staunchest of anti-war intervention, the United States nor any nation survives if they allow their adversaries to literally kill their duly elected or established leaders. And that terrifies me. I don't want intervention. I don't want war. I don't want the U.S. to invade anywhere. But you're hard-pressed to make the argument that you would allow a foreign country to murder your president and you would not have any kind of reprisal.
It would probably be the thing that would most likely spark a civil war in America had it not been a foreign actor that achieved Trump. If it was in Butler.
In fact, with Butler, there was talk about it. Iran may have, they said, Iran had plans to assassinate Trump, but that never, no one, what was that all about? I don't know. If Trump were to be assassinated and it turned out to be Iran, that might actually be one of the most, and this is terrifying and in no way a good thing, but it would bring the Americans together because the neocon, neolib establishment is going to jump on board and say, we got our casus belli. Mm-hmm. And the right's going to say, a nation cannot stand if it allows this to go, unreprised. Yeah. And so you're going to have some kind of unity of, we've got to topple that government by any means necessary.
It would be rallying Americans together against someone who is an outside threat. But right now we only have homegrown crazies doing this. And I think really their influence, again, I'm going to say by progressive narratives that advocate for violence, and that's my personal opinion. I think this is the issue. In this case, it's not exactly the enemy they want because it just divides Americans further. And I think that's actually feeding into a level of fatigue. Americans are tired of feeling unsafe. And if you're Kamala Harris and Tim Walz ignoring this, then you're actually telling them that they are doomed to this downward spiral for the rest of their 4 years.
We got this story from SCNR. Bill Maher defends Trump as audience laughs about second assassination attempt. This is a problem. I actually respect this opening segment from Bill Maher. Bill certainly, I think, says a lot of dumb things that I disagree with, but he's on point from time to time. He calls out wokeness to a certain degree. He's got Trump derangement syndrome. He famously said, if a recession stops Trump, bring on the recession. But when it comes to this, here's the opening segment he did on his show, and I do respect it. He's got some jokes in there.
All right, so let's not bury the lead. The big story this week, they tried to shoot Trump again. Let's not funny. Okay. I'm being serious now. That's the second time this happened. I said this before. There can be no fuzz on this. This is not funny. Okay? It's not okay. It's not okay to wish it happened. Well, this is a problem. People, well, I mean, look, this happens too frequently. I'm sorry. This happened on the golf course. A guy was laying in wait, and it happens too much. In fact, besides the shooter, there were two other shooters beside him waiting to play through.
That was good. I respected the joke about the shooters playing through. I respect that he made a joke after the fact. I think it was fantastic. He opened up. He said, you can tell before the people laugh, he was saying it's not fun. And then they start laughing. He goes, it's not funny. And then he actually basically tells him, like, no, like, this is happening too much. I respect it. And then I will say, he's like, it's not okay to wish it happened. Everyone laughs. Now, at that point, I do think some people are laughing at the thought that people are wishing it would happen. It's like an absurdity. Like, in the circumstance, I don't think they're directly laughing, wishing it happened. But this is a good sign, in my opinion. Not that Bill Maher has the big ratings. You know, he's got a big show. He certainly does. It's not like he commands the left like MSNBC or anything, but I do appreciate that at least we're seeing some kind of pushback.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing anything, I would say, in the influencer community, social media. Instead, on TikTok, you're seeing people wish it did happen or wish he got closer, getting millions of views. Like, they missed again. Like, how did it not happen? And I think that's the difference here is, like, even though, yes, he's Hollywood and his show sucks and he hates Trump, at least he's giving an ounce of respect to the President Trump and saying, like, yeah, no, it's not funny. Because there was a large amount of people that say it's very funny, especially college kids. I was in Pennsylvania last week talking to kids about who they're voting for, why they're not voting for Trump. And they're like, well, I just hate Trump and I'd never vote for Trump. And I'm like, well, why? And I'm like, okay, well, what did you think about the second assassination attempt? And they're like, well, they missed. Like, he got caught. And that's so unfortunate that there's a large part of our generation that wishes death upon somebody.
There was a lot of that the first time around, too.
Yep.
And the fact that I have to say first time around referring to July is kind of crazy. Do you think that the hatred of Donald Trump is something that people who are doing get out the vote efforts should take seriously? I mean, do you just regard those people as a lost cause, or are they not even voting?
I mean, when it comes to Gen Z, like Pennsylvania, battleground state, I saw Turning Point Action directly. We registered over 600 people on college campuses to vote in the state, which is phenomenal. But then when you're talking to the people that are like, well, I hate Trump, I'd never vote for him, some of them are kind of lost causes. The number one issue for Gen Z, I believe, is going to be abortion, and it is abortion. But when you talk to conservative Gen Zers, they say no, inflation, which is such a polarizing, like, two separate issues that we're talking about. And so when it comes to the Kamala Harris supporters and the Gen Zers, I think that a lot of them are lost causes because they've drank the Kool-Aid and they just hate Trump and they're never Trumpers, and there's no amount of facts or knowledge that you could show them or even talking about an assassination attempt that will ever change their mind, unfortunately. But we're trying.
It's funny because the young people, Trump is the most pro-choice Republican ever.
Right.
But the youth are still concerned about his lack of pro-choice bona fides. It makes sense, and it's very understandable. If that's the issue you care about, you're voting for a Democrat, and that's an issue that's sinking Republicans.
And if you've heard Kamala Harris say over and over again, every state that has
National
a
abortion
restrictive,
ban.
right, or like when Indiana passes an abortion restriction, she refers to it as a Trump abortion ban, even though he's not from that state, and it was done by the state legislature when he wasn't in office, right? Like, he claims victory for the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and I understand the link. On the other hand, he himself is not showing up at any of these state houses advocating for these specific laws. I think there are, members of Congress that are way more involved with this kind of advocacy than I would say Donald Trump.
Yeah.
What I find fascinating about young voters is that they feel really divided.
Yep.
And there was a poll from, I think, NBC that said, overall, the economy is the biggest concern for all young Americans, but you do see these other, like, second-tier issues become sort of the thing that they talk about. Like, even if they are like, yeah, I know, like, I can't afford anything, I want to buy a house, they all sort of, even conservatives, have a second thing that they turn to, whether it's on both sides abortion or whether it's the Israel-Palestine conflict. I think that there is a level of disinterest because no one can get all of these issues right for young progressive voters. I don't know how you feel about that.
No, they can't get it right, because that's even talking to, I talked to this very, very progressive woman, and she is pro-choice up until birth. She says that it's not a life until it's born. I mean, I debated this girl for over an hour, and we just never got anywhere. But then she said, but the one issue that's really conflicting me about Kamala Harris is Israel-Palestine, because she won't say that it's genocide, and she won't say anything about a ceasefire. So it's like the progressive liberals that are supporting Kamala Harris, there's still no winning because it's still like they don't like her about certain issues. But then even you said, yes, Trump is the most pro-choice Republican we've ever seen, but it's not enough for the left because they want to murder children.
Well, the other Republicans are dragging Trump down when they're trying to make him more pro-life. You've seen some pro-life groups say that he's not sufficiently pro-choice. But overturning of the Roe v. Wade was probably the pro-life movement's biggest accomplishment in decades. So if I'm a woman and care about abortion, I'm voting Democrat.
And the abortion issue became an expansive topic for Democrats, right? Because it's not just abortion, it's women's reproductive rights, which means that it's everything now from fertility treatments to the care you get after you miscarry a baby to abortions. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
It's
Those
the pro-life
are actually
purists
very different
who are dragging people down. More, I don't know if you're a pro-life purist, but it's the life at conception people who Democrats are able to fearmonger around. When they say IVF, if you're a pro-life purist, you're against IVF. You're probably against IUDs. Which is scary for most normie Democrats.
Right, but I got to push back. It's not the pro-life purists. It's the militant pro-life purists. There are a lot of people who are pro-life purists who are like, I understand this is not the political battleground right now and Trump needs to win. And then you have the political activists who are like, Trump doesn't deserve my vote unless he gives me everything I want.
To clarify, pro-life purist, I mean life at conceptioner.
I know.
And there are people. I'm a pro-life purist. Like I'm life at conception, and IVF they are lives, they are embryos. But at the end of the day, when you look at it from a legislative perspective, I want Trump in office, and I want to protect as many baby lives as physically possible. But if that means Kamala Harris winning because pro-life people won't vote for Trump because he's not pro-life enough, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
And that's my point. There are people who are like, I am a pro-life purist, but I will compromise so Trump can win. And then there are the militant who are like, no, I will not vote for Trump unless he gives me 100%, which is insane. My response to that was, I'm anti-war, and Trump doesn't deserve anti-war votes unless he bans war. And it's like, dude, the idea that I was telling this to libertarians, the idea that you're going to vote for a president who's going to walk in on day one and go, I hereby abolish all American war is never going to happen. And if you do something like that, you're going to get Afghanistan times 100. If you want to wind down foreign intervention, where you can, you do it gradually. Rome wasn't built in a day. You're not going to knock it down in a day. And so that means I like Donald Trump's foreign policy. It's pretty good. It's anti-interventionist. He's pulling a lot back. He's not perfect. When the libertarians are like, well, Trump did bad thing. And I'm like, he certainly did. And he's done less bad thing than anybody else, so I'll take it.
Right.
I think it's kind of analogous to how some Kamala people or some Palestine supporters don't believe Kamala is sufficiently pro-Palestine. So it's like a lesser of the two evils thing. So Morgan, when it comes to the abortion issue, you think Donald Trump would be lesser of the two evils, although he doesn't get the ultimate goal done.
But I think what we're missing is the fact that Democrats have turned abortion into an expansive issue. If they were purists on this issue, they would stick to abortion solely. But instead, they're like, actually, Trump is going to take your birth control away. And actually, he's going to make it impossible for you to see a doctor.
Well, some Republicans provide so much ammo for this, though. They make it such low-hanging fruit.
I think it's two things. I think Americans don't have a good understanding of any of the science behind reproduction. And I think we should blame a lot of things for that. Some people blame, absence-only education. Some people just blame our general education system. But I think it is a weakness that we have put ourselves into, and Democrats are capitalizing this. And I bet there are a ton of other issues that people can point to and say, well, it was just this one thing with Democrats at first, but now it's 27 things, and they put it under this one label, and now Republicans are having to defend themselves on 8 sides as opposed to 1. It's a very different conversation to say, I feel strongly about the life begins at conception, and therefore these restrictions should be in place. But then if you have to answer all of these questions about this treatment, and she's not gonna have a doctor, and what about birth control and whatever else, they will always be on the offensive, you will always be on the defensive.
Yeah, I really feel like there's no winning when it comes to the abortion argument because they have encapsulated everything into being, well, you're just anti-woman as well. Like they have taken this and coined it as the feminist movement's new pillar of if you are not pro-abortion, then all of a sudden you're anti-birth control, you're anti-surrogacy, you're anti-IVF, you're anti all of these things, which isn't the case.
Well, it's the logical conclusion of many of those things. Although you principally might not want to legislate that way, if you believe that life begins at conception, then and aren't going to use all the embryos in IVF, it would make sense why you'd be against that. With IUDs, for example, you could still have a fertilized egg that won't be able to implant as a result of the IUD, so it would make sense as to why you'd be against IUDs.
I think you can be pro-life and make a commitment. Like if you're going to fertilize, number one, you would go to a doctor and say, I don't want to fertilize 18 embryos. I want to try one at a time. I want to do whatever I can to mitigate excessive risk.
But it wouldn't be
Also,
economically
you could
feasible, I guess, is the...
We don't know that, though. I mean, so far, we're just saying, like, this is the way it is, so that's all we can do. But I know doctors who have had conversations with pro-life Catholics and have changed the way they operate. So, like, this is a conversation that, like, if you feel strongly about it, you should advocate for yourself. But instead, you're being told any questioning of this means that you are anti-woman, and I think that's actually terrible for a country that has a collapsing birth rate.
Did you guys see Andrew Tate's AI pregnancy video? Let's pull this tweet up. I gotta say, I don't completely agree with his framing and phrasing of this, but I understand what he's trying to get to. So we'll talk about this one just because it covers AI as well as the abortion debate. And this is actually the biggest. I actually think abortion for the Democrats is probably the biggest issue. It's their cultural attack vector. Andrew Tate made this video. He says AI is the future. A machine read my Twitter, created this video, and then made this post all on its own. You need AI to begin living your life for you if you want to get ahead. Kind of a creepy thing. I am not a. We'll break this one down. But he made this video, and it's actually kind of crazy that this was made by an AI. Check this video out.
That's it, Sarah. Try to get your
Okay, for those that are just listening, I'll give you the quick version. It's only 20 seconds. It shows a picture of, it's a video of a woman, she's pregnant. It shows a baby apparently being born. She's then laying with her baby in a pool or in a bath. She's singing to her child and reading a story. Then it says, this could have been you, with a woman in an office surrounded by files and paperwork. Then her miserable looking, sitting on a subway in the rain. It says, it's not worth it. Peak female performance is pregnancy. I'm not a big fan of the phrasing, but I understand the idea he's trying to get across. It's also insane that an AI just generated this video, but I get his message. And, you know, I thought it was interesting when you guys were talking about the abortion debate, what feminism is. You were mentioning just a moment ago that they tell feminism is basically being in an office and being a girl boss. Yeah. And it's actually kind of scary because, look, I don't care what you do. If you ladies that are listening, you do whatever you want. Okay, fine by me. But, like, understand, there was that cover of the magazine. You guys remember it? And she's like, I froze my eggs. Women can have it all. A few years later, when she tried unfreezing the eggs to have kids, they were all destroyed. And she said she screamed like a wild animal, realizing she would never be a mother. So just understand, there is their weird Malthusian move to convince women in any possible way not to have families.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I think this video should be played on every single mainstream network and actually wake up the feminists that are locked into their laptops for 9 to 5, 8 hours a day that have been lied to climb this corporate ladder to equal success, when in reality they'll never actually be fulfilled, because I truly believe that full fulfillment for women will come through motherhood. And even feminists, they will be leftist their whole life, all of a sudden get married, have kids, and their life completely changes and hormonal balances in women. And it's like women have truly gotten the short end of the stick when it comes to society, because we've been lied to for so long and convinced that true happiness is doing what we want, and it's very individualistic instead of looking forward of what does my future look like and how am I actually going to give back and raise the next generation. But it's true. Like, why are we allowing women to sit at desks for 8 hours a day and then send their kids off to daycare, send their kids off to be raised by somebody else that's not them? This is not how you have a functioning society. Functioning societies and restoring Western civilization towards the future is going to be through the nuclear family.
Right. One of the big lies that feminists, I think, gave to women when they were pushing for equality was that men and women are essentially the same, and you should be able to do everything a man can do, and you know they shouldn't hold you back and whatever else. And the reality is that we're totally different. We are biologically different, and that's why all women have to ask themselves at some point, am I going to prioritize having a family and children? Men have to ask themselves this too, to a certain degree. They have to make time to get married and be there for their wives and their children, but they are able to reproduce for a lot longer than women. Yeah. And so they don't have the same kind of constraints. They navigate their lives differently. Yeah. I think one of the problems, one of the lies that we hear all the time is like that the fact that you can carry a child is somehow kind of this weird burden. And
but it's not.
No, it's not. And Mindy Kaling put out this, she was interviewed, and she said one of the best things that parents could do for their college-age daughter was to offer to freeze their eggs for them. Forget the fact that freezing your eggs involves intense hormonal treatments, is expensive, would mean that you would later have to go through IVF, another round of intense hormonal treatments. Any kind of hormonal treatment comes with certain risks that they're not talking about. It makes it so that women are told, ignore this, I would think, a gift that you have that men can't do. They cannot bear children. I think that's really special that women are able to do that. But also, act like it is the burden of your life and avoid it at all costs.
Right.
And I
Instead
think
of a
that's a
gift.
lie. I just think that's dumb. I think it will lead to a lot of people being unhappy. Not just women. I think there are men who fall in love with women who are like, well, I don't want to have kids for 10 years. And they naively are like, okay, I'll go along with it. And then they unfortunately cannot have children as a couple. And that's sad, right?
Not to mention how corporations are pretty much incentivizing women to go the IVF route and freeze their eggs, and de-incentivizing motherhood, especially when it comes to maternity leave, and then, you know, giving women the opportunity and paying for abortions in other states, whatever it may be, to where they are taking away a woman's really inherent desires, and incentivizing, actually, no, instead, stay working at my company.
And make more money for Big Pharma.
Yes.
Great. Good job, women. Nice.
There was a great post by Cernovich where he was basically saying that dudes will be man-children forever without women. That basically, women are the ones who go to men and say, it's time to be a dad, it's time to be a man and do these things. And then guys say, you know, okay, for the woman. But he was talking about, and I could be getting a little bit of it wrong, but I'm trying not to misquote him, that, you know, guys are going to be successful, they're going to make money, and they're going to be like, why change anything I'm doing? I've got everything I want. But then you wake up at 40, you're like, oh, crap. Where it used to be a woman would be in her 20s and she'd be like, time to settle down, dude. But now we're in this era of, I don't know, anybody can do whatever they want whenever they want. Abortions is contraception. There's no repercussions. So now there's quite literally no reason to become an adult.
Yep.
And we're looking at a collapsing birth rate. You know, I was talking to a friend just a moment ago about why we're seeing this mass influx of with temporary protected status and illegal immigration. It's actually quite simple. It's all tied together. The mass spending on the Ukraine war, as well as other wars, requires that we, as long as we're going to keep printing and spending money to control for inflation, you need massive economic growth. You need to bring in tons of people who are going to meet the demand of that mass spending so that things kind of level off. So what do? They open up the borders. This is the machine they've built. The government wants to create debt out of thin air to fund their wars, so they flood the country with non-citizens. Meanwhile, the American culture in the corporate press, Hollywood, and music promotes a lifestyle that prevents people from having families. So it's almost like this machine. Some people believe it's an intentional Malthusian thing, but I don't know if I believe that, because at the same time, they're bringing in mass migration to replace the workers that should have been from parents in America.
Yeah. It's like we don't value ourselves as a country, right? I think some of the lie that we get told from the media is there's no American culture, or like it's stuff that you make fun of, right? It's McDonald's and being overweight or whatever. But the reality is we don't have a culture because we don't cultivate it at home. And if we cultivate it at home, then we have something to protect and promote and to pass down. Right. But then we would need people to pass it down to. And so you're seeing where I'm coming from when I say they're
not going to have anybody.
We're not doing all the things we need to have and protect the culture that I think a lot of people worked really hard to establish and create in this country.
Well, also increasingly, younger generations are less proud of America. And I do think that that's a fundamental problem, because if there's no pride in your country and actually loving the place that you live, then how are you supposed to continue to pass that down to further generations? And also, I wanted to touch on economically in our country, we've gotten to a place where double income, no kids. You have dinks walking around where they don't want to have children, but they feel like they can't afford it, which is also another lie that I think has been sold to women and men, is that, well, kids are just so expensive. I'm never going to be able to afford them the lifestyle that I want to get them. So let's just not have kids. And I don't think that that's a way to win society back.
I saw a crazy post where it was like, doctors find a living baby in a dumpster. And some liberal responded with, crazy what happens when you force people to give birth to children. And it's like, what's the argument then? Kill the baby before it came out so it doesn't die in a dumpster? Like, both are really bad, dude.
Yeah.
And we have an adoption system. There's private adoption. You could put your kid in foster care. Like, you don't have to leave your baby in a dumpster.
You put them on a fire department stoop.
Right. They make special like baby boxes so that this child is not doesn't die of exposure. I think that's a crazy argument.
Right.
I think the reality is you have to take responsibility for your actions, and having a loophole like, well, I should be able to pretend like this never happened, even though, I think they aren't honest about the emotional consequences and definitely not the physical consequences of abortions. It's like deleting a period of your life that you don't care about. I saw this clip from what's that show? Sex and the City. And one of the characters is like pregnant, I guess, and she doesn't know if she wants it, and one's upset 'cause she has infertility. And then one of them is like, look, it's super normal. I've had 2 abortions. How many have you had? And the other girl's like, 1. And I kept thinking, like, this is weird. And I'm pretty sure most of those women end up childless at the end of the show. I've never seen the whole series, but
It's
this would be what we're promoting.
But that's what Hollywood will continue to do, because think of how many women have watched that show and it continues to normalize. Well, it's okay if you want to continue to party with your girlfriends and be in your 30s and have no kids, when in reality that's just depressing and sad.
I don't want to sound a little bit too out of touch, but as far as political issues that actually mobilize women or young people generally, this is the thing. Like, people aren't voting on a lot of other issues, especially young people or women generally. If you're not very involved in politics and you hear about this issue, this will be something that'll actually mobilize you. Not whatever's going on in Ukraine, not like the economy a little bit one way or another where you don't think it's a big deal. It's like, oh, my ability to potentially go get an abortion in case I get knocked up by a dude that I don't want to keep his baby with is the situation that
like I said, I think it's because, especially because it's expansive, right? When the Roe decision ended, I remember getting my hair cut and the girl being like, well, my sister had a miscarriage and now she wouldn't be able to get the procedure that helps, like if you're far enough along, you need to surgically remove the baby from the uterus after it's...
which is not an abortion.
Right. It's not an abortion. And I remember looking at her, I was like, well, that's not really the same thing because that baby has passed, sadly. Like, it's a miscarriage. And it's because the messaging is like they're coming for everything. They're coming from the birth control pill
Women
your
will have
doctor,
no
to
rights.
everything. Like, women will have no rights. And I think that you're totally right. It's the fear mongering. But again, like, that's actually very abusive of a political party to be like, you are under such threat, you have to go to the polls.
We're going to jump in a massive hard segue to a completely unrelated story. Ladies and gentlemen, from the New York Times, the Pentagon will be sending more U.S. troops to the Middle East as tensions rise. This is it. World War III, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what's happening. There's no other explanation. With the sending of more U.S. troops, it means the end is nigh. And they say the troops will number in the dozens. Oh, that actually doesn't sound that bad, actually. Not that I'm a fan of these deployments or anything like that, but, you know, a lot of people are coming out and they're saying it's apocalyptic. They think it's going to signal World War III or whatever. But it looks like the number will be in the dozens, which kind of sounds like 48, maybe?
But it's to protect the thousands of Americans who are stationed there. Stationed implies what? Diplomatic or military posting?
No, military.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just
where are
saying,
they
like,
being
it's
sent
not
to the Mediterranean?
It's not like 10,000 people or whatever, right? So, however, it is interesting because they are likening this or relating it to the Israeli airstrikes against Hezbollah that killed at least 350 people in Lebanon, Defense Department officials said on Monday. Major General Patrick S. Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary, declined to say exactly how many troops are deploying, citing operational security. In light of increased tension in the Middle East and out of an abundance of caution, we are sending a small number of additional U.S. military personnel forward to augment our forces that are already in the region. I think we have, 40,000 in the region or some massive number?
We're seeing more of them arrive now. This is in part due to the escalation and what I think we could call officially a war with Israel and Hezbollah. Since October 7th, Israel and Hezbollah have been engaging in low-level warfare, shooting rockets across the border. Northern Israel was forced to evacuate something like close to 100,000 people. Southern Lebanon was forced to evacuate something like 50,000 people. And we've been seeing the intensity of this conflict kind of rise with the walkie-talkie and pager attacks.
That was a 15-year operation, they said. Did you hear that?
It's amazing.
They set up a shell company, a fake company out of Hungary to manufacture pagers. The whole thing was done over 15 years. That's crazy, dude.
The Jews are really trying to win back some prestige after their major failures on October 7th. But then following that attack, we've seen some of the Hezbollah generals get killed. So Israel cannot allow Hezbollah to exist on its border, which is why they're taking these moves. And I think this is some posturing by the United States to prevent a wider outbreak.
Isn't Hezbollah the official military of Lebanon?
So they're part of the government. They're like a faction of the government. Lebanon is like ruled by multiple factions.
Right. Tribal.
So there's the Hezbollah is like the Shia faction. There's Sunnis, there's other different ethnic groups in the region. But I really think this is one part of the chessboard in the larger chessboard. We're seeing things escalate in Ukraine. We're seeing things escalate in Israel. God forbid we're going to see things escalate in the Taiwan Strait. And this is all due to Joe Biden's weakness at the top of the American government.
Bro, did you see the cabinet meeting with Jill?
It's outrageous.
First one in 11 months. Here we go.
And he says, "Take it away, kid." But listen to him speak. He's just like, like he's gone. He is gone.
He's not running the country.
No, and he's probably not for a while now. He's been on. So New York Post had a story. He's taken 48 years worth of vacations in 4. I don't think he's ever been doing anything. He's been just screwing off.
Well, when you're about to retire, you have to use up those vacation days.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, the Biden administration is completely in sort of senioritis legacy building mode. And so he'll posture on Israel and Palestine right now saying like, oh, I'm really going to get, I mean, he doesn't say it. One of his spokespeople says, we're really going to get serious about a ceasefire. We're not going to let them do whatever. But then obviously, to your point, things are escalating. I don't think that he has any actual influence over any kind of ceasefire or peace talks, which puts Kamala Harris in a very weird position, right? Because the best thing she could do to win supporters right now is to promise that she would guarantee a ceasefire, which she absolutely cannot do because she's inheriting the Biden administration, which is terrible legacy, and also because she's not a good negotiator herself. That's my editorial opinion. Do you think that there is a path forward before the election, or do you think it's going to be a rise in tension, especially in the Middle East, until America knows who's next leader?
I think some of our allies fear that we'll pull the rug out from under them if Kamala Harris is elected. We should be applauding Israel for their attacks against Hezbollah. I feel like people forgot that Hezbollah was responsible for the death of hundreds of American servicemen when our embassy was bombed in Lebanon, among other terrorist attacks. So, Israel is really fulfilling. I think we had a $7 million bounty on a couple of people that Israel killed, who again were responsible for the death of American service people. We should be applauding our allies for fighting back. We should be applauding Ukraine.
But you think it'll be bolder and bolder action until Trump is potentially elected?
I think Israel and Ukraine think they'll have more support from Joe Biden and then Donald Trump than they would be getting under Kamala Harris administration.
That's interesting.
Especially the case for Israel. I think that Kamala Harris would try to leverage like weapons rearmaments.
I would think she would be more supportive of Ukraine than a Trump administration.
I think Trump is secretly relatively pro-Ukraine. I think he was glad to arm Ukraine prior to the invasion. I think you could really project what you want to see from Trump onto him.
Her language has been more consistent, like we must support Ukraine. I've met with Zelensky. He's the best. Whereas Trump is like, I am prepared to end the wars. I want to end them. Because that's what really I think more of his constituents want. They feel they might be sympathetic to Ukraine, but they feel mostly like, why are we involved in yet another thing?
Yeah, I think we're really speaking to bigger trends, though. If we zoom out from like more than the year to year, from like a decade to decade, we are seeing the decline of American hegemony around the world. People aren't taking our threat and power and strength seriously around the world like they used to, and that will lead to more conflicts among our geopolitical fault lines. When people aren't scared of American deterrence, we'll see our enemies become more emboldened.
That's why we need Trump.
That's why we need Trump, and that's because Trump leads through strength.
I'll tell you what I want to see. Okay, I'll tell you how we get world peace. An 83-year-old, morbidly obese Donald Trump with his belly sticking out, laying back in a chair, unable to move. Not a single U.S. troop in any foreign country or whatever. And the moment China moves, Trump picks up his phone and goes, "I'm gonna nuke you. I'm gonna nuke you right now." And they're like, "Stop! This guy's crazy. He might do it." And that's all you need. That's all you need. An inactive old man sitting there, overweight, ready to, with his finger over the button, being like, "Don't you do it? I'll push it." Donald Trump said that he told Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin he would nuke, what did he say, Beijing and Moscow if China invaded Taiwan or Russia invaded Ukraine. And they didn't. Now, China still hasn't invaded Taiwan, but Russia did invade Ukraine. And Trump was like, I don't know if he believed me, maybe 5%, but that's enough. Yeah. And so it is kind of terrifying at the prospect of Donald Trump as president being like, I will nuke your major metropolitan area and kill untold millions of civilians if you invade a country. But as long as they believe it and it doesn't create any wars, it's kind of like, okay, well, it's preferable to what we have now, isn't it?
I know we've been fear-mongering, and I mean, when I say me, I mean American media writ large, about a war between China and Taiwan for decades now. But if I'm Xi Jinping, this is probably one of the most opportune times to invade.
Right
the United
now.
States is bogged down. Yeah, we're sending our troops to the Middle East, not Asia.
And right now, this is what I'm worried about with the escalation happening. I believe we have never seen a higher probability of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan than we do right now, because Donald Trump may get elected. And so China's going to be sitting there and they're going to say, cost risk analysis. If we wait and then we get a Kamala Harris presidency, we're in the clear. But if we get a Donald Trump presidency, we can never move on Taiwan. So what do you want to do? And they're like, well, we got Biden, Kamala right now. We got 2 months. Make the move. Take Taiwan now before Trump can get in and actually counter.
And the domestic political turmoil, multiple assassination attempts, allegedly not even linked to any, intelligence services. Then we have, again, the domestic turmoil due to the Israel-Palestine conflict that we're seeing still at home. Ukraine-Russia stuff. If I was a Chinese or a dentist, communist, thankfully I'm not, but...
No, it's the right time. I mean,
World
on an
War III,
international scale, we look like a laughingstock. Our country looks like a absolute mess, and I genuinely think that if Kamala Harris does get in office, the wars are going to continue. We all know that, and if it's not Trump, I truly think that World War III will be on the brink, because it's going to happen.
I think there were actually also attacks on our service members in Jordan, right across the border, something like that. Our troops are constantly under attack by Iranian proxies throughout the Middle East, and Iran has become confident and comfortable that they could kill American service members and there won't be any retaliation.
I think the crazy thing is, you look at the attempt at a beachhead in Gaza. When the U.S. built that pier that got washed away and was destroyed, they were taking fire from Hamas. The U.S. actively engaged. When I heard this news, I was like, say it. Say they're going to be boots on the ground in Israel and Lebanon on the northern border over the conflict right now with Lebanon. That's what I expect to be the case. And they're not saying it. They're saying, well, we're in the Middle East and in the dozens. We'll see. But we already tried to get boots on the ground. They denied it. I loved it. Who was it who said they were asked about boots on the ground and they were like, they're not boots on the ground.
It was Lloyd.
They're on
Austin,
water.
the defense secretary.
Yeah.
And it was
He was
Matt
like,
Gaetz being
"We're
like,
on the water."
so boots next to the ground?
And he was like, and they're getting shot at. He's like, that's not boots on the ground. And he's like, huh. No.
Also, how much money did we waste on that thing that we ultimately pulled? I mean, it was a multi-million dollar.
Wasn't it hundreds of
I think
millions
it was hundreds
of
of millions of dollars, and it was, number one, obviously a lie from us, and then also a failure. To your point about China and Taiwan, there has been concern about growing tension in the Asia Pacific for a long time, and I think the U.S. is more quiet on what it's doing. Like, I remember last year, I think, the U.S. for the first time ever commissioned a U.S. ship for our Navy in Australia. And us having a naval presence in Australia is not just for fun and games. It's not to see the kangaroos. It's obviously to counter China and its presence there. But I think sometimes because we don't hear what a threat China is all the time, like a lot of the distraction is Russia or someone else, especially because we do so much trade with China. So much of our manufacturing is now in China. We're sort of dependent on them in a weird way. There's a level of wanting to walk more carefully. It's much easier to be like, the Middle East is crazy, and so we have to intervene. We need to send troops there because we are the world's caretaker and police force. Whereas, with China, I think the U.S. is much more fearful, which as a citizen doesn't make me feel confident in our diplomatic standing in that region. And, to your point, I think Kamala Harris does not inspire confidence. I mean, this is someone who's completely avoided doing public interviews, yet she's prepared to negotiate with some of the top foreign leaders, both who are friendly and adversarial in the world.
Yeah,
no.
she's not.
No, she can't.
She's also the one that said that we have no U.S. troops in war zones or combat zones, which is just a blatant lie.
Or she's just that dumb. Could you imagine you with 40,000 troops in the Middle East? We've had the Iranian-backed militias attacking U.S. personnel, injuring them. The 3 service members you mentioned in Jordan. She goes to negotiating, and she walks up to some, world leader, Putin or whoever, and he says, withdraw your troops from the Middle East. He goes, we don't have any in there. And he's going to be like,
It's like,
what?
what did they just send me? I don't understand.
Why are there troops in my country?
The translator must be wrong. Someone speak better English. She said there's no troops in the Middle East.
We're clearly not communicating with her, and it turns out you can't communicate with her. There was this letter that the Harris Walls campaign is promoting that, top former military officials are signing in support of her, which to me, if you were an active service member, if you were the family member of a service member, wouldn't you then feel like everyone was about to betray you? She doesn't even know where our troops are, yet this is the person who wants to be the commander-in-chief.
And how much money are all of these people who are signing that making?
Right.
Because there is so much money to be made from arms trading. And then even when you see like Josh Shapiro signing the bombs, or I don't remember what it was, but signing them, and Zelensky's standing right there behind him, like
Crazy. Signing the bombs. That's
wait, why is that crazy?
That he's
Somebody
signing
spell it out to
bombs
me.
manufactured in Pennsylvania with Zelensky?
Yeah, I mean, think about
Americans are not in favor of war in general.
In Pennsylvania, support for Ukraine is popular, and these are more jobs happening in Pennsylvania.
The jobs thing I understand.
And they're going to fight what they see as tyranny. So it's like, Trump's a threat to democracy, Putin's a threat to democracy.
I feel like signing bombs like that is just bad.
Like those bombs are going to kill people, and I
mean,
don't
kill
think
bad
that,
people
like,
who are invading your homeland.
But now
Ukraine.
We are
Ukraine is actively
America,
fighting-
Elad. We are,
But this
we are
is
the United
no.
States.
With Zelensky. Shapiro and Zelensky were signing the bombs, I guess. But
Yeah.
Yes.
For
like,
Shapiro,
it's not,
right?
Yeah.
Russia is a common enemy of ours. They're invading a sovereign country. Like,
But now Ukraine is fighting in Russia. So that war does not seem to
in
be this
some parts,
one-sided narrative that we thought it was. I personally don't think we should ever have been involved. I could understand having sympathy to a smaller country that is maybe seeming like it's being.
it wasn't sparked by Ukraine. Ukraine's invading
Why would
Russia
Josh
back.
Shapiro sign these things? I understand jobs in Pennsylvania, maybe, but can't you just tour a factory? Signing your name to something that is going to kill people,
think
especially
it's
when it's
very
civilians, that seems weird to me.
If we believe in peace through strength, we need to work hard at reinvigorating our manufacturing capacity, our arms capacity, and that needs to start in Pennsylvania. It's a good thing it's happening in Pennsylvania.
But we could bring
These
back other manufacturing jobs. It doesn't have to just.
Well, let's break this down too. It's important to understand the $250 billion spent on Ukraine isn't in Ukraine for the most part. A lot of the money did go to these groups that were fraudulent, and the government gave them to fake businesses who took the money and ran. That's true. But most of the money is spent here to make weapons that will be shipped there. So a lot of people like the jobs. I can't remember who we were talking to. It might have been Gates. That there are districts, and we ask, like, why are there Republicans who always vote for war no matter what? And he's like, they're in district. I don't know if it was Gates, but the member of Congress was like, well, there's members of Congress whose whole economy is weapons manufacturing.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
If they come back and say we're opposed to war, all those jobs are gone. Ain't nobody going to vote for them.
Well, armed manufacturers do this on purpose. They'll work with congressmen to have their factories be in their districts, and that is the basis of the military-industrial complex, which, for the record, I think is a good thing. I think it's important for us to have a strong military, and the way we deter our enemies is with a strong military. So I think we really need to reinvigorate that.
I don't mind having a strong military. I think it's weird that Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, would sign missiles that are going to kill people in two countries that he is not tied to. They didn't attack Americans. It's Russians and Ukrainians fighting amongst themselves. Seems very strange to me, but, maybe I'm just anti-war.
Hey, look, I don't like that China has, Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps, and they extract their organs to sell to wealthy Middle Easterners who want halal organ transplants. That's nightmarish. I don't like that they have the Uyghur Muslims be raped, and then many of them undergo forced abortions. I ain't about to advocate for invading China and getting involved in a massive international conflict with World War III over it. I don't know what you do, sanctions or something.
I mean, we could have done a better job boycotting the Olympics. That would have been a good one. But again, we're too afraid to make, Belarus and Russia were totally banned from competing under their flags in both of the Olympics that have happened since the invasion. But we still went to China, told all our athletes, don't bring your cell phones because they will be tapped by the Chinese government. We're just not going to send our top officials and diplomats because we're soft boycotting this. We treat China so differently than we do Russia. We obviously know why. I just think that this fear of Russia is slightly misplaced. I think that we should be more serious about.
They're second fiddle to China now, but it's unfortunate and sad. I'm deeply insecure about how infiltrated we are by the Chinese communists, so that is. I feel like there was just a scandal recently with Governor Kathy Hochul. Some of her, I think
Former top aide.
a former top aide was involved with the CCP. She's not the only one. There was another California congressman not too long ago. This is probably just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to a lot of this infiltration. And the thing is, they're not worried as much about the reverse happening in China because we cannot as effectively infiltrate China because they are in a multicultural society. They aren't open to immigration like we are. Yep. We're welcoming to everybody here in our country. But China, if you're not Chinese, you stand out.
However, the argument would then be that there are people born who are of Chinese ethnicity to Chinese family and speak fluent Mandarin and then enlist, and they say, you're ethnically Chinese, we're going to send you to China.
It's harder to convince,
because immigration, especially. Because even if you have an American-born Chinese man who goes to China, they're going to be like, you're an American, you're a foreigner. So they're going to. It's not as easy. And then they send someone here to emigrate, or it's because we're open to immigration.
Well, they take advantage of our values. China looks at us and our ideals that, we bring in all people of all races into our army, and they see that as a weakness to take advantage of cynically. So
let's jump to this next story. We got an ad from the Lincoln Project, ladies and gentlemen, and let me tell you what this ad's all about. The Democrats know that they got a woman problem. They know that people don't want to vote for Kamala Harris because she is a woman. I am not saying, leftist YouTubers who want to lie, that people should not vote for a woman. I'm saying Democrats are looking at their internal polling and they're going, hey man, people are outright saying they won't support a woman for president. We have this ad from Lincoln Project. Take a listen.
I can't believe we're having this conversation again. So here we go. You know who the candidates are. You know what's at stake. One candidate promises a divided America filled with lies and hate. And one stands for change. Kamala Harris has more courage, more honor, more guts than this guy ever had. So you decide, are we really going back down that same fucking broken road, or are we moving forward towards hope, towards freedom, towards change?
We know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success.
There's promise that lies in change, and the time for change is now. So what the hell are you waiting for? Because if it's the woman thing, it's time to get over that. It's time for hope, for change. It's time to be a man and vote for a woman.
Be a man, vote for a woman. Dude, wow, that's the least convincing thing I've ever heard. But like I said, they know they got a woman problem. Men and women. There's many of them who don't want to vote for a woman. And I'm not sitting here making a moral judgment on them. The left will claim that I'm sexist or whatever. Fine, whatever. I'm saying the Democrats, the Lincoln Project, there's also the white dudes for Harris, where they're trying to do this thing where like, come on, guys, vote for the woman. Because they know there are guys out there being like, I ain't voting for no woman.
What was the argument for voting for a woman? They were like,
Trump
if
is
you're a
bad and she's
man.
better.
Trump is bad, vote for a woman.
I think it was just get over it. The argument was get over it.
He said, what the hell are you waiting for? The woman thing? Get over it.
You're worried about them being a woman? Get over
he said she's more courageous and has more guts than this guy Trump ever has. He didn't name one of her accomplishments. In their scary split screen of like Trump's, apparent shortfallings, they never countered it with like, here are the things that she accomplished. This is the problem with Kamala Harris. That's why she wants another debate. She can only run a I am not Trump campaign, and Trump is a known quantity. She's unknown, and she refuses to provide factual evidence for these claims that she is successful and good. She's just there because she is Joe Biden's woman of color VP. We all know that.
What are you, scared of cooties? Get over it.
Not to mention
Get over it. What are you? You mad about inflation? Get over it.
It is the
You're
cooties
upset
argument,
about
though.
the war in Ukraine? Get over it. You're mad about the border being left unguarded? Get over it. Is that the arguments?
Nobody voted for Kamala Harris? Get over it. She came out of nowhere. Get over it.
I got an idea for the political campaign. Democrats, I'm going to help you out. Vote for Kamala just because.
Because I told
it.
you so.
Stop. Here's one. Here's my political campaign ad for Kamala Harris. Are you an American citizen who is tired of all of the problems this country faces, from foreign wars, inflation, stagnant wages, and an open border? Well, stop caring about it. And that's it. Yeah, you'll be fine. Just focus on other things, and there you go. Nothing to worry about.
What if they run an ad that's like, Donald Trump keeps talking about how bad the border is and the economy. He's making us sad. Vote for Kamala Harris. She doesn't talk about this at all.
She's joy.
Lifting.
I like "Get
Pretend
Over It"
like it's-
as a tagline.
Wait, I got a better one.
I like the
got a better
Coonies
one.
one.
Are you an American who is tired of the problems of inflation, stagnant wages, foreign war? Stick your fingers in your ear, close your eyes, and it all goes away.
Kamala Harris would never make you hear about such horrible things.
You can't afford
Wait, wait.
groceries.
You know what's really
Get
funny
over
about this, though? While the Democrats are doing these ads, like, remember the White Dudes for Harris one, where it's like, I'm a guy, and I'm going to vote for Kamala, and it's, like, really annoying. The funny thing is Trump's ads are Kamala Harris going, the cost of bread has gone up, and gas is up. And it just cuts to Trump going, I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. There's another one that's being shared where it's Tim Walz going, we can't afford another 4 years of this. I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. These are, so I don't know about that one, but there is a legitimate ad playing on YouTube where it's Kamala Harris saying the price of gas is up, bread is up, groceries are up, and that just cuts to Trump saying, I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. It's an actual advertisement running.
She should not be running a change campaign considering she is tied to the incumbent in such an intense way. It is the Biden-Harris administration. I cannot tell you how many times I heard that insisted upon. And yet she's like, we need change, so pick me, another Democrat who was specifically in the White House for the last 4 years.
Well, and saying we can't go back. Her entire campaign, the Democratic Party has separated Kamala Harris from Joe Biden entirely, even though she's the sitting vice president of the United States and has done nothing in the last 3.5 years. Like, if you actually wanted to help our American people at the grocery stores, if you wanted to help inflation, the economy, the housing market, do something about it. But she's never actually put forth any ideas. And we even saw that the ideas on her campaign website were copy-pasted the code from Joe Biden's website. Like, she has no original thoughts or ideas. And, I mean, her entire debate was all talking points.
So you're anti-woman then?
So
Hate
anti.
Kamala Harris.
I hate women.
It's funny they even made this ad because I thought the Lincoln Project was defunct after their alleged scandal where one of their CEOs, Weaver, offered young men professional support in exchange for sex. According to the New York Times. Yeah, so that was a scandal the Lincoln Project had.
They have to stop Donald Trump.
And I thought I didn't know they came back. Yeah, I thought they imploded among that scandal in 2021, but I guess they're
Still going.
they're still here.
I just like how this ad was trying to go after middle America. Like, there was the farmers, the old white guy at the white picket fence, and going after the families, the Army veteran. And I'm like, none of those people are voting for Kamala Harris.
Morgan, you got to admit, though, the trucker hat does have some, it's demure. Is that what you guys are saying nowadays?
I am not Gen Z enough for that.
Or thoughtful?
It's not mindful.
No.
Oh,
It is not
mindful.
mindful.
No, but it doesn't
No,
have some Gen Z swag. Can you
The
get that
camo
hat?
hat with the Harris walls is not demure. It would be a lot more demure if it said Trump on it.
They're ripping
that's
off
their
Chappell
icon.
Roan, and I will die on this
They
hill.
are.
Like, oh, that's who, like, Emma Hoffman, is that her name?
Elle Hoffman, right?
Elle Hoffman wears that hat in her.
Emhoff.
Emhoff with her tats and.
Didn't they say that, like, she designed it or something? She came up
She
with
ripped
it.
off a
right.
pop star that's rising to, wow, creative. I love it. No, I mean, I think that the reality is this, like, shaming people into voting for someone by saying, you know, it's like the same thing of saying, like, well, if you're not willing to date a trans person, you're actually transphobic. You know, like, it's the same sort of weird fear mongering you into being possibly labeled as bigoted in some way.
Are you not dating another guy? Get over it.
That's all the left has. All they have is continuous fear mongering. Whatever issue it is, if you do not fit in their cookie cutter model of what the left is, then you're not welcome here, or we're going to force you to vote for our candidate.
Don't like communism? Get over it.
What if Kamala Harris comes out at, like, whatever next fake interview she does and is like, oh, there's been a lot of talk about my ties to the Biden administration. Get over it. Like,
I'm different. I'm
different, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Like, she just refuses to address it.
I like this a lot, actually. It's like now, whenever there's a problem, I just tell people to get over it.
They tried to
Like, hey,
assassinate
sir,
Trump twice. Get over it.
Sir, you can't park your car there. Get over it.
Can you play that part back again? The way he said it, too, the tone of the get over
And for change
Is that Joaquin Phoenix, by the way?
is now.
Is it?
So what the hell are you waiting for? Because if it's the woman thing, it's time to get over that.
It's time to get over that.
Time for hope, for change. It's time to be a man and vote for a woman.
I think that is the least convincing thing I have ever heard. I am a man, and if someone was like, you don't want women firefighters, get over it, I'd be like, no, what? I think firefighters can be women, but I don't think the issue should be you should just put women in the fire department to be firefighters. If there's like a 6'5" woman who can lift 200 pounds, then she can be a firefighter. I don't care. But the arbitrary argument of a woman should be in the fire department, I disagree with. Any person who is capable of lifting 150 pounds could be a firefighter. I'm not going to get over it.
I like how they're doing this masculine angle. Be a man. Well, you know,
I think it's
be
weird
a
that
man,
they're
vote for a
like,
woman.
if we talk down to them and threaten their masculinity, then they'll do what we
You
say.
threaten their masculinity, yeah, like, come on, be a man. What are you, a woman? What, are you going to vote for a dude?
Yeah, right. Be a man. Vote for a woman. Don't be a woman.
What is a woman?
I think they should also stop saying it's this woman thing and acting like it's like not specific to Kamala Harris. I think there are tons of Americans who would vote for a woman if she conveyed some sort of sense of strength and poise and seemed like she had experience. I don't know that I'm one of those Americans, but I'm sure they're out there. Kamala Harris is inaccessible. She's not doing media interviews. She wouldn't put forward any policies. She actually seems to me fairly inexperienced, especially when we're on the brink of multiple international wars. I think that they're covering for themselves when they say like people are anti-woman and they just don't support her. No, it's just this woman.
I don't know if this makes me a sexist, but I think there is something to the a female president thing that I'm unsettled with. In the past in my life, like I've had male and female bosses, and the dynamic is different with a female, and I've always preferred a male boss. So like there is something to say about how that people do take that into calculation. They are questioning whether or not a woman has the right temperament, and we do project some sexism or some of our perceived, female qualities onto them. And
if we're going to have a female presidential candidate, I feel like the main qualification for her should not be that she is female. That's all they talk about. The first female president, Kamala Harris, first female vice president. Tell me something else, right? If she were actually talented and good, we wouldn't have to reference this all the time.
Yeah. If somebody's going to be the first female vice president, it should be Nikki Haley and not Kamala Harris.
Female vice president?
Or a female president. It should be Nikki Haley.
Well, I mean, I don't think it really matters to you all that much. They both want to bomb Iran, so.
Well, I think Nikki Haley goes about it a better way.
Yeah, and she's more likely to do it, Kamala's got to navigate the anti...
Alon went to a lot of Nikki Haley rallies, and they think that's why he's speaking this way. But maybe he went to a lot of Nikki Haley rallies because he is a supporter.
A lot of the people who I spoke to there said they wouldn't support Trump even if Nikki Haley did endorse, which she did end up doing, which is an interesting dynamic. There is a small never Trump contingent that of Republicans that exists in our country that I don't think is very relevant, but like
I don't think it's enough to change the party, and I think they should. There's the reality that they are not gaining ground, and so that tells us what the temperament of the overall Republican Party.
I don't know why these Cheneys thought it was so politically advantageous to take this ground. Liz Cheney thought she was going to do
Lawrence O'Donnell from MSNBC is all mad because Bush won't specifically go out and denounce Donald Trump. The Bushes, Laura and George W. Bush have said that they're not going to comment on who they're voting for this cycle. I'm sure we can all figure out why that is, but the mainstream media is like, how could they do this? That's actually unethical of them to do this. Seems crazy to me.
Let's jump to this wild story that probably has no reason to be talked about, but we're going to talk about it anyway. RFK Jr. may sue Olivia Nuzzi after writer bombarded him with increasingly pornographic pics and videos. Dude, this story is the weirdest thing ever. Who did Nuzzi work for? Was it like the New York Times? Who did she work for? I don't want to disparage the New York Times if that's not the case. But she worked for like the corporate press.
She's written for many publications.
Yeah, they said. Who did they mention?
New York Magazine.
New York Magazine. There you go. Not New York Times. New York Magazine. So this story is absolutely insane. Apparently, there was an instance. So RFK Jr. He's 70. This woman who's what, like 40? How old is she?
31.
31? Holy crap! She's blasting him with like nudes and stuff. Apparently, according to one report, RFK Jr. blocked her number, and then she emails him being like, "There's a hit piece coming out on you. You need to unblock my number." So he does, and then she immediately sends him nudes. Like, what? I
just want to know what she thinks she's going to get out of this.
I don't know. It's so wild. Could you imagine if the genders were reversed? That there was like a dude sending
That would be sexual assault.
He'd go to jail.
Yeah.
They'd be demanding he be arrested for this.
It does feel like sexual harassment, right?
It's 100% harassment.
Well, she was covering his campaign when he raised her up, I suppose, and then.
Is that the technical term?
I think that's what the
She
youngsters.
she heard the smooth sound of his voice, and she immediately just fell in love.
She heard that bear story and she was like, "This is the guy."
He is a Kennedy after all. I mean, he looks good for 71. Kennedy.
He's 70.
70.
Yeah. So apparently, let's read a little bit. He's investigating a possible lawsuit against the sexting New York Magazine writer Olivia Nuzzi, who allegedly bombarded him with increasingly pornographic photos and videos while tricking him into unblocking her numbers. Kennedy has hired a security expert, Gavin DeBecker, to probe the saga because he's allegedly pursuing civil and potentially criminal litigation against the 31-year-old star political reporter, according to Jessica Reed Cross, who knows them both. This has nothing to do with romance, DeBecker said of the sordid saga. He was being chased by porn. Nuzzi was placed on leave last week, allegedly tricked the married politician into receiving her racy messages after he first blocked her number over a flirtatious remark she made just 2 weeks after her profile on him was published in November 23. A few weeks later, Nuzzi emailed him asking to be unblocked, claiming she had urgent information about a hit piece being prepared against him. He unblocked her for that conversation, but later that night she sent him a provocative picture, prompting him to block her again. For the next 8 months, Krause claims Kennedy kept the Washington correspondent's number blocked, aside from a handful of times when she reached out from different emails and numbers, insisting they speak for urgent discussions about an imminent hit piece. She did it more than once. Once unblocked, she bombarded him with increasingly pornographic photos and videos that he found difficult to resist. After brief exchanges, he would block her again. Other friends Krause said she spoke to believe Nuzzi allegedly set him up. The Post reached out to Nuzzi after the latest claims, but didn't hear back immediately. Krause, for her part, said she had unexpectedly formed a friendship with Nuzzi late last year over their mutual coverage of Kennedy, but she became suspicious after the reporter started inundating her with personal questions about him. Olivia would ask me almost intimate questions about him and his relationship with staff, his wife, after each campaign stop, who he was seen talking to, what his mood was like, and whether he showed any signs of flirtation. There was an undercurrent of fascination that went beyond journalistic intrigue, bordering on obsession. Her constant desire for updates, coupled with the tone of her inquiries, made it clear she wasn't merely reporting, she was weaving some kind of fantasy. Meanwhile, a source close to the Kennedy camp had earlier told the Post that Nuzzi had become obsessed with the ex-candidate after interviewing him at his home in California and pursued him via text to the point where he repeatedly had to block her. This is absolutely wild. I mean, geez, RFK Jr. Casanova over here.
Some additional layers here, just to make it a little bit more saucy. The guy who Olivia was initially engaged to, Ryan Lizza, is Politico's chief Washington correspondent. So he's a real DC insider, and he was actually allegedly fired from his last job due to sexual assault allegations.
What?
That's Lizza. And then if you go to RFK Jr. is married to Cheryl Hines, who's an actress. But prior to that, he was married to a different woman who allegedly murdered herself after finding a diary.
Why did you say it like that?
I want to say allegedly all over this stuff because
murdered herself
or killed herself allegedly. I'm just dropping in allegedly because I don't want any lawyers coming off of me.
Don't only say killed themselves, right? I don't know.
Allegedly because RFK cheated on her a lot of times. So there's a lot of infidelity among these people, and they're all politicos, and it all overlaps. And it's funny because in Politico, they usually write about new people who are dating each other. And Ryan Lizza writes the column where they talk about who's dating each other in D.C. So now Ryan Lizza isn't allowed to cover the RFK Jr. campaign, and neither is Olivia. Olivia was very popular as an upcoming star in many liberal journalistic communities in Washington, D.C. She's very well known and very well respected. That's why this is so scandalous. Was that nice background to the drama?
I thought it was fascinating. It's very hard to comment on the story because obviously I don't know anything, but repeatedly sending someone photos of yourself after they keep blocking you seems like not the most flattering move.
I just want to know
She follows me on
why.
Twitter.
Be careful,
Are you
Tim.
going to slide her a DM?
No. Check
Maybe
your
she
DM
could come
request.
cover us and write a New Yorker
Elad
article.
just wants to meet her in person. Okay.
Elad's just imagining getting these racy texts.
It's like, why
I
is
wouldn't
it RFK
block her the
and
first
not
time.
me?
He just wants to feel wanted.
Hey, she writes really good articles, Tim. Don't you think she'd like to?
That's right. It's all about the articles.
It's all, you know.
This is just a professional interest on Alad's behalf.
That's crazy.
She covered the Trump campaign in 2016. She has a long history of writing about very relevant figures. Tim, you're very relevant.
I ain't going anywhere near this crazy stuff, man.
I don't know why.
I love how it's like RFK Jr. couldn't resist. Made it difficult for him to resist or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, dude. He keeps on blocking her. Like, this time the conversation will be normal. And then he's like, ah, crap.
Well, it's also insane that she didn't see where this is going because she's a journalist. This is a presidential candidate.
Maybe she thinks
you're
they're in
engaged. He's married. What are you thinking?
Did she think it wasn't going to come out and become public knowledge at some point? Like, how many times are you going to send unsolicited nude pictures to somebody who has you blocked until they unblock you, and then you continue to send photos and videos? Is what's absurd. Like,
Doesn't
why?
that seem weird that like after the first 2 times she barely didn't get the hint and then kept
Well,
going?
she's engaged too.
Is she still engaged?
She was.
Not anymore. To Mr. Ryan Lizza.
They were engaged.
They were engaged, and they're
Did
apart
they
now.
stop being engaged because of this, or
Yes.
were they
Yes.
previously separated?
Yes, they stopped.
They were engaged while she was sending unsolicited nude photos.
Rough all
And
around.
he has 2 other children from a prior marriage.
Liza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just layers and layers of this is what it's like in the DC Writers Club, I suppose.
Yeah, Olivia's 31, Liza's 50, and RFK's 70. Like, just why are you sending a 70-year-old man nude photos of yourself?
If you're a journalist too, you should know that. Well, they didn't leak, so I guess RFK Jr. has some integrity, but it's dangerous.
I'm sure he doesn't want to be tied to this either, right? Like,
It's true as
even if
well.
it's unsolicited, it's not great to have someone several decades younger than you sending you pornographic images while you're married.
These liberal women can't help themselves around these right-wing coded men. I don't know what to say. She's not sending, RFK Jr. really mogged this Liza guy. Very embarrassing and very sad and unfortunate for this Liza guy. It's
sad.
By RFK Jr. You got your girl stolen by RFK Jr.
This is what's going on in D.C. all the time, dude. Remember when Madison Cawthorn was like, they're doing creepy stuff, and then they called him a liar?
It was coke-fueled orgies,
Uh-huh.
quote unquote, allegedly.
And then that video came out from the Senate, and he just tweeted, "I told you so."
Yeah. The video of the 2 guys doing demonic deeds in public. And did that guy get arrested?
No.
Are you talking about the guy
He did
in
an
the Senate
investigation
hearing
and they closed
room?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were doing,
Yeah, I don't think they got arrested.
That's outrageous. We memory hold that hard. I'm glad.
For those that don't understand, it was 2 guys engaged in adult actions in the Senate hearing, one of the Senate hearing rooms.
Recorded.
Filming it.
Filmed.
And apparently they did it more than once.
Outrageous.
That's what the rumor was, that they were doing it a lot, and this was the one time they got caught, and they were posting it online or whatever.
Why would you post that?
Because you're a voyeuristic LGBTQ person. LGBTQV.
That's crazy, dude. But this stuff's going on all over D.C., man. See, the problem is RFK Jr. is a stand-up guy.
He allegedly cheated on his wife many times, too.
Yes, but I mean, like, if Nuzzy did this to any other politician, you wouldn't hear about it.
It's true.
So do you think we're hearing about it because it is RFK, and they're like trying to put him in this position where he's in an appropriate relationship?
How did they find out about it?
I think this came out from him
Published? No.
Yeah, I think
initially.
it came out in House and Habit because she had been following his campaign trail, I think. Or it was either him or Jessica.
RFK said it?
I think RFK initially. Do you want to pull that?
It doesn't say this about him suing her.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't mention exactly.
What do you think of the New Yorker's handling
No,
of this
I mean,
case?
Maybe she
Removing
didn't break
her?
it, but
Did they fire her?
I think they put her on leave.
Yeah, she's basically fired then.
Yeah.
the thing on House and Habit is titled "The Talent" because they embedded the link in this New York Post article. The talented Miss Nuzzy. How do you say her last name?
She is talented.
Exclusive insight into the sexting scandal between RFK Jr. and Olivia Nuzzy. But I don't know if she broke the story or just commented.
She broke the story herself.
That'd be crazy. Or she just commented after. I didn't follow the timeline that closely.
Let's stop talking about.
You brought this up.
I know, because Elad wanted to talk about it.
No, it is substantial
Elad.
too with the Trump campaign as RFK Jr. becomes a Trump campaign surrogate.
Elad just wants to meet Olivia. Olivia, if you're listening, Elad wants.
If you want to write
slide
about
into
me,
DMs.
He's right here. Let's jump to this story. This is over the weekend. Trump says he doesn't see himself running in 2028 if he loses in November. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. If you love Donald Trump, he's got to win because otherwise he's going to go on his yacht, go to the Mediterranean, and he's going to just relax for the rest of his days.
So I know Trump said this, but I believe it's fake news. I believe if Trump loses, he will run again.
82-year-old Donald Trump.
Yeah, it'll be about Joe Biden's age currently.
I think he'll win again.
Give or take.
Nah, look.
It's his for the taking, however.
Trump's a spry 78, but he's not. It's exponential decline when you're getting older.
Do you believe if he wants it, the Republican electorate would pick him? Or you think somebody else would?
I think by 2028, if Trump loses again, there's no way he's winning the primary in 2028.
I think there is a cult of personality around Trump, and if he wanted it, he could easily have it, and nobody else could challenge him. It'll be a similar primary to the way it was this time, if it happens. It's all up to him. I don't think Trump's ego...
It would be contentious, but Trump, I believe, would not win.
I don't think Trump's... From what I know and understand about Trump, I just don't see it, but time will tell.
Do you think that if Nikki Haley was the Republican nominee right now, she'd be leading in the polls dramatically?
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yes. Only because she's a more so-called moderate candidate, and in a general, you want a more moderate candidate.
What if Ron DeSantis won the primary? Do you think he'd be leading Kamala?
Also, yes.
I don't know.
In a general election,
I think they would have pulled Biden if it was DeSantis.
Ron was stable, but very uncharismatic.
He's young, though, and energetic, and I think that was... he also was one of the only Republicans in the midterms to overperform in his state, so Florida was one of the rare bright spots for the midterm. A young moderate. It's always difficult to get out of the primary. You know, you're running a different race in the primary than you are in the general election.
The reality is we had the conversation about age now. Like, we have polled Americans far and wide about how they feel about age. And Joe Biden, you know, Trump, I think seems like a very healthy 78-year-old, but if he were to run in 2028, he would be older than Biden is now. And despite the personality and despite the devoutness of a lot of his followers, I think 4 years from now, that would not be enough to overcome that. And I also think Trump is a businessman, and there's a certain level of, like, you don't keep just starting failed businesses. That would be his fourth time running, and I think there is a level of he can have more influence if he stays out of that race and hosts fundraisers and talks to whoever he wants to and endorses candidates. Even though right now his endorsements aren't 100% successful, I think if he wants to stay in the political field in 2028, he'd have more influence from the outside than on the inside, largely because we talked about age. I also think it is smart to, like, I'll acknowledge, you know, there's a chance that maybe he is like, just kidding, I'm doing it. But I think it is good to tell your followers, if they are that devoted to you, like, it is now or never. If you want another Trump presidency, you have to go to the polls in November.
Well, that's why he has to say this regardless.
And he should say it stronger.
Yeah.
Because this was kind of passive. He was just simply asked, during an interview, he was asked, you know, will you run again? He says, no, I think that will be it. I don't see it. I don't see that at all. He was talking with Cheryl Atkinson. Hopefully we're going to be successful. It would be easier if I did it, contiguous, he said, launching his 2024 bid after losing 2020 race to Biden. Asked what positions Elon Musk, Gabbard, and Kennedy would hold for a potential second Trump administration. He said, RFK would do great on health and on the environment. Gabbard is a common sense person. National security, by the way. And on Musk, he said, Elon is Elon, noting the tech giant probably has a couple other things to do and applauding him as a big cost cutter. He's going to run the Department of Governmental Efficiency, Doge, as it were. But I think Trump should be really strong on this messaging. He should come out and say at his rallies, you know, this is the big one. If you're a Trump fan, if you want to see the work get done, this is it. You have to do everything you can. I actually think that Trump going out and saying it's the end of this country is less motivating for his diehard fans than this is my last chance to serve all of you as your president. You will not see me again in 2028. Let's be real. I'll be 82. But I can serve until then if you choose me. That's going to motivate the Trump diehards masterfully.
I'm seeing some reporting that he also said this in 2020, but...
He wouldn't run in 2024?
He wouldn't run in 2024, yeah.
I mean, but 82, he ain't running.
No, there's no way. I mean, there's already been an age discussion now. As soon as Joe Biden got off of the ticket and they put in Kamala Harris, all of a sudden age was an issue. And they're like, oh, well, Donald Trump is way too old. Like, Kamala Harris is young woman. We need to elect her. And so I don't foresee in 2028 him being able to run and the left not using that to their advantage even.
But do you think it's for the taking, though? Like, if he wanted it, he could be
in 2028. I do not think he can win a primary.
For the taking. Wow.
Look, already in 23, in early 23 and 22, Ron DeSantis was leading all the prediction markets to win. The problem was when Ron DeSantis stepped up to the plate, he just let off a big fart.
Crumbled.
Figuratively.
Yeah.
You know, his campaign launch on X was, I'm going to lead the great American comeback. And everyone's like, well, that was uninspiring. What happened? Here's this guy who led Florida so well. And when he steps to the microphone, he goes, hi, I'm going to lead the great American comeback. And they're just like,
It made me wonder who was on his campaign staff. Like, I can understand why you wanted to use X as a platform.
Well, they attacked. They attacked all their allies. It was insane. This is a message too for all the Trump diehards because they're like, "Oh, Tim's talking about this again." Yeah, because Ron DeSantis had these super annoying surrogates who literally went on X and figuratively just dumped all over the floor for no reason. All of a sudden, the DeSantis campaign started attacking me, and I'm like, "Why is Christina Pushaw attacking me? I didn't say anything about her." I'm like, she just decided one day, you know what? I want Ron to lose. And then I argued, I think she must be a secret Trump operative because she's sabotaging Ron DeSantis. He actually was, in the beginning, had a great chance. He was 2-1 over Trump. And then you watch him go down and Trump pick up. And then you have these diehard DeSantis guys who just literally were vicious and insulting and super annoying. And it was just like, dude, get away from me. You guys suck. I don't think DeSantis could have won based on his performance being so miserable, his inability to lead a team. You know, Nikki Haley probably, I think right now might be doing better than Ron DeSantis was, but I don't think Nikki Haley mustered up the support that Trump could generate. And I think the problem is too many of the MAGA individuals would not vote for Nikki Haley. Donald Trump has the MAGA base. These are populist, right-leaning individuals with a libertarian overlap. You can see that in the Mises Caucus. Nikki Haley has neocons. If she were to win, I think you lose way too many MAGA people saying they refuse to vote, and then Kamala wins. I think Trump still was the best bet. I think in 2028, there's no way Donald Trump, if he tried to run, would actually win again. But that being said, I don't know who the contenders are going to be. I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy, maybe?
Probably more of the same. Probably a Nikki Haley again. Probably another DeSantis.
I mean, Vivek is the smartest guy in politics right now. And I don't just mean his understanding of the issues. He understands people very well, and he knows how to communicate. That dude is fantastic. I'm a big fan. I'd like to see him do more.
In 2028, I don't think the MAGA base would be big enough and have the same energy that we have right now to actually win an election in 2028. That's the only reason why I don't think Trump would be a good pick for the GOP or for the Republican Party to platform in the next election. I do think it's time for somebody else. Like, imagine like Vivek being up against Kamala. Like, if Kamala is able to run again, is she able to run again?
Yeah, she can.
Yeah, like in the event, you know, if she wins, she runs again in 2028. I 100% think putting someone like Vivek would be a way better chance of the Republican Party being able to win. You have someone who's just, I think, at a more equal stature of age, and Vivek could out-debate Kamala any day.
And the question of what does
Any day.
what does the MAGA base do for 4 years? If we get another 4 years of Democratic presidency, I mean, they are going to continue to do something. And I think the reality is probably they would become divided on their issues. I mean, movements have momentum, but they are not always. It's difficult for them to last multiple decades. Trump has basically been running for a decade,
especially the last 4 years. I think right now we are the most unified we've ever seen, especially after the RFK endorsement, because we finally have those center of the aisle, the moderates, the libertarians who are finally supporting. Like, okay, you know what? I hate Kamala Harris. I will vote for Donald Trump because of RFK, because of what Vivek said, because of what Elon said, and all of these people are historically voting Democrat people. And so now that they're coming out and saying that, you know, I truly think that RFK was a huge unifying moment, especially with this election. And there's never going to be another election like this.
I think Trump knows that too.
Indeed.
Yeah. I think you have to know when to walk away. And I think it would make sense if he were like, I'm 82 years old. I'm going to walk away now and serve my country in a different way.
I don't understand how Trump keeps doing this. I'm not kidding. Like, I could not imagine being 78 and just being like, I'm going to keep working the hardest possible thing you can imaginably do.
While people are trying to kill me.
Yeah, dude, I gotta tell you, dude, I'm at 50, I'm going to be like on some island somewhere fishing and just being like, I'm tired, man, you know? Trump is a machine.
Especially all his kids and his grandkids.
He does it for us.
I'm willing to bet that if Trump got his testosterone levels checked, it's going to be like 1,000, like some ridiculous number. He's an old man. It shouldn't be that high, but something's wrong with him. He should be sitting down with a big old belly on a beach as an old man enjoying his retirement. But instead, he's working as hard as he possibly can for a man his age, especially to try and be the president. And they tried to kill him twice in 2 months. And he's like, my resolve has not faltered. And it's just like, geez, dude.
Keeps going.
Whatever's
They
in
even
those
said
Trump genes.
He sleeps like 5-6 hours, maybe a night. Like he never sleeps. He's constantly on the go.
Did you know that Sam Elliott was the voice of the
Yes.
Lincoln Pride? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's hilarious.
Who is that?
The cowboy guy. He's in all those movies.
He's in all
the
movies,
cowboy.
but in my like major modern memory of him is when he was sort of like a weird crunchy granola hippie on Parks and Rec. Do you remember that? I don't know if you guys seen that show.
No, but we're going to go to Super Chats, my friends. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show. If everybody who watched right now shared this on all their social media platforms, we'd be the biggest live stream in news on the internet. You heard that. That's what I said. But we're going to have that members only show coming up for you at 10 p.m. You don't want to miss it. It'll be over at timcast.com. So go to timcast.com, click join us, become a member. And of course, there's one big story we didn't get into, which we're not going to get into, and that is the abrupt announcement of the Commander Magic the Gathering bans, Jeweled Lotus, Monocrypt, Dockside Extortionist, and Nadu. We are shocked by this. The community has been rocked. It is one of the biggest scandals in tabletop gaming. And it's the apocalypse for many small businesses upon hearing this. As silly as it may be, I'll give you the actual gist of it. Collectible cards banned without warning, with no discussion. Nobody saw this coming. Cards that were worth $200 to $800 that many small businesses had invested in it as collector shops are now worth zero overnight, shattering some of the holdings of some of these small business and small card shops. You go to these shops, sell baseball cards, magic cards, Pokemon cards. They just lost $10,000 to $20,000 in inventory with a finger snap. So it certainly is in the gaming space and tabletop space a major scandal, which we will not talk about, but I'm sure someone might super chat about it if you guys care. All right. Ja S says, hey, y'all. Hey. Scooby Dragon says, howdy, people. Look at that. You guys got those first super chats. All right. Pinochet's helicopter tour says in the bounty letter, how do you know he would fail? That's why I think the assumption is he told the guy, if something happens to me, open this box. And the guy went, sure. Because he was hoping that he'd get away with it, right? Furious George says Trash House should remake Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire with updated lyrics for the modern day craziness. That is such an incredibly hard thing to do. It's incredible. Billy Joel, fantastic job. Fall Out Boy did a modern version of it, but my understanding is it was not in chronological order.
Really?
So people, I don't know, was the original in chronological order? I guess it was. And then Fall Out Boys wasn't or something. I don't know enough about it. Vector Man says, one of our cats went missing a week ago. We think a coyote got him. Rip Whitey. Did you see the video of the mountain lion with Oreo, the cat?
No.
The mom's filming the glass door, and there's a mountain lion, a cougar, growling. And there's their cat's dead behind it. And she's like, it's a cougar. It got Oreo. And the kid's like, what's happening? She's like, get back, get back. And I just posted the meme of Danny DeVito, and I'm like, so I started blasting. The rule in West Virginia, we don't have cougars here, is that you can only shoot them if they're an actual threat to you or property. If it's killing your pets, then you can defend yourself. But you're not supposed to harm, a lot of animals like that.
How does this guy know it's a coyote? Maybe it was one of his
I
neighbors.
was gonna say, what state do you live in?
Yeah.
Just let us know.
Yeah,
Come help.
perhaps.
Save Oreo.
Jacob Hawley says, my half-brother is in the Navy, and they are being sent to the Middle East. They just served lobster to him and his crew. That's a bad sign if you know anything about being deployed. It means they expect combat. I think they know Trump's winning and want to start a war. Is that it? Do they prepare lobster and steak as a kind of wink, wink? It's a secret sign. Like, we can't tell you. We know it's coming, but you're getting lobster.
We need to bring a military veteran in who's been deployed to a combat zone and see what they say.
I mean, that's what it
feel
basically
like
sounds like.
It would be pretty. Could you even, like, would you sit there and eat it, or would you just be like, oh, so now I know what's gonna happen?
Many American troops are in the Mediterranean, in the Middle East, are kind of there as deterrents and are sitting ducks, similar to the way we have American service members in Korea kind of just sit there as sitting ducks as deterrents. So it's like a nerve-wracking position for many of our service members to be in, but I hope our commander-in-chief instills more confidence in them, and Lloyd Austin isn't getting surgery somewhere where he isn't telling us where he is or something.
All right, Kalishnikov says, I used to be a fan of Timcast IRL, but lately I've been mystically encapsulated by the Talk to a podcast with their wisdom and intellect on modern and historical socio-political controversies. It's a meme, and everyone's posting this meme of Hawk Tua, and they're like, wow, I am enthralled by Talk Tua's take on, like post-World War II East Germany and the Soviet bloc. And then they make a fake quote where it's like talking about the Frankfurt School and like how it led up to Weimar Germany and the rise of the Nazis. And then there's like, they're just making it, the joke is the most vapid podcast you could probably imagine. I feel kind of bad for, I feel as bad as I can feel for an individual who's a millionaire for saying that she spits on dudes' cocks. Like congratulations, I guess. And there's this funny meme where it's like capitalism is the greatest system for distributing wealth in a society, and then it shows Hawk to a girl, and it's like, talk about spitting on dick for 5 seconds in video, become instant millionaire. You wage slave, work 40 hours a week for 40 years and can't afford retirement. Mm-hmm. And it's but that is the market.
I was going to say, she's going to do fine because if people are making fun of her, she already went through that and she became rich off of it.
Her podcast is also, I think, number 4 right now on Spotify charts, which is insane.
Jeez.
I think she suffers from the least amount of internet brain among all the celebrities or influencers, if you will. So she's the most normie person online now.
You watch her show?
I've watched a little bit of it. She's just a regular girl. She doesn't get like a lot of jokes on the internet culture stuff. And it's very refreshing to see somebody who isn't completely enthralled in internet culture.
What do they talk about?
It was weird stuff like actors and stuff. There's just like weird cultural... She's just a pop culture girl. Just a regular old...
The reason I think she's big, and it's probably among women, like, was it Call Her Daddy or whatever?
Mm-hmm. Alex
like,
Cooper.
Yeah, women podcasts are going to be talking about dudes and dating and like stuff like that.
She's surprisingly not super
crime.
smutty.
Crime.
Like on the internet, it's a race to the bottom very quickly, but she hasn't leaned into like sexual content or racy, like any of the
I
things
feel
on the
like
internet
I was saying, like I feel kind of
monetizes
bad
easily.
because like of course she has to roll with it. She's a meme, and it's kind of funny because remember Overly Attached Girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
So
that meme of her with the big eyes.
Yeah, it was this woman who made a video singing like a Justin Bieber song or something like that. It was really creepy. I don't remember exactly what it was, and it became a meme about like being stalked by Olivia Nuzzi. Haha, I'm kidding, but basically, and she made a career out of it. She made a bunch of money off of it for as long as she did. For a while, people who became memes were just like, I'm being made fun of all the time, no matter where I go. And then some people figured out like you can make money off this being that character. And so with Hawk Tua, we're in the era now when you get memed, you instantly become rich and you build a business off it right away. So I feel kind of bad for her because could you imagine just like hanging out with your bros, you make one disgusting smut joke and then it defines who you are everywhere. And they come to you and they say, Elad, we love how you made that big dick joke. And that's all you're ever going to be, but you're going to have $1 million. Yes or no? And you're like, yes, I guess.
And let's take a selfie together and say the word.
She talked about how like she went to her dad and she had to tell him what happened because she's famous now. And she just saw the look in his face. And it's like, man,
yeah,
that probably sucks. But she's a millionaire, so, you get what you pay for.
That also might be some of the motivation, like you're saying her content's not... She didn't explicitly go into like a smutty
She could have easily been like OnlyFans.
Right.
Yeah, are you kidding? Her whole thing
she seems
was...
to be like... the only thing I remember after was like her making a video about donating supplies to an animal shelter. Yeah. And then maybe she's working really hard to not touch the relationship or anything tangentially related to her viral moment on her podcast. Like maybe having a dad who was disappointed in her will save her.
she's trying to pivot to be the regular Southern girl who I think she was working at like some sort of plant, like very low level job, and had no money growing up, like just very middle American Southern family. So she's trying to pivot now and expose that. It says like it's just a cozy talk show featuring different conversations with celebrity guests, anecdotes, relationship advice, sports updates, and Southern hospitality. And so I think it's good for her that she went this route, because being a young woman and rising to fame that quickly, I think she very easily could have been taken advantage by the Hollywood industry.
Would you go on the Talk to a podcast?
I don't think I would.
Really?
I don't know. Maybe just for fun.
Yeah,
like,
talk
why
to her.
not?
Why not?
Support women.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
why
like
not?
she's a regular chick. When do you think Turning Point's going to offer her an ambassadorship?
Absolutely. Well,
No, hey,
no.
you never know.
All right, we got a very
wasn't gonna
very
talk
important super chat here. Dex and Dice LLC says Monocrypt are going to be joining the ranks of the Power 9 and make it the Power 10. Get those crypts while you can, guys. They're going to take a hit for a while, but they'll climb back up. So this is, of course, in reference to, I think this is actually some of the biggest news in tabletop gaming. It's seriously a major scandal. I'll give you the quick version. 4 cards, one of which, so it's a Magic the Gathering, for those that aren't familiar, it's a strategy game. The first and most popular card game in the world, and we're talking about the most popular format for play. So this is professional level play. This is like a major league sport, essentially. And some cards are never printed again. So they're rare and hard to come by, and they have to be real cards from the company to be used in sanctioned events. Some of these cards are extremely valuable. Of course, the Black Lotus can go up to $3 million. One of the original cards ever made. It's the rarest. You can't use it in any game. It is banned. But it's, I think, a grade 10, which are extremely hard to find, because even out of the pack, they could be 9.5. Could be $3 million. You could buy lower grade ones for like $160,000. So these cards are valuable. It's like if it was a baseball card. So there are certain cards that are used in every single deck by everybody who can afford them, because they can range from $200 to $800. By banning them without any notice, you have now set the value to 0, completely undercutting collectors and small businesses. But here's the big thing. A few days before the announcement came that they were eliminating these high-value cards, there were massive spikes in the sale of these cards from certain shops, indicating that people knew this unorthodox move was coming and that the industry was going to be nuking high-value products, allowing people to drive the price up for the short term, sell them all off to the people who wanted them, and then, now that they've all sold off, and many of these insiders dumped their inventories, they make the ban, and they've now passed the losses onto run-of-the-mill regular people and small businesses. So, yeah, people is mad. But there is some speculation that they'll have to reverse this because of how shocking and offensive it is in the move. Yeah. All right, let's go. Raigeki says, you guys should check out the game Victoria 3, which is a politics and economy game that takes place from 1836 to 1936, and you can really see the impacts of laws and economy on people's stances of living. Very cool. Michael Beacon says the issue with the bounty is that it could be to overwhelm security with stupid and desperate attempts, so the real one gets through. Man, I got fall allergies there. Bad. All right. Western Body says, enjoy your show. Whole office laid off. You made the cut. Wow, what does that mean? The whole office was laid off? I think we're in a recession. I think they're lying. You know, the jobs report was revised down by almost 1 million. And looking at our ad rates and CPMs, in an election year, they should be super high. Because 2 things happen. Political campaigns dump a massive influx of cash into the ad market. So all of a sudden, you should be selling all your inventory. So if you have a show and you have 10 ad slots, they're sold out because politicians are trying to buy, right? So competition becomes fierce, but competition also drives up the price. More money in the market, more competition means higher prices and more money to pay those higher prices. Everybody should be seeing higher ad rates. We're not, which is indicative of one potentiality. When ad rates plummet, small businesses are failing. They're not advertising anymore. However, it could be a combination of the economy is taking a downturn, politics are infusing, so we're remaining stable. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's go. Craig Sneed says Ron DeSantis and the Florida State AG forced the FBI and DOJ to release the letter so they can take control of the case and bury any other information. This will now become a black hole, just like Butler, PA.
Well,
Indeed.
that's a cynical take. Maybe not wrong, but cynical.
All right, Hyena says, hey, mate, saw you doing the cover of Overkill the other day. Epic. As an Australian, I feel honored. Keep up the great work. Coffee is great, by the way. Mr. Bocus Pumpkin Spice was my favorite. Men at Work is one of the greatest bands of all time. Everyone agrees. I am telling you this. And Overkill is also one of the greatest songs. And I did play part of it. And I don't know how to play. I can't play the solo. I can only play part of it. I could just learn how to play it. I don't know. I just never did. But, great song. I played it on Sunday on the morning show. I did a couple of songs as we're promoting the new song release, Coming Home, which will be on Friday. Son of Liberty says people cannot afford kids. Women have to work to pick up bills nowadays, in turn taking womanhood away from them forcibly. If the woman has to work, they can't be an effective mother. I wonder if this is the intentional play. Only men who are able to make lots of money can be fathers. Women who are forced to work, like they're creating an artificial selection almost. Make women have to work, and only the best men will choose the best women, and the best men will make tons of money, and then they'll have kids, and the impoverished won't have kids, and then that's how you...
You know, Senator Elizabeth Warren wrote a very interesting book on this called The Two-Income Trap, now that she doesn't... but she doesn't align with much of what she writes in that book. Just about this exactly, how women entering the workforce complicated relationships and the labor force demands. And
the only issue with the theory to me is that data indicates that people with lower socioeconomic status, lower education, lower income, whatever, tend to have more children than well-educated. So I don't think having degrees necessarily means that you're actually smart or credentialed or whatever.
Yeah.
But in this case, like people who have the least amount of financial resources are still having children at a higher rate than people who have more financial resources.
Yet that's where the abortion clinics target. They target lower socioeconomic background people within America, and they would rather advertise to women, oh, you actually can't afford children, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
Dr. Fauci's prison butt says, you need to have Rudyard Lynch of What If All History channel on. He's a brilliant Gen Z historian. His views on new Civil War are illuminating. Agreed. I think we've reached out to him before. We'll definitely reach out to have him on. I think we might be having him on soon. I don't know. We've been talking about having him on for a while. Let me just check the old list here. Because I think we were talking about having him come on at some time soon. So who do we got coming on? We got Avi Yemeni coming on soon. He's great. We love him. He'll be on soon. Dallas Sanier will be coming. He works with Daily Wire. He makes movies. Very fun. Dinesh D'Souza will be here tomorrow. That'll be fun. We're big fans. We like that guy. But no Rudyard. We'll get him on the list.
What If Altist is great. I watch a lot of his videos.
Yeah, good videos.
I've actually seen him reference you in his videos before.
Has he?
Yeah, in a positive way about like the way media is transforming. So it'd be interesting and a fun time to have him on. Great guest, I'm sure.
Yeah. OMG Puppy says, walk softly and carry a big stick. As Teddy Roosevelt said, we've done the opposite, meddling everywhere in the world, and our new weapon systems are expensive junk. Yikes. That's terrifying. Based Jew says, have you guys been in touch with Carrie Lake at all? She's been MIA this election season. What do you mean? She's running for the Senate in Arizona.
Mm-hmm. Been on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
Does she get to run again if she doesn't win? Are we letting her just keep running again?
But she's not that old.
Yeah, I guess so. But this would be, what, her third? If she
yeah, but she's running. She ran for governor, and some weird stuff happened. The ballots were printed wrong and stopped working, and they said, nothing to see here.
Maricopa County.
Yep.
Well, there's a lot of Republican beefing in Arizona. I don't know more.
Remember when they came there? She released the audio where they were like, "You need to quit, and we're going to give you money or whatever."
There was a lot of stuff, and then with also Blake Masters and like another guy running there, and I think Trump did a co-endorsement of two people in a Republican primary there, which was outrageous, very Trumpian, but. Good old Arizona.
Jason Hutchinson says, Sam Elliott is dead to me. Dude, it's kind of wild how these people are willing to sacrifice their careers for this stuff. Like, I think the interesting thing about Taylor Swift and Hayley Williams is that their fan base is like 30. A lot of people think Taylor Swift's fan base is little girls.
They're millennials.
Yeah, they're millennials.
Grown woman.
Millennials grew up with these artists. Yep. And so when they come out and they're like, oh, hey, bye. Well, what I'll say about this is, Taylor Swift said, "I like Kamala for these reasons." Okay, it's optimistic. It's a positive message. Hayley Williams came out and insulted and lied about Donald Trump
with a script.
with a script. If she just came out and said, I'm voting for Kamala, we'd all say, yeah, we get it. You're a celebrity. But coming out and lying about Donald Trump, and it was crazy. It was like, it was a hoax. She's pushing this Project 2025 hoax, is insulting to people who are fans of Paramore who are not liberals.
I think she was blackmailed or she was being paid a ridiculous amount of money. There's something that does not add up of her doing that. To me, doesn't make sense.
Well, it's quote unquote blackmail. It's their last several, none of their latest singles have charted. Well, they've done minimal charts, unlike the US rock charts, but not Hot 100 anymore. And none of them are hitting platinum or gold. I think the latest album they released didn't get certified even gold.
Yeah.
And that's like, you're out, okay? Because gold is 500,000 sales. I think it's just an issue of, they go to her and they say, if you want to stay here and play these shows, you got to be on board with us.
Which is so interesting because she just opened for the Eras Tour with Taylor Swift. And like,
Yes, but do you know what that looks like?
pretty bad since she's not charting.
The stadiums are empty and people are piling in. They're checking in to see Taylor. And when you look at the videos of the Eras Tour with Paramore opening, the stands are mostly empty. Sometimes...
I was at one of the shows, and you're correct. It was not completely full during her.
Well, it's because a lot of them they're the opening act.
Yeah.
So you're like, do we want to see the opening act? I might sit down, maybe not. They're not as big of fans. Taylor Swift is a megastar. I mean, congratulations, good for them to do it. But I think they probably go to these artists and they say, we will never book you again. The first thing they say is, hey, we got, would you be interested in doing a statement in support of Kamala? And most of them probably just go, sure, whatever. That's it.
Yeah.
Some of them probably go, I don't know, I don't want to get involved in politics. It could be divisive. Then they'll say, well, look, we really want to book you for this big show, but if you're not going to be on board with this, we're all doing it. Now there's pressure. And if you go, look, I'm not going to endorse this, you don't got to book me, then they start applying more pressure. It'll be like, why are you supporting Trump? Is that what you're trying to say? Because maybe I should make a phone call here, and maybe we shouldn't be working with you. And then if you really push them, then they're going to be like, you're done in this industry. So it's quote unquote blackmail. Yep. Look at what they did with Matt Walsh. Am I racist? That none of the big entertainment publications would review it.
Yeah.
They ignored it. Then he's number 3 in the box office, and they're like, we got to write about it. Fine. And they still, I think, they still haven't released most reviews, most corporate outlets. They're going to keep ignoring it. Yeah, because Matt Walsh is not in line with their machine.
Because it's not a movie, it's alt-right propaganda is what they're thinking.
We can't talk about it because that would be endorsing
Platforming propaganda and hate that leads to the death of trans people is what they'd... something, you know.
All right, Bo Barnett says, hope and change. She is not only stealing Trump messaging, but going back to Obama stuff. She is an empty pantsuit.
I really do feel like this campaign, maybe because they had to put it together so last minute, but it is a repeat of campaigns we've seen before with Democrats, which is a pick us because we're not Trump and he's so bad. And also with the Harris-Walz specific pairing, they're trying to be like Obama, Biden 2.0. Because Obama was like this cool, suave, younger guy, and, you know, Biden was sort of his like doting BFF white guy friend who would like, you know, there was all kinds of memes about this. And I think that's why what they think they can pull off. Unfortunately, neither one of the two people involved have the personalities to do this.
No, but they're trying to make Kamala Harris be the charismatic one like Obama and appeal.
Yes, that's why she's doing so many interviews. Clearly, full of charisma.
We've got 2 messages. First, a Green Clover says 6 tour vet. Steak and lobster is 100% a prelude to combat. Brian Revis says, nah, we got lobster and steak in the Navy at the end of long deployments. Usually it's not that special. But what about before a deployment? That's interesting. Russ of the Frozen North says, I own a small card shop in Juneau, Alaska. I luckily just sold my last monocrypt and jeweled lotuses 2 weeks ago. Well, congratulations. You just saved yourself $1,000 or more, depending on which lotuses and which monocrypts they were. Here's another big thing about it, is that these 2 cards specifically, they have numerous different reprints and promos. It was like, these are cards that exist in all of the decks. They're expensive, but all the decks basically have them, except for like if you're playing a lower cost format. So it's just kind of wild. I don't know how to describe it, like just how wild it is to have just announced something so dramatic overnight without notice, and the insider trading allegations, major scandal. All right, we'll grab some more super chats. What do we have here? What's this? Cultural Exile says, looks like Trump bought Ryan Routh old roofing web domain. It links to his campaign now. There's no saying Trump did that. Anyone could have done that. All right. Colonel Sanders says, why do we support Israel when they do literally nothing for the U.S. save for blowing up our warships, USS Liberty?
We have a lot of allies across the earth that they benefit a lot more from the relationship than we do. You know, so I'll leave it at that.
All right. What do we have? Dominator says, I'm surprised I haven't heard anything from y'all about the IAM 751 strike in the Pacific Northwest. What is that one? I know the East Coast dock strike thing is going to be huge, and that's coming up real soon. So shipping is going to stop. Prices are going to skyrocket right before the election. Every union should go on strike right before the election just to drive up prices so that Trump wins. I'm kidding, by the way. That's a Bill Maher statement. But the prices going up right before an election is very bad for Kamala Harris. Although she's trying to play it off like she's not the incumbent. We can't have 4 more years of this, says Tim Waltz. But people are dumb. They don't get it, you know. Amazing Blue Guy says, military vet here, Fridays were always surf and turf. But if we were on a base, getting lobster and steak did usually mean something was coming.
Ooh.
Yikes. Yep. I mean, steak, they want to make sure you got your protein and your iron so you're good to go, you know? Lobster is delicious, though. It's funny because lobster used to be considered garbage food.
Really?
Because it was so abundant that there was actually, there's this old post on the internet where like longshoremen in Maine or whatever had union contracts that said you can't serve lobster more than twice a week. I mean, there's lobster like crazy up in Maine, and it is good stuff. You know, it's wild how good. I was in Rhode Island, and I got a lobster, and they bring it to you in a bowl with the shell still on, and you pull it off, and then the lobster meat is just there. Tastes great. Water bugs. Eating insects, but you will eat the bugs. Only if they're in the water. All right, Ginger Prime says, I'd vote for Tulsi Gabbard over Kamala any day. Well, yeah, of course. Who wouldn't?
I think this is the lie. That they're like, it's the woman thing. Remember, they're bigoted against women. Like, no. You know, again, some of us might be, but I think there are tons of Americans who'd vote for women. You just have to face the reality that you picked the worst one. You did not have an appealing woman.
The right-wing rehabilitation of Tulsi Gabbard is kind of amazing, in my opinion. The fact that she was able to come out with all these anti-gun, these gun-grabbing statements in the past, and now we're just kind of willing to overlook it, and she's kind of like the anti-government, anti-tyrannical queen all of a sudden. I don't know. She's promoted on Fox News and all the right-wing media space. I don't know how she did that. So I guess that isolationist angle really worked well for her. But people are willing to overlook so much when Democrats are willing to walk away or be born again in this sort of way. So
well, look, the Democrats are celebrating Dick Cheney as a winning endorsement. Things are weird sometimes.
Dominator says 33,000 people are on strike from Boeing. Is that true?
Boeing has a huge strike right now.
Wow, this is getting crazy, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Charlie Bentley says lobster before deployment sounds like a kid with cancer getting an unexpected visit from John Cena.
Oi.
Are they giving you the lobster and steak as a you know what's coming? You know, that's what it sounds like.
It sounds like some soldiers are getting a lot more lobster and steak than others in general.
Sounds like it depends on the side you're in. The Navy is like the fishermen in Maine. They're like, we get this all the time.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to that members-only show, so head over to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member, join the Discord, watch the Uncensored show. It'll be on the front page in a couple of minutes. You don't want to miss it. It's not very family-friendly, but it's always fun, and you as members get to call in to join the show and talk to us and our guest and be a part of this, so we really do appreciate your support. You can follow me on X at Timcast. Make sure you subscribe to this channel once again. Morgan, do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, shout out Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Let's get people registered to vote and get out and vote this November because we need to win this election. And if you guys want to follow me, if you can spell my name, you can find me Morgonn, and it's just Morgan.
A lot of Yahoo. Thank you guys for tuning in. You guys can find me on platforms under that name. Hannah Claire.
You're barely informed with a lot. I'm Hannah Claire Bremlow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com at Scanner News. Check out all of their work. Chris Carr publishes there. So does Chris Bertman. So does Adrian Norman. A lot of really cool people. If you want to follow me, I'm on Instagram at HannahClaire.b and I'm on Twitter at HannahClaireB. Thanks for everything you do. Have a good night.
So one last question from Default Anonymous asking, how much did I lose on my Magic card investment? You'll notice behind me I have no Jeweled Lotuses or Monocrypts in my collection. I have an Ancestral Recall, Dual Lands, and an Alpha Lightning Bolt. But most of my decks do have those cards because they were staples. I'd estimate my overall losses at around $2,000. That is not very much in the grand scheme of my Magic the Gathering collection, to be completely honest. All right, everybody, we're going to see you all over at timcast.com in about a minute. Thanks for hanging out.
Hello. Our story begins in the Outer Rim. A separatist battle fleet was moving to the industrial world of Geonosis to retake it from the Republic. With a weak defense fleet holding control over the system, the Republic was hoping to amicably bring an end to the war. Obviously, the Sith had different plans for such an outcome. As the separatist fleet dropped out of hyperspace, they saw another planet moving towards the world of Geonosis. A wave of Republic acclimated cruisers moved to intercept the massive object that emerged seemingly from nowhere. Heavy turbo lasers opened fire, and Republic V-Wing fighters fled from the hangar bays as they made their attack runs on the planetary-sized being. The tactical droid in command of the Separatist fleet group told the fleet to maintain position as they watched the Republic vessels be consumed by this monstrous object. As the tactical droid analyzed everything, it realized that this planet wasn't just that, but it was a living and breathing sentient being. Unicron was his name, the bringer of chaos. His orifice began eating through Republic destroyers, meant to protect the planet of Geonosis from Separatist control. As he crushed through each of the present vessels, his horns cruised through the asteroid belt, breaking through the field and crushing down on the planet of Geonosis itself. On the surface, millions of Geonosians fled to their cannons and defense systems. Separatist battle droids, tanks, artillery, and fighters started to attack the two massive horns that had gently made their home within the surface of Geonosis. As the fire started to rain down on Unicron's horns, he began to suck the entire planet up, ripping through the ground, shattering entire plateaus and cutting through tectonic plates, the planet, and searching for the core. As the Separatist battle group watched this, they started to send their reinforcements towards this massive creature. The Geonosians that weren't eaten by Unicron were killed before ever reaching the atmosphere of their dying world. Like bugs to a tank, the Separatist fleet attempted to stop the being that was destroying a key world for the Confederacy. As their fighters and bombers continued to pepper the exterior of Unicron's shell, they watched Geonosis die. The planet's core was completely destroyed or eaten, and debris from the surface started to spread out, smashing into moons and asteroids across the former gravitational pull of the planet. Unicron turned his attention ever so slightly, and with it, the Separatist fleet sent to destroy the Republic forces were destroyed by something entirely else. The final message sent out by the tactical droid was two simple yet terrifying words: Planet Eater. Not far from the destruction of Geonosis, a seeker flew down through the atmosphere of the robotic world, one where another war raged. This fighter flew down into the Decepticon capital of Kaon, speeding past towering buildings with cursed-looking architecture. The seeker slipped past the statue of Decepticon leader, Megatron, before sliding between a couple floating platforms and landing at a tower in the center of the city. The seeker transformed, carrying with them a small package of energon. The Decepticon foot soldier walked into the terrifying hall of the head scientist for Lord Megatron's work. Shockwave was tapping away on his controls when this foot soldier entered. Without saying a word, the one-eyed mad scientist pointed into a corner where a bundle of other energon cubes were located. The seeker placed it and quickly left. Even to the men who served the evil Lord Megatron, they feared the work of Cybertron's most psychotic yet calculated individual. As he continued his work, Shockwave noticed something. It was relatively jarring for him. It appeared that there was a space anomaly that had broken. Upon its breaking, there was a revelation that Cybertronians were not entirely alone. Their planet was in a very populated galaxy, sitting just beyond the Outer Rim, not far from the world of Ryloth. Shockwave didn't know that. All he could tell is there was this huge cluster of population that he had never seen before. The mad scientist knew that they weren't alone. No amount of calculations could identify that Cybertron was a singular planet in the galaxy with life. However, Shockwave had no conclusive evidence that there was a larger galaxy tied to Cybertron. On the other side of the space anomaly, there was this entire galaxy. While Cybertron was placed in what the galaxy would call wild space, they were able to see that other planets existed, many of which bursting with life, per Shockwave's discoveries. There had been wayfinders or wayseekers before the Great War, and much of their research was lost. Lord Megatron had tasked his chief scientist with finding new places to visit so the Decepticons could steal their energon and use it to wipe the Autobots from existence. As Shockwave was preparing to contact Megatron, he could hear massive
I love this shirt as well. This is already a very popular shirt. I've not just seen this online. I've seen people wearing this in Austin, Texas, and New York City, or a similar shirt. So, Alex.
I have a strong feeling of hope, and I'm not afraid at all. I don't know why. Because I think victory is coming, and by victory, I mean specifically the victory of the human spirit over the machine, which is trying to crush it, which is anti-human and non-human, I would say. But I'm not afraid for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. It's not like I'm so rich or something that I'm not afraid. I'm not. But I'm not afraid because I feel on some deep animal level that these people just aren't going to win. I just keep going back to what I believe, and that is that I have two duties, that we all have two duties. And the first is to fight as hard as we can, non-violently, for what we think is true, tell the truth, inspire others to tell the truth, be brave. Okay, that's our first duty. And our second duty is to be hopeful. Faith, hope, and love. Like, we're required to be hopeful.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and share the link today.
With only 43 days, that's 1,000 hours to the most important election.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mission complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. require more minerals. We require more. We require more minerals. We done. Glory to the day.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows. Until
Force made to glory. We serve with Najakar Mina. Ire shall be Let your will.
focus. What guidance? I am here in the shadows. Complete the cycle. Forever bidding. I am here in the shadows.
The firstborn shall persevere.
I am here in the shadows. We power.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
What guidance?
To glorious
You have not enough.
glory to the Daylong. Let your will be
Focus.
You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows. Comes to us. I am here in the shadows.
Upgrade complete.
What guidance?
I am
Cole, Lee, state that I am the heart. You require my skin.
Give us your command.
What guidance?
You have not.
The firstborn shall persevere.
We are one. Forever we do.
You have not enough minerals. Research complete. not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I'm here in the shadows. Need focus.
Research complete. Upgrade complete. You have not enough minerals.
I'm here in the shadows. What guidance for? What forever sleep?
You have not enough.
I'm here in the shadows.
The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daemon.
Un or we shall stand against the darkness. Destroy. Obliterate.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more. We require more minerals. 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 We require more. We require. We require more minerals. We... We require more minerals. 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 We require minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We
All right, so Captain Bradford just reminded we got to put Michigan. All right, so Captain Bradford just reminded we got to put Michigan, and then what's it called? Oh, Pennsylvania too. Okay, yeah, I gotta write that here. So I'm gonna write it down again before I forget. What do you mean? Okay. So, we put on. I think we need to hear the tip of the spear tonight. We need some fucking real news. Here we go.
And I wasn't surprised to learn this is the second best-selling shirt because I love it as well. And you just think just like me. It's so simple.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about...
Says Collins. What he was telling me, trying to kill Trump. What he was telling me. Last time, that's coming up next segment. The bad news is, on top of the Storm Shadow missile announcement, Israel is going into Lebanon. They're carpet bombing it. They say they're going to destroy the entire South. This is total insanity and an escalation right into potential Armageddon. We're also going to be looking at the latest developments in poll numbers from the real polls that show Trump surging ahead, and the fact that that makes the deep state even more dangerous to take out President Trump. But first, I wanted to play this video from Austin, Texas yesterday when we were flying out to Pennsylvania, where we ran in to the former head of the NIH, who was deeply involved in the development of the Wuhan virus, the poison shot, and pitching it to the American people. Our confrontation with former NIH Director Francis Collins right now. Then more reports and Owen Schroyer straight ahead. We're good. 20 plus million people dead from those shots. We just confronted the former head of the NIH, Francis Collins. He's one of the villains with Fauci and the entire Wuhan operation and the cover-up, the origin, and then the poison shot. Now, he since backpedaled some, but that doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. He needs to be held responsible. So Fauci and Bill Gates are the very worst. He's down here part of the way, and he started to come public and admit that this was wrong, what they did. The lockdowns, the poison shots, all of it. And when I said to him, you're about to see it, 20 plus million dead, he nodded his head. So maybe he has a soul. Maybe he's going to go public. Good. Redeem yourself, turn state's evidence, like Redfield and others have started to do, and come all the way out, because the globalist operation for depopulation and what these shots do, turning off the immune system, is all public, and it's not going away, and it's destroying faith in the system and in the medical system, and it's going to bring the system down. So those of you in the system need to join with the people, and you need to come out for Nuremberg 2 and be witnesses against those that will be held responsible. And you know the punishment for crimes against humanity. You know what that is from Nuremberg with the Nazis. All right, here is this confrontation. How you doing? All right, how are you? We're good. 20 plus million people dead from those shots. Well, truth's coming out about you and Fauci. How's it feel to kill more people than Hitler?
You're writing some folk songs about it? Go ahead. Write some folk songs?
You'll never get away with what you did, your bioweapon. You're in a lot of trouble. Nuremberg 2 is coming. Get his face. All right. Good. We'll be exposing that guy. All of them are going to prison, Nuremberg 2. They can run, but they can't hide. The truth will get them. Mass murderers. New York. God bless you, brother. Former head of the NIH, came up with poison shots, everything right there. Sure.
That's a cemetery. If you're 1738, in service in Toronto. For more down, other passengers were down on check. Alec Martin, Devin McKenna, Justin Moore, Claire Moreno, Daniela Limo, Sandra Nolan, Julie Colleen,
Mr. Collins. I only had a few seconds, so I hit him as quick as possible. The biggest developments yet in the Ryan Routh attempted assassination of Trump in Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach a few weeks ago just broke. We had the intel on Saturday. We were asked by the feds not to break it till today, and now it's officially breaking. $150,000 bounty, 5 hit teams in the U.S. tracking and hunting President Trump, trying to kill him right now. We're about to break it down.
InfoWars. Tomorrow's news today.
On Saturday, I posted an emergency news update with a lot of exclusive news. And if you remember, and I'll show you a clip in a moment, I told you that we have even more information about how these 5 hit teams in the U.S. trying to kill Trump are being funded, but I said I couldn't tell you and was asked not to talk about it till Monday. The information I'm about to break comes from amazing sources, some that are public, some that aren't. Jack Posobiec is one of them. The other sources confirmed what he was telling me separately. I'm about to lay that out for you right now. The DHS is saying this is a very serious, real threat, that there are 3 foreign-funded teams and 2, at least 2, maybe more, domestic teams trying to kill Trump. Now, the news that'll break Monday and next Tuesday and Wednesday is the coordination that is going into all of this. But at this time, I cannot get to that information. Again, Jack, on the Monday event, we'll be bringing that out with Tucker Carlson and Redding. I'll be bringing it out. And then on Tuesday, we'll have more info on the podcast, and Wednesday, when all of that finally drops. And I can't release this information yet, but I'll give you a little hint. How many times has the CIA and the Pentagon been caught funding Al-Qaeda or ISIS as proxy armies? And even the Al-Qaeda and ISIS don't even know who's funding them. So these could even be foreign terror groups or Iranians that have been allowed into the country in the last 3.5 years by Biden, who think they're getting actual orders, but really they're getting orders from somebody else. Or they believe they're being paid by somebody, but they're actually being paid by somebody else. I'm just going to leave it at that. Well, today, the DHS, Homeland Security, released the information on the letter from Ryan Routh, the reported attempted assassin of Trump 2 Sundays ago in Florida. He left a letter at the scene of the shooting, or the attempted shooting at the golf course, saying that there's a $150,000 bounty out on the head of President Trump for anybody that can shoot and kill him. And that was the other information I was given from Jack Posobiec and my campaign sources at the very top of the campaign. And the reason I point that out is DHS broke that this morning. They asked us not to talk about it because of ongoing investigations until Monday. So now you understand that everything else I'm telling you is on target as well. Trump has already canceled a Pennsylvania event that was this week with the Polish president. He reportedly is pulling back on others and has been publicly saying out there that, you know, he used to play golf, but maybe it's too dangerous right now, which is a good thing because the globalists want Trump dead. They've already tried twice that they've been caught doing, but the same sources told us there's been other assassination attempts that the public has not been told about. And that's why Trump keeps saying nice things about the Secret Service, because they reportedly stopped it. So this is a big deal. Most of the evidence here points towards the deep state wanting a cover story that there's all these hit teams so that they, with mercenaries or other groups, can try to kill Trump, even with a surface-to-air missile taking out his aircraft, and it'll be believable. So there's a lot going on here tonight at the Tucker Carlson event in Redding. Myself and Jack Posobiec will be breaking down even more intel that we've been asked to embargo until tonight. But as you can see, DHS went ahead and went with the story. Jack Posobiec's been posting on X about it. And this is something that all Americans should be very, very concerned with. I am here just outside Redding in another town, and we went out for coffee this morning, and I got mobbed by the locals. Black, white, old, young, Asian, tourists, you name it. People are really awake. I was in a coffee shop, shook the hands of half the people in there that were listeners, people behind the counter, and then when I was leaving, looked over, there was a black guy, a younger black guy, watching a Trump clip on his phone. So the buzz is out there. The numbers are incredible. We're Rasmussen shows Trump is surging in battleground states way past Kamala. That's why they're trying to kill him. If they thought they could steal it, then they wouldn't be trying to kill him. Trump won in a landslide in 2016. He didn't win in a landslide in 2020. That's how they were able to steal it. He had a small margin, but the numbers are bigger landslide this time. So their only go-to move is try to kill Trump or start some giant war, cyber attack, new viral release. God knows with 41 days left what they're about to pull. But we are on the case. We are focused on it. We are breaking it all down, but just huge developments. Other assassination attempts we don't know about. 5 hit teams. The reported attempted shooter assassin in Florida trying to say that he's the guy behind the bounties that are out there on Trump. And that he's connected to the CIA, and he's a U.S. Foreign Legion fighter in Ukraine and recruiting fighters for Ukraine. This is just classic intelligence agency type garbage, and America's fighting for its life right now, and the system knows we are so close to getting Trump in, and Trump knows how to drain the swamp now by putting in good people. He's got Congressman Massey and Senator Paul and RFK Jr. and so many others already advising him way ahead of even the win on the advanced team to be able to get in there and make sure the right people get into the federal government to turn this republic around and drain the swamp. So huge news, absolutely crazy that this is going on. And as I said back when they tried to kill Trump in Butler over 2 months ago, I said, for every assassination tip you know about, guarantee there's 2 or 3 others that you don't know about, and other cases where they got close but weren't able to again. So pray for President Trump. America and the world is at a very, very serious inflection point and crossroads. Be sure and follow us at Real Alex Jones on X. Be sure and follow Harrison Smith and Owen Schroyer. Be sure and follow us on InfoWars on X and Band.video and Infowars.com/show. The people are hungry for the truth now. Share the links. You are the Paul Reveres. Just remember, if you're watching or listening to this transmission, you are the resistance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now live inside the InfoWars World Headquarters in Austin, Texas. Owen Schroyer hosting today's Alex Jones show. We do have more from Alex coming up in just a minute and the rest of today's transmission. But I've got a lot of other stuff planned as well. I want to kind of lay that out for you before we go back to Alex, who will be with Tucker Carlson tonight in Pennsylvania at an event that is already sold out, like all the other Tucker Carlson events. So we're going to dive deeper into this story. Why did the DOJ release this letter of the would-be Trump assassin that was somehow able to get by Secret Service and hang right out at a golf course for 12 hours, even though it was already a known security soft spot? Media would go there with cameras all the time to try to get pictures. They already knew this. How was that possible? How did he have Donald Trump's schedule? He had Donald Trump's schedule, ladies and gentlemen. So if it was 99.8% that we're positive there's a leaker in the federal agencies or a mole in Trump's inner circle, now it's 99.999999. So we'll look more into that, as well as some of the other developments around that story. We've also got some news dealing directly with the election. A strange endorsement for Kamala Harris over the weekend. You'd think this is the kind of endorsement you wouldn't want, but they did it. IRS for Harris. Wow. IRS for Harris. I'll tell you. We'll see how that one goes. Now, we've got a ton of geopolitical news here, and Alex is going to get more into that, but I'll come back with some of this geopolitical news in the second hour as well, dealing with Israel, Iran, Lebanon, what's going on there, also Russia and Ukraine. But there's a situation in D.C. where, if you read in between the lines, these world leaders are not interested in meeting with the current administration. Joe Biden is done. He basically just shows up and fills a seat. So he's worthless. You might as well just put a mannequin in these meetings. They know that. And then there's Kamala Harris, who's just not a serious person. She's a cackling hyena. She's a clown. As Tim Waltz said, she's a prostituter. So they want nothing to do with Kamala Harris being there. And also, you know, Middle Eastern leaders want a serious man to be involved in these very serious geopolitical conversations, not a cackling hyena, non-serious woman who likely was able to get her place in politics by serving the needs of people in California like Willie Brown. So we're going to cover that. What's the deal with CNN and Kamala Harris now saying, oh, we're going to have a second debate, but Trump won't show up. It's Trump. He's a chicken. He's a coward. I'll tell you what's really behind that. And then this illegal immigrant story isn't going anywhere either, ladies and gentlemen. And we got a ton of news on that as local activists are now getting much more vocal, especially in some of the deepest blue cities. Chicago, New York, Philadelphia. And so there's some crazy news out of there as well. And then Speaker Johnson, what an absolute spineless squish this guy is. He's going to pass the continued resolution, and he's not even going to get the SAVE Act. Did you hear that? He's going to pass the continued resolution, and he's not even going to get the SAVE Act. So, I mean, folks, that's basically just letting the Democrats bend you over in the prison cell and not even putting up a fight. Just saying, okay, just go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and bend right over for you. Now, how many are there? How many of you are there? This guy ended up being worse than Kevin McCarthy. This guy ended up being worse than Kevin McCarthy. And that's not to say the ouster of Kevin McCarthy, that, you know, hindsight being 2020, that was a bad thing. I'd still say it was a good thing. But Speaker Johnson, no doubt, has been worse than Kevin McCarthy. And then some big news dealing with some of these Hollywood celebs that attended Diddy's freak-off parties. Something big could be about to drop there. But is it going to go the way of the Epstein deal, where they just kill him in a prison cell and then the whole thing just goes away and they have nothing? We shall find out. We'll get more into that too. But now we go back to Alex Jones with an update on the Israel situation and the conflict in the Middle East.
I'm about to play you a clip that is the Rosetta Stone of draining the swamp. Now, what's the Rosetta Stone? They didn't know how to decode hieroglyphs in ancient Egypt for hundreds and hundreds of years. Archaeologists didn't know what most of them meant. Then they finally found the Rosetta Stone that had all the decoding on it into another language that they could understand. And suddenly they could read all the hieroglyphs. So it's kind of like having the owner's manual to something. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a few days ago, was at a talk, and he discussed his public discussions with Trump and his private discussions with Trump and what Trump's been saying publicly. So if you want to drain the swamp, you've got to have the blueprints for it. You've got to have the plans of the Death Star. And everything that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said, I know is true because I watched it happen and I experienced it. And when I gave Trump just some public information that wasn't hard, but Trump, again, was literally new to actually running things in politics. He knew how to donate to politicians and was public about that. But he didn't understand that it wasn't even about left or right. It was about total power by these generational bureaucrats and their financiers. So you're about to see the clip. Kennedy talks about the fact that when Trump got in, all these big lobbies, all these big groups, all these big conservative lobbies came to him, supposed conservatives, and said, listen, you've got hundreds of thousands of employees you've got to pick right now. You've got to pick tens of thousands to be their managers to get the government and the economy going, because they didn't tell him you're supposed to get your transition team ready once you're president-elect. Really, even before you're president-elect, you've got to be getting it ready. So he didn't start that till he basically got into office, and they bum-rushed him and put a bunch of operatives in, because he thought if he just put Republicans in, he'd be okay. No. Most of them were neocon rhinos that actually worked for the Democrats. In some cases, were their bosses in the Uniparty. So now Trump understands this and is bringing in RFK Jr. and a bunch of other people that I know personally, that RFK knows, that are really good, that are pro-America, populist, that transcend left and right that will defend our borders, will defend the Second Amendment, will secure our dollar, will stop World War III. So, to describe how important this is, I figured people in the Trump administration were telling him about Fiona Hill and all these other people that were on George Soros's Open Society board. And I couldn't believe that they were in senior positions at the State Department and the White House. So when Trump would call me on a routine basis about different issues, I'd say, sir, here's a few people you want to get rid of. They're on the Soros board. And he would look into it and fire them. And that's when the media attacks went crazy. That's when they started suing me. That's when they went nuts. And it isn't like I was giving him some really incredible intel. Everybody else around Trump, other than Steve Bannon and General Flynn, who they got rid of very quickly, were scared to tell Trump, hey, we're surrounded by traitors, because they wanted to keep their jobs. Trump 100% gets this now. A lot of folks have said, oh, he's different this time. They've prosecuted him. They've persecuted him. They've tried to kill him. He's taking the gloves off. He already is. And publicly and behind the scenes, he's already getting the transition team ready. They're already going through the names 10, 15, 20 levels down. Now, that's positive. That's beyond incredibly good. The problem is it's come out. The globalists have got his phones tapped by claiming he's a Russian asset. They're able to do that. It's through the whole FISA court. It's a giant fraud, as you know. And they know that Trump is really coming from the swamp this time with the plunger to unclog the drain. And so that's why they've already tried to kill him twice. That's why there's 5 hit teams inside the United States. That's why all this insanity has been turned up to 11, is because they know their time is truly coming to an end. Because you can get presidents in and out. You can even get a Congress in or out. But if you don't go in there and remove the bureaucracies, when you look at Blinken, or you look at Raskin, or you look at Garland, or you look at any of these people, they are 3rd, 4th generation bureaucrats at the highest levels in the government, and they believe they own this country. In the late 70s, they were able to get a law passed in response to the corruption of Nixon to put inspector generals over all the agencies and groups. Now they want one over the Supreme Court, an unelected inspector general over the Supreme Court. So they've already created a 4th branch of government, the permanent bureaucracy. That is the swamp. That is the deep state. Literally, the permanent state is what academics call it. So Trump is literally coming with the demolition team to destroy the big rotting deep state and on its ashes restore the republic. Here is RFK Jr. laying it out. This is incredibly good news, and it's already in full swing. Please follow me on X at Real Alex Jones. I'm here in Pennsylvania for the big event tonight with Tucker Carlson, Jack Posobiec, that I'll be co-hosting with here in Reading, Pennsylvania. Be sure to follow us on X. More breaking news at Infowars.com. Now here's RFK Jr. breaking down the incredibly positive news that's going to make the deep state come after Trump even harder.
Well, they made those commitments during our talks, but he put his money and he said, I'm going to put you on the transition team, which I didn't ask for. But it was a commitment. And by the way, President Trump told me that the last time around when he got into office that he was not prepared to govern, that he didn't really know what came next, that he was immediately surrounded by business, corporations, corporate lobbyists, and they all said, put this guy in power, put this guy in this position. There's 14,000 positions that the president has to fill when he comes into office. And he said, I did what they told me, and it was a lot of bad people. And you know how he talks about bad people. And he said, I'm not going to do that again. And because of that, this time around, the GAO pays for the transition team, the General Accounting Office. But they won't give you any money until you win the election. So you can't start picking a new government until November 5th. And he said that the last time around, that put me in a bind because we didn't have time to vet people and to understand what they stood for and what they were going to do. So this time he went to private donors and he said, we're going to start the transition team 3 months earlier. And he didn't just say that, but they were aggressively approaching us and saying, we're going to have this meeting. We need names for this department. We want your names. We're going to appoint your people. And we've been actively involved. My daughter-in-law, Amaryllis, who runs my campaign, is going to be moving into Palm Beach. The smartest person, somebody said to me the other day, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy is the smartest woman I've ever met. And I said, no, she's not. She's the smartest person that you've ever met. And she is. And she's going to be living day to day in Florida, working on the transition team because that's what they requested. So these were not empty promises. Not only that, but President Trump, good to his word, has been out on the campaign trail, and every speech that he gives, he talks about these issues. And they have become now his signature issues. Ending the war, reopening a friendly relationship with China and Russia as trade partners, not one that can take advantage of us, but partners because we need what my uncle called a peace race rather than an arms race. And that's going to be good for the whole world. We need to be projecting economic power abroad, like my uncle did, rather than military power, which has gotten us into all this mess. And he talks about that with an eloquence that I have never been able to muster. I'm so impressed with the speeches he's given on this subject. I urge you to look at YouTube. I take excerpts of these speeches and send them to everybody. I'm astonished by them. He talks about making America healthy again at virtually every speech that he gives. It's often the dominant theme of his speeches. And he talks about ending the censorship and surveillance state. Oh, and people said to me, you better get a contract with him, because if you don't have a contract, he's going to break his word. Well, this is the biggest contract I could ever get. That he is publicly committing to all of you to these issues. And, you know, one of the things that we know, which was very disheartening to me when he got to the White House last time, is that he keeps his word on all these things that he promises publicly. He's not scared to challenge orthodoxies, to defy institutions, to break the institutions that are in his way. And that's what we need, a president who can do that, a president who's not just going along for the ride. And so I'm very satisfied with all the things he's done. I consider that him keeping his word, that he's gone out publicly and endorsed all these issues in front of the world.
Now, a lot of you will recognize this bad boy because it was a limited edition bestseller years ago. We've updated it and brought it back due to your demanding it. And it is a conservation shirt. It's a great conversation piece. Atrazine's literally sterilizing and killing frog populations and bending the gender of our young boys and giving our girls cancer. So this is a real conservation shirt. You can serve our operation, keep us on air, and stand up for amphibian life that are being poisoned by the chemicals that are turning the frogs gay. Now, I love this shirt as well because the left's always acting like they're the mavericks, they're the trailblazers, they're the outlaws. No, ladies and gentlemen, we are the rebels against the globalists. We are the resistance. And I'm voting for the outlaw. Fight the tyrants at point-blank range and meet like-minded people and spread the word in the third dimension. Take action now and don't let the left silence you. TheAlexJonesStore.com.
All right, our government is really sick at all levels, and we are supporting foreign wars that really do nothing for us, not for the American people at least. It might do something for the military-industrial complex, those that own stock in the weapons contractors and manufacturers, a lot of people that live in D.C., Northern Virginia, you know, politically involved types, lobbyists. They like these wars. And then, of course, there's the deep state, the international cabal that uses countries like Ukraine as a rat hole for money laundering and weapons laundering. And so this is all going on. And not such a friendly reminder of this today as the Biden administration is gearing up for meetings with the UN and Middle East leaders that have already fallen apart before they've even began, because everybody knows Biden is an empty suit at this point. It's worthless for him to be there. And Kamala Harris is a not serious person, very unserious person, a cackling